Welcome, guys, to back to this is the build-up show for Saturday's test in Wellington. Huge test for the Springboks after the loss at Eden Park. A lot expected. So what we're going to go through is just go recap the entire week and the build up to this test, and just give you a glimpse of it and build some of the gears and some of the expectation ahead of the game. So what we're going to try and do is go through all the press conferences, all the chats that I've had on my YouTube channel, and play them back to back, so that once we get to the final, and try and time them the right way, so that once we get to the final ones, it's just before kickoff. So have a watch and let me know what you think of the format, and and if there's anything else you want to see as well, let me know as well. But he is looking forward to a massive test against the All Blacks. I'm hoping the Springboks can do a lot to talk about that that backline that was chosen, and we'll be going through it as well. So kicking off the process, I think we're just going to go recap what happened last week. Can't use any match footage, so I won't be including any of that. But the aftermath, the post-match press conferences, the chats afterwards, and just how we all felt. And then we'll move on to the way the week went in sequence: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, till Sia's press conference on the Friday, and then head into the game. So have a watch. Hopefully there's enough here to get you really excited for the game. It's going to be a massive one, and looking forward to watching and see what the Boks can do.
Rassi, boys fought like lions out there. Another time. It seemed like the ruck contest, the lineout contest, and the maul defense all night long was a problem. The timing of that, such a messy ball behind the ruck. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I think the scrum contest was fairly even. They got up and sometimes. I think the more we were pretty static. I don't think they really got a try from a more. So I think that was pretty. But I think the ruck, as you said, rightly so, was the ball was always bouncy, fast, getting out a little bit messy. You can actually say, or maybe say it's because of the weather. But New Zealand playing exactly the same weather with the same ball, and their ball was much more steady, and you can't just pinpoint that on Grant. It's the way the ball comes out, and I don't think they did anything illegal there. We just didn't control it well enough. So I think you're spot on.
Russia, I guess you're never going to rock up at Eden Park and deliver first, especially the first performance like that. Going to be All Blacks.
If we give them, I think 14 points, too easy tries. I mean, Malcolm missing a tackle, and he played so well all over. I think what he will accept. I think all of us can accept there was a weird thing what he tried to do at that tackle. I'm not sure what he tried to do. And the guy just got up and scored the try. So if you're 14 points down and then you start training and you're chasing the game a little bit, you're chasing your own tail. But we put ourselves in those positions. But then I thought the guys that we brought energy, brought some fight. I think it was maybe the right thing to have a 5-3 split, because the three backline players that came on really had a good impact. I thought Kova settled down the breakdown. I thought Sasha really was electric when he had the ball in hand, and I thought Ethan was really good in the air for us. So there was many things we got wrong, but mostly just giving them 14 points and then think you can still win. We should almost pull the draw out at the end, but I think it's now 10 points for New Zealand, 9 for Australia, we in Argentina on 5, so still a lot to play for next week.
That's it. Sorry for the results. On the lineup, it's been a bit of a recurring issue. How does it get sorted out?
I think they lost also 3 lineup balls, so it's not easy conditions, and we try to do plays that we think, not just winning the lineup ball for the sake of winning it and do nothing with it, because that's how New Zealand really kind of stops you from getting your play going. So every now and then you chance your arms a little bit for trying getting the ball at a spot. I'm not sure. I think we lost 3. But yeah, I think they also lost 2. So uh, yeah, it's definitely not individuals' problem. It wasn't easy conditions, and I think that they more or less struggled the same in the lineouts. So it's something that we all must fix. I must fix theirs, and we must fix ours. Um, and it's a group thing, definitely not just one person doing something wrong. Sometimes the call, sometimes the throw,
Rassie, Russ,
Sorry, Jack.
what to say any difference next week, the high kicking game, about things?
I think they were better than us in the kicking game. I think they did it as much as we did. I think they did it much lower. You could see it was like half punts in between the fullback and the first line of defense, and that was clever, especially in the weather. And they were well prepared for our kicking game. And I think it was two teams who were desperate to win. I think at the end you could see we wouldn't have won the game if we were close to a draw. Not that there was any consolation, or I say that we played well at all. They were much better. But it was two teams that was desperate for wins, and I think we both went to like very conservative play. Even their tries were from kicking games and one great line-out move at the back. So and ours was like a bit of a rumble close to their try line. So I know it will open up next week. If we win, they might be in 11 and we might be on 9, we might be on 10 and they might be on 10. So it's still a crunch game and might be still just test rugby. We've got the weather wrong the whole week. We thought it was going to rain the whole week and we tried that today. And it was the other way around. So let's see what the weather is like in Wellington. But we'll definitely make some changes in our team for this week. Before this game, thought we'll go for more or less the same team next week, but we'll make a few changes.
Rassie, after that 14-0 early on, the All Blacks couldn't pull away, and at the end we were one try away from squaring things up. Do you see this bit of a missed opportunity in that regard?
Yeah, it's probably looking for positives in a performance that there were spells that were terrible, but then there were a really gutsy spell. I don't think they had a lot of other scoring opportunities apart from the tries that they scored. I thought that really we just gave them maybe penalties away when we were on defense. So yes, us fighting back against the number one team in the world and away from home. We've got another chance next weekend, so that's something to be positive about. But that doesn't overshadow the bad things that we did in the game. But it's certainly something to build on.
Rassie, how much did up the back here?
Yeah,
How much did history weigh on your team?
If we would have won, I think we would have brought it up and said, "Oh, yeah, no, we beat them for the first time in a very long time since 1936." But the next day life goes on, and we play them again in six days time or 7 days time, and the same with this loss. They kept their record. Well done to them. They're a great team. We always measure ourselves against them. When we wanted to get back into World Rugby in 2018, our big thing was to just beat New Zealand in New Zealand, and they will always stay the big challenge for us. And we've got another go next week. We couldn't break this record, but it wasn't like we built a whole theme around the Eden Park record, because if you don't do it now, are you then disastrous, or do you just have another chance in the rugby championship? So they can be very proud. They defended it really, really well.
Rassie, New Zealand's wins against South Africa, especially the fast teams here, based on their fast starts. How is it that you can find a way to tame those fast starts?
Yeah, so the two fast starts was a great backline line-out overthrow, which the guy just put the guy on the inside. There wasn't time even to adjust or to form a ruck. It was just like the previous game where Nick White just had a quick tap and he kicked the ball. There wasn't even a ruck formed for us to get a chance. And the other one was a cross kick, which the guy fielded and really jumped over the guy. So, it's two individual errors, and the others they had to grind for, or they had to get a penalty from the defense. So it's a bit frustrating in the sense that it's never the same guy that make the error, and it's every time another stupid error that we make. It isn't like we're saying we're consistently making the same stupid error. There's always a different player at a different facet of the game, and as I always say, we pick the players, we do the defense structures. I mean, if you Jerry in this defense, I mean, what can you do about the first and the second try that was scored, apart from the two guys just making the tackles? So yeah, it's frustrating, and maybe it's to do with team selection. And sometimes we as coaches and management must put up our hands and say, hey, we're getting it wrong sometimes with combination wise, and of course, if we got it always right, we will be number one in the world for forever. But we did not get it right in this game, and we'll have to adjust.
Just see a lot of teams come down here and they go down 14-0. It's a tough hill to climb. You had to lead a comeback and ignite one. What did you tell the guys to stop that and then get back in the match?
Yeah, I think we always knew that New Zealand wanted a fast start, and I think it's a group of guys that are always willing to stand up and fight. So yeah, very proud of how the guys came back. I think there was always a sense of calmness within the group, whether it be when we were down there attacking or behind our poles after those first two tries. And I think, yeah, the great thing about the group is that regardless of the situation, the guys will always be willing to fight. And yeah, I was proud of the guys' fight tonight. But then again, we weren't clinical enough. We weren't good enough to win a test match of this magnitude. And credit to New Zealand for the way they played and for closing out that match.
As je dit Afrikaans, hoe som je die wedstrijd op, maar wat is die grootste work-ons wees die komende week?
Ja, om eerlijk mee te wees, om net positieve te soek in die wedstrijd sal natuurlijk wees, allemaal wat sê is, waar julle verloor, weg van die huis af, met 7 punte. So, positieve is seker dat ons daarom nog in die run is vir die Rugby Championship, en ons het nog 'n kans om teen New Zealand te speel. Overall dink ek, as jy na die 80 minute kyk, was daar seker so 15 regtig swak minute, en dit het gelei tot 'n klomp 'n bietjie disbelief in die span, en hoe meer ons nader na die halftyd gekom het en weer in die mix gekom het, het ons weer 'n bietjie belief teruggekry, en ek dink die Saps het regtig baie goeie energie in die game ingebring. Ons het 7 punte, so baie teleurgestel. Ek weet die mense gaan baie gatsvol vir ons wees, en ek weet ons gaan baie hou van, en dis moet maar deel van dit. Maar 7 dae later kan ons laat vir New Zealand wen, en ons is nog in die mix vir die Rugby Championship. So, ja, dis maar soos enige ander verloor. Ons is wel teen die wêreld se nommer 1 weg van die huis af, maar dit maak dit nie lekker dan. Want dit is nog steeds baie sleg.
Cool. Thank you very much, guys. You've got return.
Thank you.
No, we won't. No, let's keep this party going.
How was that? And on home turf.
Good old fashioned test match, that one. Like a boxing match really, going tit for tat. But yeah, just bloody proud of the group and the way the boys fought through, and in the end there scrambled at times, but dug deep and got the win.
What does it mean to you to beat the Springboks on Eden Park?
Yeah, it means a lot. It's the pinnacle of rugby, I guess. We talked about it a bit during the week. Like, there's many ways you can look at it. 1 versus 2 in the world, the unbeaten streak, even just playing the Springboks in general. It's a massive week as an All Black, and always is. So it's always great to come out with a win.
Obviously a massive effort from the forwards. They needed to really front tonight, didn't they? And they did.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as that rain started, you sort of got the feeling that it was going to be like that. An up-front game with a lot of kicking, so I think they stood up massively, lead with physicality, both sides of the ball, and in the end that's what got us the win.
Finlay, is that the most you've ever kicked in a game?
It's probably up there. I've had a few like that, but yeah, as soon as that rain started, as I said, I had a wee feeling that it was probably going to be like that. With the way South Africa like to play as well, it can turn into those real sort of pressure cooker games with going kick for kick. But we prepared well for it, and I think the boys adapted well too. So yeah, it's good.
Not only did you prepare well, but I mean, it was one of those ones where they might as well have just put a billboard up with the game plan for both teams during the week. Everyone knew it was going to kind of hinge on yourself. How does it feel now to sort of walk off there being like, job done?
Yeah, it's awesome. Not only for myself, but a few milestones in the team. Ardie, Kyle Preston as well with the debut. So any win against the Springboks we don't take for granted. We know how much work goes into it. Not just the players out there, but the whole team, the whole squad, management included. So yeah, great relief, but like I said over there, we got another one next week, so we'll celebrate tonight, those milestones and the win, and then go again.
Finlay, talk on better about your personal note. How impressed with you? How happy with you with your performance? Obviously, a lot of kicks. Are you happy with how you dealt with the pressure and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think it was sort of one of those slow kicking games, as you've alluded to. So, yeah, happy to, I guess, play a part in helping to get the win. A few things I could do better and be a bit more accurate at times, but I'll learn and I'll grow and go again.
How do you lift again for next week?
Yeah, it's all about, like I said, celebrate tonight, reset, and then go again on Monday. It's going to be another massive week, and like I said, I guess we've ticked off the Eden Park unbeaten streak for now, and now it's about going out and playing the Springboks again with another goal in mind.
They never go away, do they? Boy, 14-3, 17-3 up maybe, they never go away.
Yeah, you always have that feeling that they may come back, and it only takes a few moments, and they've got a few momentum swingers, and like I said over there, our leader stood up, Ardie with the turnover, Reach with holding them up over the line, big players standing up for big plays, and that's what wins your test matches.
Go over, mate.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, well done.
Your disappointment in this game. It was your first All Black test in the second appearance, but focus to just the general disappointment in the team.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously a team that goes out every week and tries to win. So all our focus is on winning the game, and tonight we weren't that lucky, but I mean, we're going again next week.
Just take us through that first 17, 18 minutes. What was the feeling on the bench as All Blacks stormed into a quick lead and just played the kind of quick rugby that actually makes life difficult for us?
Yeah, they obviously had a very good start. We were under the pump a lot. We just spoke on the bench how we have to sort of calm them down, get our guys fired up again, and just sort of counter that fast start. But yeah, we didn't do too well on that. They scored a few tries, but we'll be better next week.
Just talk to us about that comeback at the end. How good were you guys feeling during that time? Do you think you're going to be able to pull out a result?
Yeah, we definitely felt on top on the field. We felt like we had momentum and that we were scoring points. Just luckily not at the end, we didn't get over the line, but I think we are heading on the right track. I think we just got to get that into the rest of our game. Just get on top of them and just stay on top.
What happened in that first half? What do you put that down to? Was it what the All Blacks were doing, or was it what you guys weren't doing?
I felt we ourselves left a lot of points out there. We played well, but I mean, we just couldn't get over the line, and ultimately, game of rugby is getting over the line and scoring points.
Ethan, as a young fella, how did you find the intensity of that test match?
Yeah, it's nothing like I've never experienced anything like that. I'd say I'm very privileged to have been on that field in that time, and yeah, it was just a very surreal feeling for me.
And so, when you came on, what did you notice about the speed of play or the physicality?
Yeah, no, it's definitely up there. I mean, everyone's making hits. Everyone's just putting everything out on that field 24/7, and yeah, it's awesome to be a part of it and see how these guys play these games and just learn from it.
Who put a hit on you in particular? Do you remember one?
No, actually, I didn't put a hit on anyone or get hits. Unfortunately, I didn't get enough time. No, I didn't touch the ball. No.
So where did you grow up playing rugby over there?
In Durban, South Africa. So still a school called Winston Park in Wessel Boys. So yeah, I just grew through there and now I'm playing for the Sharks.
Does your school have one of those awesome charts like that? Oh yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. All the schools have got their own sort of chants. As Northwood that you're speaking of, that came up with that, or one others. Yeah, Weinberg. Yeah. But yeah, all our kind of schools have got those kind of chants, and Westfield does have them. Yeah.
And are you a surfer? Sorry, are you a surfer?
No, I'm not a surfer. No.
Where do you from here for next week?
Sorry?
Where do you from here for next week?
Obviously, our whole goal of this whole tournament is to win the competition. We're going to build on it. Our goal for next week is must-win game, must-win 5 points. And yeah, I think we just get our minds aligned and hopefully we come out on top next week. Thank you.
Yeah. New hat.
Well, mate. Ardie, what does that win mean for you?
Oh, it's every win's special in the All Black jersey, but that one in particular, there was a lot of riding in that game, and it's just, it means a lot, mate. I'm really grateful to be able to
get the win with the brothers. I think we worked really hard and prepped really hard for this one tonight. So yeah, we'll enjoy it. And then
such a massive game for you and the team. How emotional afterwards, receiving your cap, being with the family.
Oh yeah, I'm just happy that this occasion was able to bring people together. Like my family come up, my best mates come up, Cody's family's up. So it's a special time to come together as people. And yeah, it is, but it was more emotional during the week when you're sitting on the bus and just reflecting. And I think I'll take a bit of time tonight. But yeah, just really grateful, mate. Like it's not often you get to play 100, and just truly blessed.
How huge was that turnover at the end? How huge was that turnover at the end?
Yeah, I need to stop waiting until the 78 minutes to get into it. I need to get stuck into it more. But like we talk about being where your mate needs you to be, and those moments you fight for those moments and you dream for those moments. So yeah, just try and anticipate the play, and it pulled off on that one.
Ardie, whose house is this?
Pardon?
Whose house is this?
Oh, it's Eden Park, mate. It's it's yeah, it's our home. Every stadium in New Zealand's our home, and that's the mindset we should have. We shouldn't wait till Eden Park to get up and put a performance like that. So it's enjoy tonight, and then go back down to Wellington and try and go there and do a job.
The team under so much pressure, what sort of win will this do for the confidence in galvanising this team even more if it needed to be?
I think keep bringing the pressure. You guys do a great job building that pressure. I think as a player, mate, you thrive on that, and it makes you want to do better. And that's what the people of this nation deserve, and that's what we are expected as All Blacks to do. So for me, I love it. It gets the knots in the gut going, and makes me want to perform for the people.
Do you win a lot of test matches with, I guess, a lot of style, the All Blacks, but how satisfying is it to win one where you had to dig as deep as you did tonight?
Yeah, we talk about their air game, the high balls. We knew they were going to come back with set piece and just the physicality, and I thought we nullified that a little bit, quite a bit, and I'm just happy with the dub. A lot going through my mind. I can't even think about what happened in the game, but we'll reflect on it and worry about it on Monday.
One last question, sorry, team. Order.
We got a special pair of boots.
Your boots with the kids.
Yeah, it's gone. Look, it's come off.
Did they draw on them, or was it the art? Or?
Nah, just art. I had the cross and my wife and my kids. So yeah, it's the backbone on me, mate.
You'll sleep well tonight, won't you?
Yeah, you'll sleep well.
Thank you,
Alex. Guys, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
How are you?
Can't complain.
Yeah. Like two of us.
Yeah, look, I mean, the jet lag's through now, so human beings. Just talk us through the disappointment you guys have experienced on this particular game.
Yeah, definitely. We're very disappointed. I think we had opportunities and we didn't use it. So for us, obviously, we can have a look at that and say we could be better. So for us, it's now to do a review and make sure we come back better next weekend when we get the opportunities that we actually use it and convert it into points.
The breakdown battle is always going to be crucial.
Yeah.
In a match like this. How did you rate it in terms of intensity?
Yeah, definitely. I think the breakdown battle was quite big tonight. I think Ardie did really well. Obviously, a few turnovers. Obviously, a 100th game for him, massive game. We knew it's going to be big for him. I think the ball was slippery, spat out in a lot of breakdowns. So I think we'll definitely have a review on that and make sure that we clean up those stuff. The weather obviously played a part, but we can definitely be better in that aspect.
What happened at the start? Was it what the All Blacks were doing, or was it what the Springboks weren't doing?
Yeah, I think those first two tries, it's actually, they haven't even put up one phase and they scored a try. So I don't know if it's a lack of intensity or lack of focus or what it was. We'll definitely have a review on that. But that was a little bit too easy for them, scoring those 14 points. And then obviously us getting into day 22, but then losing the ball, giving a penalty away. That's obviously opportunities we got that we didn't use.
Eden Park, we've heard about it all bloody week.
It sort of only dawned on us on Friday that only I think Eben and Sia had actually played a test match here. What was it like coming here to play a test match? Were you thinking, like, well, we've been here before, so what's the big deal?
Yeah, I think everyone spoke about it. I think there were 3 players, Vili, Eben, and Sia, that played here. But yeah, we try to not make it something because it's still a rugby field. It's still 100 meters by 70 meters. It's the same thing. So I think we try to put it aside and just play rugby. But obviously for them, it's a massive thing. They want to protect it. And like any record, the guy that sets it up obviously wants to protect it and keep it going. And they did well tonight to keep it going.
Well, obviously the loss is really disappointing. There was some really encouraging stuff from Springboks as well. Scrum being one of them and the fight back at the end. What do you take out of those two things to, for next week?
Yeah, definitely. I think this scrum functioned well. I think for us also not giving up and just keep on playing and making sure we get back into the game was really good. We gave ourselves a chance. We did, like I say, we didn't use our opportunities. I think we left a lot of points out there. So we'll definitely have a review on that and then come back stronger next weekend.
And just last one, is playing the All Blacks the toughest games that you play as?
Yeah, it's definitely the games I love the most to play against the All Blacks. For me personally, it's something I treasure, and it's always great for me to play against them and measure yourself against the best team in the world. And for us, it's special coming here also and playing New Zealand and seeing the fans get behind their team, and then obviously the challenge for us to come here and to try and get a win.
How do you avoid the slow starts that have, over the past 2 years, have become prevalent whenever the Boks actually play against All Blacks in New Zealand?
Yeah, I think it's difficult because you build up and then something goes wrong and then you lose a game. It's not like we plan it, and we obviously we'll have a review and see where we can get better, because we definitely didn't came into this game trying to fire and make sure we get the win, but odds went against us today, and we'll definitely make sure we get better.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
For a test match, is it the sort of performance that you guys will remember for a long time and galvanise this team if it's been?
Yeah, I think it's the performance is everything that the build up, sort of. I guess that test match was everything that had to be built up. Yeah, it was. South Africa turned up and they really wanted to win tonight. We turned up, I guess, on Monday with a real attitude to, defend our home territory, and you can certainly see that in the way the guys fronted up tonight. Yeah.
Are you buggered?
Yeah, pretty sore. I think I'll use the whole week to get back and get ready for next week.
What are you most proud of?
Probably just to compete. Some of the defensive sets was just immense. We played some really good footy, and then the test turn, a couple of scrum penalties, and then we defended. And we knew that we knew it was going to go back and forward. Just when you play a World Cup winning team, a team that's been together for a long period of time, which you experience, you're not going to win every moment, and you got to stay in that fight. And that was it turned into a scrap, didn't it? When it started raining, and there's a couple of calls that went one way or another, but we just kept competing and won the ones that mattered.
Scott, you enjoyed this week a lot with all the pressure. What's your overriding emotion right now?
Can we describe enjoyed? I need a definition for it, because what I did enjoy is we locked in. We're really clear. We didn't want to waste the lesson from Argentina. Really, just it sort of hurt us, our performance, and the care wasn't high enough. The preparation wasn't good enough. So our preparation this week was where it needed to be, and that's what I enjoyed. Well, I didn't sit down, so I jumped. I was just so pleased. I just sort of epitomised who he is, really, isn't he? He's a person that makes big plays, and it just sums him up beautifully. It was his moment on the 100th, you know.
Coach, was this a performance? Its nature that Ardie deserved on this big one. Did he deserve this type of play?
Yeah. Yeah, look, a guy that's so mentally tough and physically tough and just shows much resilience and just keeps getting up, and so it did reflect the test match. I thought, you know, his ability to go between 7 and 8 and, you know, carry the ball and hunt the ball and his tackles and jumping on it, like just his overall performance probably reflected the whole 100 games.
Skipper, what was it like for you guys? I guess, you know, playing for yourselves, but also for Ardie tonight. Was it a kind of a, what was the week like, and then what was it like in those 80 minutes, kind of, I guess, honouring him in the right manner?
Yeah, I'm personally, you know, proud of the way that the rest of the 23 guys fronted up for Ardie. You know, he's, I guess, a spiritual leader within our team. You know, so we wanted to make that special, and off the back of the Argentina week and a week at home, there was certainly a lot of self-reflection individually on how we can get better, and you know, we fronted up from day one when we rejoined in Auckland with you know, what we needed in a performance week against, you know, a world-class team in South Africa. So the performance reflected that, and we need to go again next week.
Coach, there were a lot of comings and goings playing part of your league.
Yeah.
How pleased that they kept their heads throughout that?
Yeah, there was, wasn't there? There was a lot going on, and mouth guards and HIAs and passing and coming back on, and there was a lot of comms, and everyone that went on did their job, you know, under pressure, for their role. A couple of calls we thought could have gone our way that didn't, and then, you know, we could have got frustrated, but we found a solution.
Scrums tonight
Yeah.
were a little bit of an issue with over on one.
Yeah. Yeah, they were good. The guy underneath us was pretty clear. Bang, short punch. So, Jace will have a few drills ready for this week.
Coach, talk us through the aerial battle. You feel like you won that after Argentina. You probably think that you were good enough in the aerial battle. You won that tonight.
Yeah, well, good enough. Like kicking's a real art. And some guys, just the accuracy of it to make it contestable, and it truly becomes 50-50. And so so the technical side of it was really important, winning the air. So we were brave. We kept getting up. We won a lot of the scraps. You know, you don't want winning the air, but it's on the ground that you need to win it. And we won a lot of those 50-50s. So overall, our plan and execution was better.
Scott, you spoke about the week that was with the Boks, Eden Park, everything. Is there an ability to possible that ability to respond to pressure?
That's probably the challenge of it all, isn't it? The group, and you only learn really truly by experience, and we can do all our mental skills work during the week and in our preparation and huddles, but when you're out there, that's when you go and put it into action. And Scooter and the leadership group were immense this week. They did a great job and owned some really key parts, put their hands up as we all did and said how we're going to be better as coaching and management and players, and we did that. Yeah, Amoni's got a knee to the ribs, so he'll get a scan on that. And Cody failed his HIA.
James, then Jamie.
Just up the back here, a question for both Scots. The history's huge here, the record is incredible. How pleased are you about that, and how much does it mean to maintain that streak for both Scots?
Yeah, it's been an amazing week. We're certainly, you know, aware of the record.
You know, in the lead up with the Boks coming here, sort of been a highly anticipated game, probably highlighted on the calendar by a lot of people. And, you know, we're pretty lucky. We had some special past All Blacks come in the environment and share some wisdom. And, you know, I guess it sort of added to the week and the occasion. And, you know, extremely proud that we're able to get the result tonight.
Yeah, as Scott said, that the week was a great, probably connection to the past. If you're going to protect something, you got to know what you're protecting and how much, how hard earned it was. Yeah, to Michael Jones, the Iceman, hell of a nickname, isn't it? On the glass in French, which was beautiful. But the words that he said and how he shaped it was really touched us, didn't it? It was just in his own words, and he's obviously a man of faith, and something we took to us through the week.
Coach, congratulations. One of the most talked about players this week and the last few weeks was from Christie.
Yeah.
Given how much the game plan was going to hang on his performance, and it's a game plan you guys are really focused about. Can you just talk about his performance and the exact box?
Yeah, Finn's been there and done it, isn't he? He knows his way around this field pretty well. His box kicks were majority were on the money, and we were just pleased. We're 6 deep in the nines, so for him to go and get through a great 60 minutes and just KP, you know, Kyle, what a story that is, you know, that's a little movie, isn't it? In its own right, just for him to come in and I'll share a little bit. When you have someone who has their debut, that you send videos in of the people that are with them a long way in the journey, and there's a few roofers that said this is a good way to get out of it. And you know, there's a few other superlatives that were used, but it just reflected where he came from and how much it meant to them. And he stayed in the fight to be a professional player, and he went out and did a job for us. So great for him and Reed. So thank you. Cheers, everyone. Thanks.
Geez, guys, what a test! What a test! My goodness, this is a full-time take. It's literally, they're still busy doing the interviews on the field there. It is just straight after the full-time whistle, but what a flippin' test. And what a missed opportunity by the Springboks. And I suppose let's start off by saying well done, All Blacks. Exceptional, took your chances, did what you had to do in that first half and won the game there. A strong comeback by the Springboks in that second half, and but All Blacks way more clinical, way more successful with their 22-meter entries, and that's what won it for them. And of course, who to win the most crucial turnover at the most crucial time in the test match, but Ardie Savea. And first of all, we're going to clap hands for Ardie Savea. What a competitor, what a player. 100 test matches, certainly one of the biggest All Blacks personalities that I've seen in my lifetime, and certainly a guy that certainly deserves every single accolade. There isn't a warrior like Ardie Savea that I've seen for a long time in the All Blacks, and what a player. So, geez, I'm exhausted watching the game. I'm not sure about you, but I'm exhausted watching the game. This is the full-time take. This is a hot take. This is straight. I haven't looked at stats or anything. This is just feeding straight after the game. And the first thing I have to say is I feel like it's such a missed opportunity for the Springboks. Such a missed opportunity, because in that first half, everything that went wrong could go wrong for them. They were terrible. Let's be honest. They were terrible. Every single thing that could go wrong. They had the most horrible start. That first try was Vinny LaRue totally mistimed the whole tackle in terms of the cross kick from Beauden Barrett. And then the run-in was so easy. It was really a soft moment, a soft moment at the beginning of the game, and there were too many of these soft moments for the Springboks. This is a team that's supposed to be world champions, are world champions, But they were coming to this place. They had an incredible opportunity to break a duck for the All Blacks. And that 50-game record from 1994 is still standing for the All Blacks. Why? Because the Springboks weren't clinical in that first half. I know it's going to sound harsh. They finished the game strong. They did exceptionally well. The bomb squad made a huge difference. And there was a lot of bravery from the Springboks out there. But in that first half, they were terrible. And they'll be the first to admit that as well. You can't say anything else about them because it just was a terrible half of rugby for them. You look at they went into the 22. I think the All Blacks went into the 22 twice, came away with 2 tries. The second try was when they ran through the line-out move, which Pieter-Steph du Toit missed and Malcolm Marx missed tackles. The BOK defence has been bad all year. And it was found wanting in that first half. They were better in the second half. There seemed to be a much more focused second half from the Springboks. But in that first half, those first 2 tries hurt the Springboks, and that's what ultimately came back and won it for the All Blacks. Those early points on the board where the Springboks couldn't. Of course, you got to couple that with what happened to the BOK line-out. The two line-out entries in that first half, right at the end, the last 10 minutes, they'd gone into half-time 5 points behind. It would have been a different ball game in that second half. It would have been totally different. But yeah, well done to the All Blacks. They did what they had to. They disrupted the Springbok game plan. Their defence was great in that first half. They stopped the Springboks. They exploited them. They got away with a lot of stuff at the scrums. Carl Dixon in the first half didn't want to give a scrum penalty. Fletcher Neal went down how many times and there was nothing ever done about it. So the All Blacks got away with that. But you get away with what you can in a game. I thought in the second half, Carl Dixon coached the All Blacks at the breakdown. It was very frustrating to watch as a South African because, especially in the very last move, it was one of the All Blacks was lying over the ball and holding the ball, and he went, and even one of the Springbok players went and slapped him on the back. Jesse Kriel was, you could see, was frustrated there because it happened so many times that they would give penalties away and nothing would be done. Kwagga did one thing wrong, which was cynical and deserved a yellow card, and he got marched off. But the All Blacks should have got a yellow card in that second half. Anyway, no crying over spilt milk. You get away with what you can against the All Blacks, and they get away with what they can. That's how rugby works. The referee sees it as he sees it. But certainly in that second half, the Boks can feel aggrieved that there should have been a card as well. So I know I'm jumping around the place here. This is just my thoughts, as I say, at the end of the game. Just what I'm seeing, what I saw on the field, that those 2 line-out misses at the end of the first half are huge, are massive. And how many obstructions were there for the Springboks? I think 4 or 5 obstruction penalties. If you have one, it's like a line-out. If you have one bad line-out, you can say, okay, something went wrong. But when there's 4 or 5, when there's 4 or 5 obstructions, there's something more wrong about that. It can't just be nerves and players just getting mixed up. There was one 22 entry where I think Damien Delenda took the ball up and they ran into each other. It was a scoring opportunity. They had the All Blacks on the back foot and then they ran into each other. And it's like, there was I think 3 players that went into each other. And I just thought to myself, anyway. Bottom line, the All Blacks deserved to win this game. They handled the moments better. They did everything. It's no use blaming refs of everything. I know I've said I wasn't happy about certain reffing decisions, but you're never going to be happy about everything in a game. The Springboks are world champions. They should have started that game better. They should have handled that game better. They should have done a lot of things better on that field. They finished extremely strongly. Kanan Moody was really good on the field. I thought Rowan McKeer was good. I thought Marco van Staden was good. I thought Oxenchair had another huge game as well. But there were other players. Pieter-Steph du Toit came on strong, and Evan Etzebeth later in the game. But in the first half of the game, they were quiet. I think Evan had 3 carries the entire game. We didn't see that. Sia as well was a bit quiet in that first half. He was moving around the field, but there were so many. Every time the Boks, the way the Boks work is every time that they play, they get their dominance off set piece. So they weren't getting the set piece penalties that they wanted. Their line out wasn't working. And at the moment, and you got to give the All Blacks a lot of credit because at the breakdown, they were flooding the breakdown. They saw this as a weakness for the Boks. That Wallaby showed it was a weakness for the Boks, and the Boks didn't adapt very well. Of course, there's an alternative. You could put more players into the breakdown, but if you do that, then obviously there's space out wide for both teams. So while the Boks didn't exploit that, they used the kicking game very well, and we were actually very good in the air, I thought, overall. Sometimes a bit too much kicking, but I mean the conditions had that. The handling errors, it was a very wet game, the slippery ball. You saw how many players slipped on the field. I don't blame handling errors, that happens, but the decisions that they made in crucial elements on the 22 entries were very poor tonight from the Springboks, and ultimately it cost them. You just think about when they scored that try to get in within 7 points. I think it was Malcolm Marx's try, and then they gave away an obstruction penalty in the 22 from the kickoff. That's the type of thing you don't expect from the world champions. That's what pressure does to you. And I think as a Springbok fan or as a South African sitting watching that game, you would have been very frustrated at that part of the game. The All Blacks, you give them half a chance, they're a great side. All respect for them. They deserve to win today. And if you give them a chance like that in U22, they are going to find a way to score. Certainly the Boks had their chances. They can't blame anyone else but themselves. They were their own worst enemies today. And it's such a sad thing because this was supposed to be the biggest game of the year. It eventually turned out to be a classic, a humdinger. The Boks came back. Kobus Reinach's try was great in the second half. Certainly they could have done a bit more with it, but I thought Jan-Hendrik Wessel, Sasha Feinberg, Mngomezulu, all the guys in the bomb squad, in fact, that came on, really had a big impact as well. Luat Diago had a good game as well. But saying that, the game was lost in that first half. The game was lost in that first 20 minutes, and that's where the Boks needed to be at their best. So this is a full-time hot take. I don't expect there will probably, as I'll go sit and watch the game again, I'm going to be chatting to Gavin Richard just now about his thoughts of the game. He was watching it in Durban, so we'll chat about that. But just on the full-time, it's a wasted opportunity for the Springboks. Well done to the All Blacks. You deserve to win. This was a test for the ages, but as a South African, you would be sitting here thinking to yourself, geez, if we'd only had a better first half, only a better 20 minutes of that first half, to be 14-3 behind, you're not going to win games in New Zealand very easily when you're 14-3 behind. And so bravely fought back, a lot that you can do, and it sets up Wellington as a great game. Wellington's a great place that's been very good for the Springboks in the past, so that'll be great for them as well. But and I think they'll be smarting after this loss, but there's a lot of things they've got to work on. The lineouts haven't been good all season. Let's be honest. They haven't been good in the incoming series. They weren't good against Australia. They were an Achilles heel for the Springboks. The breakdown's been an Achilles heel for the Springboks. And if there seems to be a trend of referees not giving the dominant scrum the advantage. And now that changed the second half. Cole Dixon did do that. He did give the Springbok the advantage, especially when Wilco Low came on. Huge difference. Question mark, should Wilco have been on earlier? It probably has to do with Thomas du Toit being a bit more of a mobile prop, and they wanted to get around the field more. But I thought Wilco really made a huge impact. In fact, Boonventer, Jan-Hendrik Wessels, that entire front row when they came on did exceptionally well, especially when Kwagga Smith was off the field with 7 men on the field. They put in that monster scrum to win the penalty, which eventually got to Kobus Reinach's try. So a lot going on in that game, a lot to talk about, and we're going to still talk about it more. But for now, this is a full-time hot take. Hope you enjoy it. Chat soon.
Rassie, your thoughts on the game?
To lose with 7 points, and you just giving again 2 easy tries that, it wasn't even one phase, but they scored the first 2 tries, and that's on us. But we grinded back, and I think the subs we made really had a good impact, and it was a nice intensity at the end. I thought here, the last minute there on the touchline, maybe there could have been a penalty for us around there when they got around the ruck. But when we got inside to the 22, we made 3-4 errors. When they got there, they were really clinical and got away with 3 or 7 points. That's disappointing, man. I mean, to lose by 7, I know we're still now in the mix. I think we've got 5 points and they've got 10. So we've got another chance next week. But no, it's disappointing. This is a game we thought we could win.
Russ, the plan seemed to be working because we had a lot of South Africa had a lot of lineouts in the 22-meter area. The pressure's there, but it was almost compounding errors that it got a bit frustrating in terms of that.
Very frustrating, and I think the players themselves, half-time was frustrating, and you can say it was the rain that was there, but New Zealand had the same rain, and they handled it. Also, the ball behind the ruck for us was always a little bit slower and a little bit more greasy, and not because it was more greasy, we just didn't handle the breakdown as well as they did, and they were 7 points better. So, we've got a lot of work to do.
And just finally, a positive side, the fight was shown. I mean, there was better intensity in terms of line speed in the second half, some big hits. It was the physicality that you wanted to see.
Yeah, and again, I thought the guys that brought it was Kobus and Sasha and Ethan that came on. So, sometimes We thought that we're going to need that in the back line. I thought Lewis brought some really good intensity. But there's some sore bodies, and next week will be a tough game for both teams. I think they will have a few injuries, and we have a few already. But we lost the game, and we have to accept that and get better.
Jesse, I'm clearly disappointed, but a bit of fight shown at the end from the team.
Yeah, Shimmy, I think just a lot of uncharacteristic errors from us, especially when we got down into the opposition 22. We weren't able to convert and, kicking ourselves a bit. But credit to New Zealand. They were good tonight, showed their class. But we'll just have to be a lot better next week and just be a lot more clinical.
A quick start from New Zealand. Did that take you by surprise? Because before you knew it, I think there were 2 tries up, but soft tries also.
Yeah, no, we always knew that they want to get a fast start. I think that's how the New Zealand teams love to play and how the All Blacks have played in the past. I think, 2 soft tries. But then again, we knew it was coming and we didn't stop it. So, we'll go back this week and look at what we can do better. But like I said, just very uncharacteristic and not good enough from our sides.
The good thing is there's an opportunity next week. I mean, if you look at today, multiple lineouts outside the 22-meter area, chances to attack, but compounding errors probably frustrating.
Yeah, the compound errors, like I said, we weren't able to stack positives. I think it was an error, and then a positive. So we need to stack positives, and you need to build pressure and test matches. And if you're unable to do that, unfortunately, you can't score points. So, like I said, we'll need to be better. I'm the first to put up my hand, and we'll fix it, and we'll be better next week. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that's the Eden Park game is finished. The Springboks missed an opportunity. The Hoodoo is still there, haven't won there since 1937. The All Blacks are still unbeaten in Eden Park. And I think if you're a South African, you're probably very frustrated at the way the Springboks started. The All Blacks got a fast start, and that was basically the difference in the game. They fought back well in the second half. The bench put in a very good performance, especially the backline players on the bench. The 5-3 split was probably a good thing at the end of the day. But to talk a bit more about that, with me is Gavin Rich, who's sitting in Durban, and in what looks like a very nice bar there, Gavin.
I'm at my mate Grant Bashford's place. People might remember him as a former Sharks assistant coach. I watched the game here this morning. I've been up doing some writing about the Sharks this week. Didn't make it to Auckland, a bit far at this stage of my life. I think that just didn't feel like going that far. And you're right, I would have been very frustrated if I had been there. It was to me, it was almost like a throwback to the old days. I'm talking about previous coaching regimes where we sat after games between South Africa and New Zealand and lamented missed opportunities and the fact that the All Blacks were more clinical than the South Africans were. Because that, I think, in a nutshell, would sum it up. The All Blacks were clinical today. They basically made use of every scoring opportunity they had. They scored their points. The Springboks, every time they looked like they were coming back into the game, obviously going 14-0 down early on in the game meant that they had to play catch up, and it was a long way back from 14-0, particularly in a wet weather game. But they were just, Rassie said in the build up to the game, I remember reading your story, in fact. Rassie said in the build up to the game that the team that wins will be the big moments. Today, the Springboks lost the big moments. There were so many different potential big moments in this game that you could pinpoint where the Springboks didn't get it right, like where they'd be down in the 22 and off a line out, the scrum half Grant Williams would knock it on. Other occasions when I think it was Damien Delendi made a break and then there was an obstruction. There were so many times when the Boks looked like they were about to come back and get a foothold in the game, and particularly for me in that period about 5 minutes before half time where the South Africans were pressing for a try, and at that stage it was 14-3 to the All Blacks, and the Springboks were starting to win more and more possession, and they were starting to win the territory game hands down. And I think if the Springboks had scored a try then, converted 14-10 at half time, then I would have made them favourites to win, because they had all the momentum in the game at that stage, and for much of the second half they retained that momentum. So it was a very frustrating game from that side, that point of view. Just that clinical edge that was missing, and this is the thing. And after the game, I'm watching the people talking about it. Guys who were Springboks themselves, and everybody's saying, well, they were a little bit encouraged because they ended the game feeling that the Boks of winning next week, and I agree with that. But we've also changed now. We're not the chasing team. We're actually the leading team. And to me, it's a bit concerning if we're going to sit there and sort of say, well, actually, they weren't far away. They only lost by 7. The All Blacks haven't beaten the Springboks since 2023. So it's been 2 years. They've lost 4 in a row. So South Africans should be disappointed. I don't think this is actually a time to sit and sort of say, well, I'm encouraged because they gave it their all and then, they're only 7 points away. It was a game they should have won. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world. I know that Eden Park is the All Black fortress. When you are the top team in the world, and I believe that South Africa have the potential to still be the top team in the world, then you need to be disappointed when you don't get it together. And today, quite simply, and that's why I keep talking about it, the past errors. I used to always think that the Springboks conspired against themselves in some games, and today they did. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, I was watching the game, and I mean, obviously, you never want to give the All Blacks a fast start anywhere in the world, but especially not in New Zealand, especially not at Eden Park. And the 2 tries that they gave up very early were basic errors. I mean, I still don't know what Vidi was trying to do there with the cross kick there, and then they almost waltzed in. And then the second try was just 2 simple missed tackles. It was a good angle by Will Jordan. It was just 2 simple missed tackles, and yeah, those sort of things. But there are more and more of these moments. And I know we're in a transition phase now. We talk about older players maybe moving on and younger players coming in. And I think the Wallabies loss at Ellis Park spooked the Boks more than we realize a lot of the time. Because behind the scenes, I think we both know that there's a couple of question marks about players in that team. And to me, just looking at that, I sort of wonder, because it almost us reverting to type. We weren't as bold as we were. And then they flooded the breakdown. There's 2 things. Let's just start off with those tries. But they were 2 very simple errors. And in the past, we've also seen the Boks give up simple tries against the All Blacks, soft moments, and do all the work and then give up some points. And it's the same when I think Malcolm Marx scored in the second half. We were back in the game. And then we had the obstruction for I think, Ruud and Kwagga running into each other. And the All Blacks scored from that. So that's almost history repeating itself. It's frustrating because that's not the Springbok team that we've known over the last 6 years. They have a team that fights, and they're a team that don't really do that. Today, you're right. Now that you mentioned, I didn't think of it before, but when you mentioned it, it felt like Springboks 2015 or Springboks 2011 that play in New Zealand and just
yeah. What game it actually reminded me quite a bit of was actually, funnily enough, a more recent game was 2019 at Yokohama for much of that game, but the All Blacks scored the tries and scored the points, and the Springboks were just they weren't clinical enough that night. And I know the referee played a role in that game with his refereeing at the scrums, and the Springboks complained about that. And I do think that the referee tonight, I mean, no, okay, so when they scored that second try, I just thought that the referee blew advantage over way too quickly. Remember, there was that knock on from the All Blacks, and then the Springboks kicked it, and Beauden Barrett gathered the kick, and he kicked a 50-22, and then from there they scored the try. And I also think, I was sitting with Grant Bashford and John Plumtree was here as well, and he also thought that maybe the All Blacks were offside that line out. So and I'd agree with that. So that was a bit of bad luck for the Boks, possibly, but at the same time, the kick was poor. The kick onto Barrett was poor. And that was the problem today, it was poor. You mentioned Willie Leroux, and you mentioned the mistake he made. I'd be maybe a little bit more blunt than you and say, I actually don't know what Willie Leroux was doing on in the field in the first place. I just think it's time to move on from some players. And I know that he brings a lot to the BOK game on attack and everything. But, surely it's time that you now back the Willemses, the Damien Willemse, you back Fussy, or you back Sasha Feinberg and Ngomazulu. I thought there were a lot of positives in that second half. And Ngomazulu played very well when he came on. I thought Kane Moody, not in the entire game, actually stood up from his previous 2 poor performances. I thought Kane Moody was excellent in this game, and I also thought that Jan Hendrik Wessels actually showed, because it's been something that's been bugging me for a while. Who's going to be the backup to Malcolm going forward? Who's going to be the alternative and ultimate replacement for Malcolm? And I think after today, although we only saw him on, it wasn't like an entire game. I think, if you can go to Eden Park and you can play well, then you've got it. And I think that Russie's onto something there with Jan Hendrik Wessels. I think he probably is the best hooker alternative to Malcolm that I've seen in the international season. So, and obviously, looking at how the game turned out in the end, you're quite right that we had that obstruction at the restart straight after it was the Marks try, after the Malcolm Marks try. Yeah. We had that obstruction, and then a sequence of events then compounded after that to eventually having Kwagga go off, and he was off the field for 10 minutes at a vital stage of the game, which didn't help the Boks either. So if you put all those things into consideration, I can understand why South Africans are heartened that they can turn it around next week in Wellington. But at the same time, I think we also need to be disappointed. I mean, you're not going to recover from. You're not going to learn if you sort of park your disappointment and say, okay, we're going to be better next week. There are things that need to be redressed, and a big one is the lineouts. Yeah. The lineouts. It wasn't that we lost that much of our own ball, but we didn't control it. And it's not the first time this season that's happened. In fact, it's becoming a habit. The lineouts are starting to become an Achilles heel for the Boks, whereas they used to be a strength. And that's what the All Blacks did really, really well in this game, was actually blunt the South African strengths. Okay, in the scrums, I think that there were lots of collapse scrums that should have possibly been penalties to South Africa. But the lineouts were a problem throughout the game. And, to me, it's actually a shame that Victor Matfield's sitting in the SuperSport studio and not flying to New Zealand to actually help out, because obviously he's a very good lineout technician. We need to look for a lineout coach who's very good at that, because I think that's a bit of a gap in the BOK game at the moment.
Yeah, you're talking about that. I mean, Dion Davids is the guy in charge of the lineouts. And, I mean, you're talking part of a World Cup winning team, a double World Cup winning management team. But you're only as good as your last game in professional sport, in all professional sport. And I think this season the Boks have certainly missed the trick in the lineouts. And you're right, because, I mean, we very much are a team that we get set-piece dominance. So we either get it through the scrum or the lineouts, and then we play off that. Now, if your lineout's not working, and those two lineouts in the first half, as you mentioned, where we, in the 22, on attack, the one Grant knocked on, the other one was a bulking issue, or they took too long. I couldn't quite see what it was exactly. But either way, it's not something you expect from the world champions to have a mistake like that. Yeah, the other thing that bothered me was, if you see one obstruction in the game, it's normal. You could say, okay, the players got it wrong. But today we saw 4 or 5 obstruction penalties, and all warranted. That's the one thing that worried me. The other thing about the referee is by no means, and just to make it 100% clear, because there's always going to be some guy in the comments who's going to say, yeah, blame the ref against South Africans. But the ref wasn't great, but it wasn't his fault. The Springboks gave up those 2 tries. It wasn't his fault of the obstruction. They were fair calls. I did get a bit frustrated was the second half when we were chasing the game. He very quickly yellow carded Kwagga Smith. But then after that, Duplessis Karifi had a cynical played the ball on the ground. And in that very last ruck, I mean, one of the Springbok players ran over, and I can't remember which All Black player it was, but patted him on the back. They were trying to get the ball out, and he was sitting there holding it, and the ref was coaching him. Often in games, refs coach players too much. Instead of telling them get off the ball, just penalise the guys. They'll have to realise. And I felt in that second half when the Boks really needed quick ball, he was almost too lenient there. You get away with what you get away with. But the Boks shouldn't have been in that position. But that was certainly another thing that really worried me today. So,
yeah, well, if we start talking about the Boks not being able to handle the referee and to adapt to interpretations of the referee, then we're also stepping back in time. Then we're also going back to 2000. Then we're also going back to 2019. We're going back to even 2021 in that first test where Russie eventually came out with that famous video afterwards. You've got to be able to deal with the ref. So although I highlighted an instance earlier where I thought that there were mistakes, and I agree with you that the way the All Blacks flooded that breakdown right at the end, I thought there might be a penalty coming for the Springboks actually there, but instead of Ardie Savea turning the ball over, but I'd be reluctant to ascribe the refereeing to the BOK defeat to the refereeing today, because they were just so abjectly poor in several areas where they shouldn't be as the world's best team. They those two lineouts, as you said, half time. Every time the South Africans got into a position where they could challenge for it, where they were in a position to score the try that would bring them back to the game when they were 14-3 down, they made a mess of it. Then later in the game, of course, as you say, that obstruction penalty that led eventually to Kwagga being carded and to the Springboks conceding a try. Those are all sort of completely avoidable things, and maybe that's what Rassie will say afterwards, like coaches do, is that we know what to do because everything that went wrong today was avoidable. But at the same time, it's not really an excuse for a team that's a world champion team, and they're not the team chasing anymore. It was the All Blacks today who were clinical. It was the All Blacks who took the opportunities. And just looking at some of those mistakes, it just reminded me of the old days where the Springboks did conspire against themselves. I feel like I'm repeating myself when I say
I know, but I mean, I agree with you to a large extent, because it's frustrating to watch, because this was, I think most South Africans would agree, this was, and most probably New Zealanders as well, this was the Boks opportunity to break that record, to do all that. I know it's not easy winning at Eden Park, it never is going to be, but they certainly had everything in their favour. And anybody who's watched the All Black Springboks games in New Zealand over the last, I suppose, 100 years would know that if you give the All Blacks 15 bad minutes, they can put you away. Now, I don't think the All Blacks were particularly good today. I don't think they were the superhuman 2011 to 2015 team that dominated world rugby and we struggled to beat them, or the Christian Cullen, Jeff Wilson, that Jonah Lomu back three, that sort of quality of the All Blacks. But they were more clinical than the Boks. They made less mistakes and they took their moments. And you've got to give them credit for that. And you've got to give them credit for something else. I mean, we always talk about what a genius Rassie is and coming up with these plays and everything. But this line out in the middle of the field has been overused now. They should actually just get rid of it forever now. And the All Black flooding the game, the breakdown, they saw an opportunity. They saw how Australia in that Ellis Park test flooded the breakdown, got the ball away from the Springboks, took them away from their strength, took them away from their quick ball, and they did the same. And there was times there where Grant Williams was on his own, and either way, whatever the reason for that is on the Springbok side, we never got clean ball from the breakdown. It was always Grant Williams' bum. He was falling over. And I suppose another question you got to ask is how many Springboks have to slip on the field before they get longer studs? Now, that might just be something, just as a sidebar. But the conditions were obviously not great. But we didn't get quick ball. We didn't get set piece dominance. We still did hell of a good, and the bomb squad really. And then you talked about Sasha was good. Kobus Reinach was very good to me as well. Jan-Hendrik Wessels, that turnover that he made right near the end of the game really kept us in it. And that's the type of fight you want to see in a player. But it just, those first half, those 15 minutes in the first half really cost us.
Yeah, you can't end up chasing the game. It was very similar in a way to that game at Mount Smart a couple of years ago. And then the next game the Boks played, they won 35-7, I think, at Twickenham. The next time they played the All Blacks, so they might well sort of like have experience in this game, because I don't know if you remember that game. It was the start of the build up to the 2023 World Cup. The second game of that rugby championship. Yeah. The Boks had played Australia the week before, but there were very few. There was an excuse for the Boks not to be up with the game that day, because if you remember, it was very much the second string South African team that played against the Australians at Loftus. I think the game was at Loftus. I remember that was the game where Eddie Jones had a go at Ken Borland afterwards. So yes. Cheap shot, mate. Yeah. It was, yeah. So there weren't too many guys that went to Auckland for that game that had played in that previous game. Whereas today we saw pretty much the team that played in Cape Town play again. And what worries me is that we looked a little bit off the game early on. It was I think you said to me in a WhatsApp, like, in those early minutes, it was almost like the Boks were lagging, and I think there is a wider issue. I think there is a wider issue, Brendan, that maybe we can like set up a forum on this platform to discuss. I've been in Durban this past week, chatting to Saracens and Sharks officials, and the Saracens guys. I mean, it's not just South Africa. Talking about the way there's this imbalance in world rugby where the international teams get everything, and the seasons are a mess. And South Africa's season, we can't keep going through. We can't through this. Can't keep playing at 12 and it not to catch up with us. And I think it is catching up. We played against the All Blacks today, so we always raise our game. I mean, there's always, to me, an All Black South African game is always a different game to any other game, in the sense that it can sometimes make the one team sort of go down to the other team's level, or vice versa. So today's game, like, the Boks eventually got to that they pride in there, but I am just a bit concerned that we've got this 12-month season in this country. The guys cannot carry on playing all the time, playing month round. And I know they say get 3 weeks here. I'm so need an on Plumtree doesn't have box. And where do you get an off season? You get an off franchise. So I interviewed Owen Farrell this week. I actually had a chance to interview Owen Farrell. It was quite an interesting interview. I said, well, you're back quite quickly from the Lions tour. I mean, it was only a couple of weeks ago. And he said, yeah, but mate, I've got, play. It was quite right. But, it came through that he needed a preseason because he hadn't been playing. And he's a guy who's great international experience. And he was here with the young Saracens players this week, basically starting his preseason, even though he's just played a Lions series a couple of weeks ago. The players need an off season; they need a preseason. And to me, I know this is a whole separate issue, but it is, I think, part of the reason why the Boks have generally looked a little bit flat this year. And okay, today you'd say, well, it was only those first few minutes they looked flat, but those little sort of like soft moments in the game are also maybe symptomatic of people who have. I mean, I watched the Sharks play the Pumas. I was chatting to Lansky afterwards, and he said, well, it looks like some of those guys have just come out of a preseason, and they have, because I mean, Plumtree had chosen quite a few URC players who haven't played in a while. And you look at the Boks and you do sometimes think, well, this team looks like a team that hasn't played together a lot, or otherwise they look like a team that's got a little bit of rust. And I think all those things are possibly true. I think that I do think that the South African ecosystem needs to be addressed. There's something that needs to change going forward, or otherwise, and this is maybe a bit controversial, so I won't actually go into detail. Otherwise, we need to do what Falti, the French coach, did. And when the end of the year tour comes, we send a completely young team and we rest the older guys and let them have a proper off season for it. Something needs to give. But that, as I say, is away from this game. This game was lost by the Boks because they performed poorly, because their lineouts didn't function. Their tackle completion rate wasn't great in that first half, and the soft moments like the Willie
whatever it was.
I was going to go Willie Duplessis way back in the 1980s. The Willie Leroux situation. I mean, that was just the worst possible way for the Boks to start. And you could say it's a little bit unlucky. A guy slipped, but to me, Rassie was bold enough last year to play Sasha Feinberg Gomazulu when he was a year less experienced than he is now. He was bold enough to start him at fly half in that very big test match at Ellis Park. And I just think that maybe it's time that you start taking on that kind of boldness again. And I mean, I'm not saying he's not bold. Hooker has only played one game for the Boks before today, and he ends up playing his second game at Park. I mean, you can't have a tougher baptism than that. But just play today sort of just reminded me that, maybe we need to move on from the Willie, I was going to say Duplessis again, the Willie Leroux and Damien Willemse. If Damien doesn't start in the next test, or Fassi doesn't start in the next test at fullback, then maybe Sasha needs to. But it's just time to throw those guys in, not at the deep end because they've been there before. And Rassie's got to be proactive. We've said before he's got a catch-22. He needs to win now, and it's really important now to win this next game, or South Africa are going to really be slipping. So this Wellington game becomes hugely important to win. At the same time, he needs his eyes open towards 2027, and he knows.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I would, if it was up to me, I'd probably play Sasha next week and keep Andre on the bench. But you're right, at fullback you also need a change there. I mean, I'd keep probably the centers because they're the rocks in the midfield, and Jesse's captain, and I think he did a pretty decent job captaining today as well. Yeah. He was in the ref's ear the whole time. Cheslin, you're never going to drop because he's just superb whenever he plays. He never really plays a bad game. And Kane was good. So I wouldn't make many changes in the rest of the back line. I thought you might, depending on what you feel about Kobus Reinach, might come in. Faf is there. But Grant Williams didn't really, I mean, he made a couple of mistakes, handling errors, but he didn't really do that much wrong. I think the loose trio needs addressing, though, because Peter Steff didn't have his best game for me as well. And that's, by his own high standards. I thought Ruan Nokia was good. Evan came good late in the game. Only had 3 carries, so he didn't really carry much in the game. And I thought probably Wilco Lowe should have started. I thought the front row that probably finished off stronger than the front row that started. And that's with a caveat of saying Oxenchair had another brilliant game. He's always having good games. So I wouldn't make too many changes, but I would definitely make changes for Wellington, because if you lose in Wellington now, then the rugby champion's gone. You've lost your title, the rugby championship, because the All Blacks have got another win. They'll have 3 wins then. And to come back and win the last 2 games won't be enough against Argentina, who, even though they lost against Australia earlier in the day, they were pretty decent, and especially in that first half as well.
You mentioned Ruan Nokia playing well, and I agree. But I also thought that who brought impact onto the field was Lurt, and not just the ball carrier. He was actually very good in the line. I think our line out stabilized when Lurt on the field. Although Ruan took that really good ball against us earlier on. I just looking ahead at the next game. We've got to remember that, it is a 23 these days. So it's not as if you can sort of say, well, that a mistake was made starting with Wilco. Maybe we did that if we hadn't been so far behind at that point of the game. Wilco would have come on and Lurt would have come on and they would have won the game. So, but I'm trying to remember what the other point you made. I was going to react to a point you made there, and it's disappeared. Maybe catch it up on Monday.
Well, it'll probably come when we chat to Nick as well about this as well. But don't worry too much about it.
No, sorry, I will go back there. Sorry. When you talk about the loose trio, you're talking about the balance of the loose trio.
Yeah, the balance.
Because to me, Marco van Staden actually has done really well this season. And now we've got Sia, who will probably have to shift next week, because at last there's a sort of genuine specialist number 8 coming in the form of Jasper Wiese.
He'll be back this week. Yeah.
Right back into the team. I mean, immediately that makes the Springbok team stronger. I mean, you say that Peter Steff wasn't that good today, but I don't know. I might differ. I mean, he's very influential in the line. I mean, I certainly wouldn't drop him. He's got that huge engine. And if you sort of say he wasn't that good today, it's judging him on his standards. You're judging Graham Pollock, the batsman, on Graham Pollock's standards or A.B. de Villiers' standards, not on a general sort of like man in the street standard. I mean, we're talking about a double world, but the balance of that loose trio is going to be interesting because, obviously Sia's got to probably reassume the captaincy as well and take that number 6 jersey. But I almost feel sorry then for Marco van Staden, because he's got a role that he plays there that the Boks actually need, and he's done really well in the last couple of tests.
Yeah, and you also know what he's always going to give everything. I mean, he's one of those guys that he'll always come off the field bloodied and battered and bruised. And when I say Peter Steff, to use your Graham Pollock analogy, it's like Graham Pollock scoring 45 in a game and not 274. It's that sort of thing that we not that he batted badly. It's just I just think by his own standards he wasn't as influential. He gave away the one very silly penalty by playing the halfback. But I'm not suggesting dropping him, because I don't think we have another 7 that in the squad at the moment that would probably do better. And that's what it comes down to. If you're going to make changes, it's going to be to make the team stronger. And Jasper will
it's the balance.
Yeah, and the balance. If you have Sia, Peter Steff, and Jasper, then it's a big, maybe Marco on the bench.
I wouldn't mind. And I mean, the Jacques Nienaber was the coach at the time, obviously with Rusty in the background, and he got pilloried for it at the time. But I wouldn't mind Malcolm coming on as an impact player rather than starting. If Jan Hendrik Wessels, let's see if he's actually the real deal. Let's give him a starting role in this game, and then have Malcolm. Because Malcolm is always very, somebody asked me the other day, like, what's happened to the bomb squad? And I thought about it for a while. And one of the things I thought about was that back in the day, it was often Bongi who started, and Malcolm who was part of the bomb squad. And maybe that's what they're missing is that Malcolm influence coming on later in the game as a finisher rather than as a starter. And, Jan Hendrik did that well today. But maybe if Russie going forward, I don't know if you want to do it in this must-win next test, but at some stage it would be good to see Jan Hendrik get a couple of the games as a starter, and Malcolm reprising his old, very effective role as a member of the bomb squad. I mean, the outlier to all of that is that game in Nelspruit in 2022 where Malcolm started and he was brilliant as a starter, and the Boks basically buried the All Blacks off Malcolm. And Malcolm was also a starter, if I remember correctly, in that game where they won 35-7 before the World Cup at Twickenham. Malcolm started in that game, and he was very much boss of the game. We were actually won the World Cup enough without Malcolm. We ended we ended the final with Dion Fourie at hooker. But Malcolm, I think, is a very essential member of the team. But he might be as effective, if not more effective, as an impact sub as he is as a starter. If you've got a player who can play, who can do that role as a starter. Bongi used to be able to do it. I'm not sure that Bongi can do that anymore. So Jan Hendrik Wessels is the guy who maybe should be thrust into the spotlight.
We're running out of time, so I'm just going to give you a final thought here. But for me, I think it comes down to two words: missed opportunity. Because I think you don't see All Black teams vulnerable like this at Eden Park. And let's be honest, the Springboks didn't win, so they can't really make that claim. But the All Blacks were vulnerable before this game, and the Boks missed an opportunity. That's my take on this whole game. Then, if you want to sign off with that, and what you want to,
look, I was before the game. Obviously, I was here, and I mean, I was watching with rugby people, with Grant Bashwood and with John Plumtree, who's obviously been an All Black assistant coach. And when I saw the teams lining up before the game, my comment was that, and I mean, I know New Zealanders will get upset with me for saying this, but it's actually not, because it's actually a compliment to their previous teams. I actually said this All Black team doesn't have the mana, and New Zealanders doesn't know what I mean. I'll say that it doesn't have the mana of some of the All Black teams, and that's why I think it's a mistake. With all due respect to New Zealand, I think they're at a different part of their stage of their development than the Springboks are. The Springboks have won 2 World Cups in a row. They're still at the apex. They've got to regenerate, because they've got to be ready for the next World Cup. So they've got to start bringing in new players. But it's the All Blacks who are sort of like almost like starting out again. And I don't look at that that All Black team and think it's actually a great team. In fact, to be honest with you, when I look at the two teams, it's number 1 and number 2 in the world against each other. But I'm not so sure that that world order is so sort of defined at the moment as it was at one point. If somebody came in from the Northern Hemisphere and said to me, that's not number 1 playing number 2, I would argue because that's what the world rankings say. And it's not New Zealand's fault that France sent a second string team to New Zealand back in July. But at the moment, I wouldn't say that either team is right at the apex. And that's why it's a missed opportunity, because this All Black team was ripe for the picking, and I think they will be next week.
Yeah, but that's all very well good saying, but the Boks did lose. We'll be back with Nick Mallett. Thanks, Gav, for joining me. Go enjoy the wonderful weather there in Durban. Looks like a stunning day outside there. So, we'll be back on...
Raining.
Is it raining?
It's raining.
Oh, geez,
yeah, are you in New Zealand? You're used to rain. It's raining. I don't know what a good day is for you, but rain is not good. Not good for me.
Okay, well, go enjoy it and send regards to Bashi. Okay, mate. Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'll let you open up, Rosa, and then take questions from the crowd.
Thank you, Juliet. Cheers. Afternoon all. Welcome to Wellington. Tropical as it is. Just firstly like to start off that Luke Jacobson and Caleb Clark joined the team, rejoined the team, and George Bell comes in as recover for Cody Taylor. Just a wee shout out to a good old Black Ferns team. Great performance, and they get to we get to have a double header this week, don't we, with against South Africa? So we wish them all the best from the All Blacks. And just for this week, new start, new week for us. Coming here, obviously, we had a great test at Eden Park. Our focus goes straight into Wellington and improve as a team for another torrid battle.
How's Amoni?
Amoni's still getting checked out and he's very sore. So we're waiting for an update on him, but he's very sore. Yeah.
Coach, the aspects of the performance that needed to be worked on this week, is it very clear? And can you share with us what you've focused on?
Yeah, of course. When you're in a game like that and you're playing the same team again, there's some clear areas that you can improve in, and there's opportunities you can see. And obviously, got back to a tight test match in the end, and what we can do, from game management sort of stuff, and also some areas, set piece areas. A lot of the stuff that was really good, but there was main focus around set piece and keep creating opportunities.
If I can ask you about the first two tries, they looked to be off really pre-planned moves. Yeah, are you able to tell us how far in advance they were pre-planned and who deserves the most credit for thinking those ones up?
It's a combination between Jason Holland and Brent Evans. They put a little bit of work in and see where you can find a little seam or opportunity, and then you've got to execute it. That's the exciting part. And we, two moments where people with deadly execution, line out throw and a nice little inside ball or a cross kick. You practice them and then you put them into play, and it's always great when those come off.
Scott Clark has come back in. How impressed or I guess, have you guys been with what you've seen for him playing for Auckland?
Yeah, he's had a couple of really, really solid games. It's the first time he's been in an environment for a couple of months now. So yeah, it's good just to reintroduce himself, and we're pleased he's got a couple of games. I think it's important when someone's been away for a couple of months out of the game, they get 2 games in a row back to back to give themselves confidence. Their bodies are ready, so we're pleased that he's come back in good condition.
Just on the loosies, we saw obviously Tupou move back to the lock, but how I guess excited are you guys at sort of what you've unlocked with Simon Parker at 6 for you guys?
Yeah, Simon. Yeah, he's taking his opportunity in 2 test matches. Step straight up to the mark. Some players do it really, really well. They're given an opportunity and they take it. He's pretty unfazed sort of a guy. He's pretty laid back, and he does his core role really well, just does his job under pressure, and that's what we're pleased about. He just keeps continuing to do it, and led the tackle count again and was physical.
And can you just talk to Tupou about his versatility? I know you see him as a flanker and a lock, but just how impressed you were with him moving to another position and doing really well again?
Well, he is a lock that can play 6, and he can finish there, and that's the great thing about it. Then you get depth in your pack if you get an early injury, and then you've got one of the locks that can go out. It's pretty unique, and it's loose forwards don't really like going in, so it's good to have someone go the other way. And he's just a great athlete and can swap between the two. And obviously his performance as a lock, where it is his preferred, but he's happy to go to 6, whatever the team needs.
Was the Suffer more available, Scott?
No, he wasn't.
Is that just a bit of bad luck? Well, that run with him with injuries at bad time with the Beagle players?
Yes, he's with HIA at the moment.
Yeah, okay. And just in terms of the hooking depth, are you confident that Samasoni can step up and with George and Brodie as well, that you've got sufficient depth there with those teams?
Yeah, Samasoni's been all back for a long period of time. He'll tweak his game to make some adjustments where he can get a little bit better for this weekend, and he played majority of the games for us this year, so he's good to go. George Bell's been in and around the environment, and Brodie's been with us for a long time. So look, they're great, great scrummagers, good line-out throwers, and they know their way around the field.
And any of the injured halfbacks a chance this weekend?
Noah Hotham comes back into the picture as an option, which is good to get a couple come the other way. And Cam's checking well, but he won't be ready for this weekend.
Scott, one of the hardest things in the sport was backing up
Yeah.
a great performance with another great performance. So how do you go about making sure the guys are on the right level in terms of their focus and motivation, etc. this week?
Well, firstly, acknowledging that it's humans, your ability to get a performance up here and the hype, to do it again, why you're doing it, why you're playing, and what's important to you. So we'll tap into that.
And you expected some changes from the Springboks this week in terms of their team?
Yes, yeah. The way Razzie operates, he's got a squad he trusts and gives guys opportunities. So yeah, I do.
Do you expect them to tweak their game plan at all? Do you think we'll see something similar that we saw at Eden Park?
I think there'll be variations in their game plan. They'll have a little bit of innovation like they did last week, but they call the DNA. We know what it's like, but we can expect a little bit of everything, like one-off plays and stuff. But I think the fundamentals will be the same for them.
Scott, is Rassie announcing his team today instead of Tuesday or Thursday probably a reaction to what transpired over the weekend?
Say that again, sorry?
Is Rassie naming his team today?
He is naming it today,
Yes,
is he?
today, yes. Is it probably a reaction to what
Is he?
transpired?
Do we know that?
7 o'clock tonight. 7 p.m.
Oh, he's had a couple of late nights, hasn't he? That's oh, sorry, excuse me. I probably should have known that. I wasn't briefed on that. Yeah, okay, great. We'll find out tonight, and that's what you love about him, isn't it? You just don't know what's coming. Outstanding.
Do you feel that it's just a reaction to what transpired on Saturday, with the fact that he was quite disappointed with the outcome of the game and did say that there will be changes in the way that you've intimated?
Oh, look, I can't talk about what was happening in those meetings and the reaction to it, but he's definitely got a strong will, and obviously he thinks it's best for the Springbok team to go early.
He's happy when the opposition name their team on a Monday. Does that give you an advantage at all?
Oh, look, they've been doing it for a while now. It's not new. It's not the first time they've done it. So for them, it works. It gives you a little bit of awareness and might help you in one or two areas, but you don't go and change too much because of that.
Just going to what Joe was mentioning about backing up, given how much hype got put on last week's game, and given how both teams did actually acknowledge it, what is the kind of theme for this week to make sure that you can peak again?
Do you want me to give you the theme?
Oh, no. Sorry.
It's on Monday. I get you.
You know what I mean, right?
Oh, I think that the big thing for us is like I said, the acknowledgement of it. You're up here, you've got to get back up there. What's it going to take internally for us? What's those drivers that get you there? And you've got to be there on Saturday. That's the key thing, the timing of it, how you're emotionally connected to this game. It's a sold-out crowd. Wellingtonians are going to be having long lunches. They're going to be walking into that Cape Town expecting another performance from us, just as we will of ourselves.
And given that the only changes, at least we're anticipating out of you, are going to be injury-enforced, how happy are you right now with the way the group is?
Oh, look, we're really pleased. I think the players that have come in and performed, you have a project over a 4-year period, and you've got to win and learn. And I think the results we've had this year, a lot of the guys that have come in have performed, whatever the scores are, and it's a testament to your environment and how you set people up to make their step up, as I mentioned before. So look, we're really pleased with that, and creating some really good depth and experience.
Scott, did South Africa throw anything at you guys that surprised you on Saturday?
Not really. We just knew they wouldn't go away. It was going to go from the first moment to the last moment, and it did. They're tough, resilient. They care for their jersey, so that's what we found out right through the whole game. But the physicality is just what it is every time.
Do you expect them to sort of take this week a bit more personal, given what happened on Saturday with that loss?
Oh, it always happens, isn't it? If you win one week and then or you lose, it depends how you feel. There'll be a bit of hurt there, and that's just the natural part of the game when you don't get your result.
And just on Emani, obviously he's hurting, physically with the injury, but another unlucky injury from him. We've seen that throughout his career. How disappointed are you guys, but also is he as well?
Look, I talked to him last night. He had a great little cameo, didn't he? He had a couple of nice touches. I was just really pleased for him. He trained extremely well and took the opportunity that he had. So we wish him all well wishes and best of health.
Didn't have to pull George Bell out of Shield celebrations to get him up here?
Not quite. He's really pleased he got here as soon as he could.
Just one last thing, just on kicking off the tee. Was there any reason? What was the reason behind Bodie not taking any of the kicks off the tee?
Ooh, doing some homework. He was the best kicking Barrett in the warm up. Bodie handed over to him. Just felt like Geordie was having a little bit of better timing, so it was a good opportunity, wasn't it? And sometimes you want other kickers to kick. So if Bodie's not on there, he had a good week of kicking, and it gives us a little bit of depth.
And then Damien taking over the kicking once he came on, was that as well, just Geordie passing that over?
Yeah, sharing it round and got the job done.
Awesome.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning in South Africa. Good evening, guys, over here. We're going to take a couple of essay questions for 15 minutes and then close over to you guys. Mike Greenaway, you can fire away.
Evening, Rassie. Evening, Malcolm. Rassie, just looking at your squad there, quite a few changes in the backline. How much of your changes are down to the need for fresh legs, and how much is a reaction to performance?
Good morning on that side and evening for the people on the side. Firstly, I think it would have been paradise if we won last weekend and we still could have made the changes, which was the plan. Not a lot of players get the opportunity to play in New Zealand, and after this game, we probably only have the year of the World Cup where we're playing them away here. So the plan was to try and win, and then also give some guys the pressure of playing against one of the top team currently in the world. So maybe not so many we would have made, but definitely we would have made changes. So it's not so much fresh legs as making sure we get some guys under the pressure of playing a team like that, and hopefully learn from that for the next 3 years until the World Cup.
Jan?
Thanks, thanks, Rassie, Malcolm. Rassie, just to follow on from that, I know you're looking into ahead and giving these guys game time, but is there some players that perhaps disappointed you so much that they forced your hand without giving any specifics?
I think it's a pretty loaded question. So if I say yes, then you're probably going to ask who. No, I think we all know there was a lot of guys that didn't play well, and there's a lot of coaches who didn't coach well last week, including myself. So I think if I have to look at the positives, that the game ended, it almost felt like the World Cup, that island pool match where we clawed ourselves back into the game, and then we didn't score at the end. And to answer your question there, I thought the guys that came on brought a lot of energy and brought a lot of fight, which after 15 minutes, we were 14-0 down, and then they only scored another 10 points, which is irrelevant. We lost the game, and that's the bottom line. But I do think the energy that the guys who came on maybe changed my mind, and to think, let's get some energetic guys onto the field who's never played here before. I think we're still two in the world. So, we win this game, we're back in the rugby championship mix, and we still are right in world rankings. So it's a bit of both. Obviously some players, like some coaches, some of us, disappointed. But I don't think it was through a lack of trying, though.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Percy? Nathan?
Thank you very much, Zina. Good day, Rassie and Malcolm. Rassie, quite a youthful backline. Must be pleasing to call back Jasper, and I'm sure he's ready to put in a good performance.
Bring back.
Sorry, we couldn't hear the name, man. Sorry, calling back?
I'm pretty sure it's pleasing to call back Jasper Witzer back in the lineup, and I'm pretty sure he's keen to put in a good performance.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you said the back line. Yes, no, yeah, no. Oh, look, yeah, Jasper. Yeah, Jasper's son has been training he's not professional player, he's professional trainer. For the last 8 weeks, he's just been training. So we're very happy to have him back. And I know everybody talked about the eighth man crisis. I really thought when, Sia did a great job in the first game until he injured his knee. And I thought Sia was did really well last weekend. And Kwagga does well when he comes on. And now having Jasper back is obviously a massive plus. I think he probably won't go the full 80, but it's great to have him back into the mix. He's always been one of our standout players. And yeah, a big test match, we will need him.
Is that my name, Zina?
Sorry,
apologies, Zina, sometimes, good morning, gentlemen. Sorry, Zina, sometimes we can't hear when you call out the names. Good morning. Rassie, kan ek jou vra? Meneer Rasmus, ek wil net terug verder, eerstens goeie naam daar by julle. Refer to jou wees. Jy het Saterdag aangesê daar gaan 'n paar veranderings wees. Jy het vandag dit wel aangedui vandag openbaar gemaak. Kan ek jou vra, hoe verwag jy Percival Young as 'n joernalis moet hierdie heelwat veranderings interpreteer? Sê jy vir my die spelers wat in die eerste toets gespeel het was nie goed genoeg nie, of sê jy wil die nuwe stel spelers in 'n drukkoker plaas sodat hulle ook weet hoe voel dit om onder druk te speel teen Nieu-Seeland weg van die huis af?
Percival Young as verslaggewer, dink ek wat ek net gesê het in Engels, en ek weet my Engels is so great nie. Die eerste ding was, het het my baie gevoel soos die Ierland toets in die World Cup pool waar ons regtig goed teruggeveg het en ek dink op die einde van die game, jy weet, was daar 7 punte in die wedstryd en dan sou dit 'n draw gewees het, maar geen verskonings in enige way dat ons onsself die game gekos het en dat ons nie wees waar ons moes wees nie. So eerstens, ja, ons wou 'n klomp ouens hierdie ervaring gegee het in Nieu-Seeland. Ons gaan nie volgende jaar die geleentheid hê nie, ons gaan hulle 4 keer speel, maar nie 1 keer is in Nieu-Seeland nie, en dan die jaar van die World Cup speel ons hulle 2 keer hierso in Nieu-Seeland, maar dan sou baie naby in die World Cup en nou gaan waarskynlik nie so groot kanse vat om squads te rotate nie. So met ons wat nog in die running is vir die Rugby Championship, jy weet, as ons hierdie game wen en wie sê dalk 'n bonuspunt kry of ons sit onsself 'n punt of 2 agter hulle of self gelyk aan hulle, dan het ons 2 games oor teen Argentinië tuis en in Londen. So ons voel die energie wat aan die einde gebring is deur die ouens wat opgekom het gewerk beter as in die vorige games. En ja, daarom dink ons ook die energie van 'n klomp manne wat vir die eerste keer hierso speel. So 'n kombinasie van die twee per se. Ek hoop dit verduidelik het. François?
Yes, hi Rassie en welkom. Net om aan te sluit by Percy Rassie, ek weet nou die weerstoestande, verwag julle weerstoestande om bietjie beter te wees as op in Auckland, waar julle dalk bietjie meer open game, soos die mense maar noem toe in die bal speel, en kan 'n mens sê is bietjie 'n high risk, high reward approach waar julle ook kyk om daai bonuspunt te jaag?
Ons het die weer nog heeltemal verkeerd gehad. Ek weet nie wat Charles die weervoorspellings kry nie, maar die vorige week het hulle gesê het gaan heel week reën, toe is die heel week droog en toe sê hulle dit gaan droog wees in die game en toe reën dit in die game en hulle het gesê het gaan vandag reën, maar dit glad nie gereën nie. So hulle apparently gaan dit van môre af reën tot Saterdag, maar ons voel Sasha kan in reën weer speel, ons voel Kobus kom van Montpellier af, hy kan dit doen, Grant kom van die Kaap af, Damian Willemse kom van die Kaap af, as dit nat is, die hele, wat sy naam, Ethan kom van Durban af, waar die hele tyd sweterig en natterig is, Fassie kom van Durban af, en so, ja, ek dink dit gaan nat wees Saterdag, maar ons moet shots fire om te try hierdie wedstryd te wen en vir hulle nie 'n bonuspunt eers te gee nie, wat ons weet is omtrent een van die moeilikste take daar, maar ek sal nie sê high risk, high reward nie. Ek dink al hierdie spelers wat hierso speel, wat Saterdag speel, dink ons is goed genoeg. Ons sou altyd kansse gevat het hierso, wen of verloor laas naweek. Ons het dalk nou 'n bietjie meer gevat omdat ons nou alles moet insit om terug in die rugby kampioenskap te gewen. So ek sal nie sê high risk, high reward nie. Ek sal net sê hierdie ouens verdien om 'n goeie kans teen hulle te kry.
Dankie Rassie.
Wat reg. Grant.
Thanks, Russ. I just wanted to ask you in terms of the evolution of the Springbok team, if you could compare and contrast it to 2021, 2 years out from the 2023 World Cup. Do you see any similarities and differences? Obviously, peaking for the World Cup is the main goal, I'm sure.
Yeah, no. Firstly, winning every match is quite important for us. Or trying to win, or attempt, or plan to win every match is the most important thing. Now, I think after this weekend we're going to be eight games into the season. I don't know if I'm 100% right, but it looks like we're still number 2 in the world rankings wise. If I'm correct, I think we're 0.7 or something. I don't know if World Rugby has updated it or not. I just checked. So it looks like we're still number 2 in the world. So, if we get through this game and we win the game, we will either be number 1 or 2 in the world, I guess. And then it's after 8 games, and then we're halfway through the season. So, the big goal is to build squad depth. And as I said last week, that is introducing youngsters, sometimes with some senior players, introducing the youngsters at different venues, introducing youngsters at other opposition who's really good, number 1 in the world, in their home field, under pressure, with crowd pressure, and then slowly seeing how they develop. A guy like Fasty, this is the next stage for him developing. A guy like Sasha has played against New Zealand last year, but that was at home. Damian Willemse coming back, hasn't played at 12 for a while, getting him back into the mix. So it's try to balance it whilst winning, because I know the only thing that makes us all happy is winning. But there's a bit of an eye on the future without forgetting the present.
Hello, Rassie. Hello, Malcolm. Rassie, I hope I didn't get you in trouble with this question. But and firstly, I want to make a statement. I think this is why the Springboks lost. I think you lost because you didn't take your opportunities and made some crucial mistakes. But it just seemed in the last 5 minutes like the referee was almost afraid to punish New Zealand a little bit. It's like he didn't want to be responsible to end this magical win streak. It's almost like he withdrew from the game a little bit. So I guess my question is, did you make a nice video to send back to Joel Jutke? A little review video, and is it a bit concerning, when the pressure just gets to the guys a little bit?
No, since there's been protocols in place since 2022, we are really comfortable with how we can send stuff in how it's been handled, and since there's protocols, we can accept that referees are human and pressure might sometimes get to them. We just, with Jaco Paper here and Felix Jones, we follow the protocols now. Since there is protocols or are protocols in place, which wasn't in place in 2021. I'm sure New Zealand will have some questions, and we'll have some questions, and we send that in, and we're really satisfied with the answers we get back. And then we either adapt what we can do with the answers we get from World Rugby, from Joel and his team, Phil Davies and so on. And then we adapt, and we even change team selection sometimes because there's a protocol in place. And again, we just followed that protocol in this game. And of course, there's pressure on referees, non-biased, which just sometimes the occasion gets to them. But I'm not saying that was the case on Saturday. I think there was mistakes both sides. I hope that's a politically correct answer.
Yeah, thank you, Rassie.
No problem.
Did you say Craig, Zina? Sorry.
Craig.
Yeah, hi, morning, guys. So, evening. Malcolm, maybe for you, just Rassie's had he can maybe jump in too, but it seems from the outside the lineouts have been struggling a little bit. Can you give us your take on the lineout situation? It seems like gaps aren't maintained, and that's not on you, that's on the officials. As one of the problems looking from the outside in, but Can you shed any more light why it feels like the Springbok lineout isn't pairing as well as it has been in the past?
I think I've also got to take some form of responsibility for it. I've got to get the ball in right, make sure I'm hitting it in the right areas where it's been called. It's also down to good contesting at the same time. I think the All Blacks prepped really, really well, especially on our four-man. And yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due. But for me, I think I need to make a personal step up in making sure that I'm a bit more accurate.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I'll send out the recording shortly. We are taking questions from the floor now. Thank you very much for joining us and have a good evening.
Yes.
Springboks gave a 14-point lead in Auckland, and it's going to be hard to come back against any All Black team if you give them a 14-point lead on their hallowed ground. With me today again is Gavin Rich and Nick Mallet. Guys, welcome. Nick, let's start with you. Just your thoughts on the test. That 14-point the lead was deadly at the end of the day.
Yeah. Morning to both of you. I think overall, it's just a sense of disappointment at a missed opportunity. I think this is a good team and a really good coaching squad that put everything into this game. And to start out the match with two individual errors from your most experienced players virtually was really disappointing. It's hard to say what happened to Willie there because it was the most incomprehensible thing to. I think he slipped actually. I think the guy took a very good cross kick. He dived and caught the ball. And I don't know whether Willie was watching the ball or watching the attacker, but as he got to him, he sort of slipped and fell over him. And you know, obviously you can't fall on a player on the ground, but the field was slippery, so but it was just deadly, you know, because once he was on the ground, the guy just got up and ran over to score. So, you know, he had to control his speed. He had to slow down. He had to ensure that he tackled the guy if he wasn't going to get the ball. That was the first one. The second one was a very clever move off the back of a line-out. It really was. They dummied a jump at the back, and we contested at the back. So our last guy was lifting our jump in the line-out. We had one guy roaming the hooker. And, you know, they played a very nice sort of, you know, a guy on the outside and then back and to Wilton, who just tore through and scored. It was beautifully done. Timing was excellent. But you're 100% right, Brendan. You know, you're 14 points down at Eden Park, most difficult place to beat the All Blacks, and it's a hell of a fight back. I thought we did. We knuckled down the next 60 minutes. I thought we were with them. Stupid mistakes allowed them back into the game. From the kickoff, that obstruction was really disappointing. You know, obviously the yellow card to Kwacha was also disappointing, allowing them to get a foothold in our 22 and then score their try. But to fight back with Reinach and Marx's try and then right at the end to be on their line, you know, obviously we can talk about the referee. With decisions there as well at the end, which didn't work for us. But that generally does happen when you play away from home. So but all is not lost. I did think we'd win one of the two, and I was out of two, but that perhaps was just a little bit overconfidence on our behalf.
Yeah, I'd agree with everything Nick said there. Just you know, talking about that, you said that we would win one of the two. I've always sort of felt that like there was too much emphasis put on this Eden Park test. There was like it was almost like this was the only game actually that was going to be played. But going to Wellington and let's be honest, which result do you always remember the longest? You remember the most recent one. So if the Boks win Saturday, they will go home. They will go home feeling confident, and they'll go home feeling happy. But I think it's very important for the Boks to win on Saturday because what I'm starting to pick up I mean, from watching the games and also just hearing talk around the camp is that there seems to have been a little bit of a sort of loss of self-belief to me. I mean, there have been many occasions in the last couple of years where you watch a BOK team and they're in a situation like they were on Saturday and you sort of think, well, they'll still dig themselves out of it. But to me, it was almost like we were stepping back in time. We were going back to a time where we conspired against ourselves. We kept on making mistakes every time we try to get back in the, and I kept on thinking we're back in the Heineke Meyer era, or we're back maybe more probably in the Alistair Coetzee era, or even before that. that we're suddenly in New Zealand. And there's another thing. Sorry, it's just thinking on the hoof here. There's another thing that we never really mentioned in the build-up, or certainly myself and you did, Brendan, was that what we might be forgetting is that the Boks, because they no longer play Super Rugby, not as familiar with New Zealand as they used to be. And the guys used to go to Eden Park, and yes, they'd never won there in a Springbok jersey, but a lot of franchise teams used to win at Eden Park back in the day. So it's a whole new thing now. I mean, because we never made the semi-final. I mean, we never made it to Auckland in 2011. Okay, we did have a subsequent game there in 2013. I was forgetting the Bismarck test. So we've only played there once in the last 12 years. And recently, because of COVID, we've only been to New Zealand once before now, and that was when we were at Mount Smart 2 years ago, which was a very similar game to this. New Zealand hit us early. Remember, we looked shell-shocked. Even more so in that game. We looked shell-shocked in that game. And it's almost like I sort of was sitting there on Saturday, and I was sort of thinking, well, they need 20 minutes to sort of get used to playing in New Zealand again. The previous game that we'd played in New Zealand was in the build-up to the 2019 World Cup, was that draw in Wellington, which is a long time ago now, 6 years. So we've actually played twice in the last 6 years. And before that, we used to play all the time. We had players in our team that went there. They played 3 games a year in New Zealand sometime, and plus the test match would be 4 times. So there was a lot of familiarity then. I think now that's why I've always been confident that we'll win this weekend again in Wellington, because we would have found our feet. We would be back in New Zealand. What is just important is, and we're going to know quite soon, because there just mustn't be any panic. I'm just a bit concerned that we're not winning those clutch moments. We're not winning those big moments anymore. And to me, and this obviously was a perception that started in Cape Town, to me that maybe we kept on talking about Ellis Park as a nightmare. Maybe it was more of a nightmare to the Boks than we think. There's
no question. You spoke about a bit of loss of belief. I can't imagine what must have gone through those twice World Cup winners playing in the Boks side in that first test against Australia when they scored 38 unanswered points. It's just something that's never happened to those players in the last 5-6 years under Rassie. So it was almost like that first 30 minutes against England. Remember when we played England at Ellis Park and we came back and won it 21 points up in no time at all. And everyone was thinking, what the hell's going on here? Aren't we supposed to be a decent rugby team? And it was just shell-shocked, the team, and to come back from that, it wasn't a good enough performance in Cape Town to re-establish that belief, and then to go to Eden Park, which is go to New Zealand any time is very tough, and if we ever beat them, we usually beat them by only a score, not much more than that. Usually about if we get to 7 points ahead, that's a good result in New Zealand. So you can't afford any errors. You can't afford any mistakes. And in this game, there were just so many clutch moments. The ball off the top to Grant Williams that he knocked on, he just looked up. There was an obstruction, going in 2 players just in front of the ball in their 22 when we had some real momentum. We lost a couple of lineouts at key situations where I think we were already thinking about what attacking move we were going to do. So what we're doing at the moment is the back line are wanting a certain lineout in order to place certain loose forwards in the back line to form an attacking strategy. And so they're dictating the lineouts. And when I was chatting to Victor Matfield, which was really interesting, he's fascinated. He's just brilliant on lineouts. He said, the most important thing when you're struggling in lineouts is to go to a full lineout, because you have 3 options all the time, and they usually only have 2 pods defending against you. So if you have a good caller, you're always going to be throwing on an area that isn't protected by their two blocks of jumpers. And I looked at a lot of the times, we were trying to do a 5-man lineout or a 4-man lineout with a guy out, and I knew in the midfield that we were going to do, and then subsequent moves after that, which was more, playing towards our attack. But anyway, that is the evolution that we get to. We're wanting to compete. We're not miles, start. 14. Not miles off that last 60. Wasn't it that? if you know, it'll be remiss not to go against the inconsistencies of the refereeing decisions. It was you know, we played their scrum off when the ball was out, and he penalised us and yellow carded one of our players. But they played our scrum off when the ball was out, and he just said the ball's out. You can play the scrum off if the ball's out. So you know, they're two very similar situations. If the ball's out, you can play the scrum off. So we shouldn't have been penalised. And there were situations at the scrum time when, you know, we were clearly going forward on Ox's side, and the ball collapsed, the scrum collapsed, and he said play away from the back of the scrum for the All Blacks, which is, you can't get scrum dominance if their guy collapses. So, you know, you have to stay up in the scrum, and so we weren't getting, you know, full credit for our dominance in the scrum. So it was tricky. And we were hammering away on their line right at the end of the game. So, as I say, we're not miles away. I agree with you, Gav. I don't think there needs to be a lot of panic here. We need to just knuckle down and start perhaps a little bit more confidently, fewer mistakes and individual mistakes, obviously, not collective mistakes. But if we can do that in Wellington, I think we've got a very good chance.
Well, you used the word evolution, which I was pleased about. You used the word, sorry, Brent, just the word evolution, because, you know, I always hear around this debate that, yes, suddenly the attack coach is a lot more important in the whole setup. So that may impact other areas of the game. But when you say evolution, would you agree that it's a necessary evolution, that we do need to go through, and I've used this expression before, growing pains, and that, you know, it is part of the process. We couldn't keep our game. I mean, okay, if we were 14-0, if we were 14-0 down before, then it was game over.
Exactly.
Now we can fight back. Would you agree with that?
Exactly. No, absolutely. And understand too, laws have been the laws have been not changed completely, but adapted a little bit to mitigate against our strengths. I mean, perhaps it is a World Rugby a decision to tell the referees we don't want reset scrums and penalties at scrums. So if the ball's at the back at number 8, you know, don't worry about a collapsed scrum. And if they've said that, you know, then that's taking away a lot of our strength, which is the powerful front row and the bomb squad coming on and dominating. You know, the maul, you can sort of swim through a maul, you know, you can stay where you were. You know, you suddenly find players in all sorts of strange positions with ball. So the mauls aren't becoming as effective, and we were very good at that. And just in terms of our physicality, you know, if we are only going to be playing one pass rugby, it's very easy to defend against us. I mean, even New Zealand, France, England, anyone will be able to front up against us. So we have to have the ball out the back. We have to have the variety, the flat cross kick, the chip over the top. You have to have the Tony Brown influences to be able to create doubt in the defender's mind as to what we're going to do. And it's just a question of us getting those calls right, getting the decisions, when to put the chip over, when to put the cross kick in, when to play out the back. If we get those decisions right, then we're going to be a very, very effective team.
Nick, I was going to come in and just say that, I mean, what you said also about the referee and that, and before the time, you said also how the doubt can creep into a team like that. What is interesting to me is I think for once, once in the last couple of games, Rassie got that bomb squad particularly right. The backline players in particular were exceptionally good in that second half. And I think we probably came out, even though we lost the game, I think the way we finished that game, and even though the ref coached them in the rucks, there was one terrible ruck where the guy was lying over the ball. I think we've come out with a lot more confidence there, and that might be just good enough maybe to erase that Ellis Park thing, because I still think there were a lot of nightmares of that one going into this game as well.
No, Brendan, your point about it wasn't the bomb squad, the replacements that came on, because I actually thought the one error we made was not getting low on the field early enough. I think if you got him on at half time, we could see that Ox was dominating on his side, but unfortunately Thomas wasn't getting dominance on the tight head side. And what was happening was the scrum was turning to the left. It was going ahead on the left-hand side, and it looked like Ox was scrumming around, which he wasn't. He was just getting on top of his guy. So we weren't going forward on the tight head side. And as soon as we got Wilco Low on, geez, that one scrum was dead. And if we can get, you know, there's nothing a ref can do. He can't say play away at the back if you're getting the dominance like that. I mean, Kwagga was able to pick the ball up and run 10 yards before an All Black even touched him. We'd gone forward so fast in that scrum. So that was the one error. I thought we could have got our tight head on quicker. And had we done so, perhaps we would have imposed ourselves a bit more on the game in that aspect, in the scrummaging aspect. But otherwise, you're 100%. I thought Reinach did really well. I thought Sasha added a snap and a crackle. I thought also that is a hooker is such a confident young man. He's going to be very, very good for us. But even Boan Venter, I mean, the guys who were inexperienced, they all had a big impact. Loert, Boan, and Henrik Wessels, they're good players. They're really good players. So that made a big difference when they came on. And I think there was a better blend of attack. Funny enough, it just looked like Grant had got a bit flustered. They were having a go at him around the rucks. As you said, the ref was allowing a bit of a mess at the breakdown. And he was under a bit of pressure from the lineouts, the tap ball in the lineouts. And I just thought that knock-on probably shook him a little bit from the lineout when he knocked off the ball off the top. So I thought when Reinach came on, he did provide a lot of clarity and a lot of calmness there that made a difference.
Brendan, I thought Russie could maybe have even brought Sasha on a little bit earlier once we were chasing the game. I mean, that's a benefit of hindsight, which obviously is always a perfect science. Just because I thought Sasha was really good when he came on, and he's the guy there to sort of, when you're chasing a game, I think he's almost like the perfect guy to have on the field, because then suddenly you can give him his full bundle of tricks, and he can be the sort of the Glenn Maxwell, and if you're talking cricket, bring out your reverse sweeps early and do all that. And I thought, I mean, look, we're going to have the Springbok team announced quite soon, but I do think, and again, he came on, where would you play him? But I think he is deserving of quite a lot of minutes in the BOK jersey. And if Russie backed him at fly half last year at Ellis Park in that huge test, which was the equivalent of the Eden Park test last year in South Africa, he backed him then there's probably no reason why you shouldn't back him going forward. Of course, we're going to get overtaken by the Springbok team announcement, but I just felt that maybe if Sasha had been on just a little bit earlier, we might even have got more out of that game.
Yeah. What do you think about Willie, and what do you think about Marks? Both of them, I think, are well below their normal playing ability at the moment. I'm not sure what's happening there. Willie I think he was shaken by that mistake he made. But Marks has been consistently below par in terms of his key skills throwing in, and getting the throw in right. So I think he's down to 70% or something like that of his line-out throwing. And he's such a good player, I'm just not sure what's going on there. So is he carrying an injury?
Yeah, I did hear before the Cape Town test that he was carrying an injury, and that if it wasn't such an important game, he might have. That was what I heard from around the camp. So I think he might still be carrying it. When it comes to Willie, myself and Brendan chatted on Saturday, and we had slightly different views, because he did recover, and Brendan pointed out that he did do some good things later in the game. I just sort of feel that it's time that the Boks did, given that we've got Fussy and we've got Damien Wellington, who's an amazing rugby player. If you're chasing a game and you've got you can use it. Well, but if you've got Damien and you've got Sasha on the same field, you've got so much. To me, it's I hate saying this, because it's not something that, to me, it almost. I sometimes watch Willie and I almost sort of think that he doesn't actually want to be there. It's like, I don't know, it's a difficult thing to explain, but he almost looks a little bit like a deer in the headlights sometimes, or maybe he's always been like that. I don't know. But if I was Willie, and you're at this stage of your career, you're going to New Zealand, I might sort of think to myself, well, jeepers, I'll go there and I'll help the guys out. I don't really want to be starting the test in Eden Park. I've won 2 World Cups already. Who needs that pressure? And sometimes when I watch them, I sort of feel like that. I mean, I know that's an unfair thing to say, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying he's scared. That's not what I'm saying, because no rugby player who goes onto the field. No. But to me, he just looks a little bit like, he's a little bit more gun shy than he used to be. Towards the end of his cricket career, I mean, there were people who disputed this. Towards the end of his cricket career, I felt that Jacques Kallis wasn't picking up the bouncer anymore. He didn't quite. So when he eventually retired from cricket, remember, suddenly it was an up thing. I remember thinking that I'm not surprised at that, because you could sort of feel that he just wasn't quite sure that there were weaknesses going into.
You've been there, you've done it all.
So do you think that it's possible with Willie? I don't know.
I think his job has been to bring through those two players you mentioned, Fussy and now suddenly he's back in the number one spot, and we were asking him for his experience and for the best he can give. And he's basically, I think, not checked out, but he's been sort of coaching, I think, a bit of that, and really been contributing from the side in terms of giving those guys, really good strategic, the positional play that they have to have, and when they should counterattack, how they should be talking to their wingers in order to, make sure that the three guys at the back remain connected on defence. So he was giving all that information, and even with the Bulls, he was doing similar things, and then he had to move to fly half. So it is an interesting thing, but I think possibly with him, it is time now to move on to one of the other two and make sure that they are up and running by 2027 and give them as much time as possible.
And just on the hooker, we were talking about Malcolm, because I also found myself saying this late in the evening. I actually stayed in Durban at the weekend. I was at Saracens were in town, and so I was speaking to some of the Sharks coaches and that. And I have a feeling that Malcolm's best day. Okay, there was that exception at Nelspruit where he won the game. I think it was his 100th game he started, and he won 50th or 100th game, and he started and he sort of won the game for us. And then we all attacked Jacques Nienaber the following week, because he had Malcolm playing off the bench. But what we forget is that Joseph Dweba was the starting hooker that day and not Bongi. And I think that Bongi's days might be done. But I'm not entirely sure that Malcolm's role isn't still, at some stage, if we get a hooker that we can back to sort of start the game, that it would be, because then we've got a proper box squad. When Malcolm comes onto the field to bring impact in the second half, I think that if you look back and you look at his most effective games for the Boks, often it is in that role.
Yeah. I mean, Bongi. The fact that we haven't found a replacement for Bongi yet has been a real issue. Jan Hendrik playing loose head and then playing, trying to be one of these rotating players. I think we need a backup. We need two specialist hookers of top quality, two specialist tight heads of top quality, and the same at loose head. Then we can still have that powerful effect when the bomb squad, when the front row come on and the extra lock comes on. So it probably, I think it could be Wessels. It could be him. They use Probela a little bit, and I'm not sure who else has played. You've got on this tour, they've got who's the guy who plays for Scarlets? They've got him there. Yeah, that's right. So Marcus, what's his name? Marius or Marcus? Sorry,
Marius. Van der
Manus van der Merwe.
Sorry, you went a blank thing.
Yeah.
Can you guys still see me? Because I've
yes.
Yeah,
we can see you.
I've got a blank head.
Yeah, I was going to say also I heard that Jan Hendrik was going to play in Cape Town, possibly going to start. That was the original plan before they lost in Joburg. And then obviously he had the clash of heads with Eben, so he had got concussed, so he was out there. So that might have been the plan to bring him through a bit more there. The other thing as well, I think, sometimes you spoke a bit earlier about it, Nick, about how the guys were so shell-shocked in Joburg. I think part of it is that, I mean, if you look on Saturday, the All Blacks caught us out at the breakdown. They flooded the breakdown. Now, of course, a good side would probably see that the opportunity, more guys in the breakdown, there must be space somewhere else that you can exploit, obviously. Yeah. But the fact that Grant got rattled there as well, we were struggling to handle that as well. So Russie's not going to throw away Grant in one game because he is probably their number one scrum half. But I could probably see somebody like Faf coming into that team might be just tactically a bit better in the second test. Or Kobus Reinhardt.
Getting a bit. It is. You've hit the nail on the head. It is the quality of ball you're getting. Gives you that opportunity to, as a scrum half, to take better decisions. I mean, if you're rushed there and under pressure and you're trying to scrabble the ball out with your hands, and there's someone, there's a guy looming over you waiting for you to grab your jersey. You're not as calm with your box kicks and with your decisions as you normally are. So you're going back to the Italy game. Italy put us under pressure when they flooded the breakdown. We complained that the ref didn't referee it properly. I thought Australia were very good at the breakdown against us in Joburg and also in Cape Town. And again, it's happened here. So a lot of sides are going hard at the breakdown against us. They're putting in 2 or 3 players because they'd rather have slow ball, get us to have slow ball of that breakdown. Even if they lose it, they'd rather that ball is as slow as possible. They make a mess of that breakdown so that we don't get that rhythm and that momentum that makes us such a very, very difficult team to stop. In those first 20 minutes in that Australian game, they didn't slow our ball down. And when they don't slow our ball down and we're getting ball on the front foot, then we're very, very hard to stop. So I think that's one of the tactics teams are using against us. Heavy contesting and counter-racking at the breakdown, to the extent that even the last breakdown of the game, they counter-racked us and took the ball. Admittedly, we were playing behind the advantage line a lot, but that is what teams are going to do against us, to slow our ball down.
Yeah, I was going to say that they did that extremely well, but it also worried me is the way how we've been caught out. I mean, we tried that line-out move again on Saturday in the middle of the field again. It didn't work. It just seems like the Boks have been, maybe it's because there's that hangover of Ellis Park, but it just seems that the All Blacks came with a couple of plans, which we expected them to do to counter our strengths, and we didn't adapt very well. And I think that's also a bit of a worry to me. And Gavin and I spoke about it on Saturday. It just seems this team's taking a bit longer to adapt, and maybe that's because they're not getting set-piece dominance and they're not getting their ball like they're normally doing. But it is a frustration. So.
Well, going back to far fewer scrum penalties, which used to give us, we used to get 6 a game, which used to give us entries and exits for free. And then we were right up at 90% in our lineups, and we'd contest well and win a couple of the opposition. So you're 100% right. Our set pieces are not as clinical as they used to be, and teams, there's no question they've worked out our rush defense. The cross kick to Nawara, I think his name is, the guy on the wing who scored, was really well done as well. It wasn't our first receiver off the line; it was second. I think they played a forward. Ardie Savea played the scrum off, who then played behind the back of a centre coming short, played Barrett. And when you have 2 passes, it brings up the winger that much closer, because we're coming in to close down the wide space, and that left Billy completely isolated on his own. If they kick from the first receiver, our wing can still stay relatively wide, and he doesn't have to come in quickly. But when it's off second receiver, it's very, very hard for that winger to stay out wide for the cross kick. He's got to come in and close down. So teams are working out how we defend, and they're working out what moves to do to exploit space. And that's what we've got to do. I mean, that's why Tony Brown is such a good coach. Once Tony Brown can actually analyze opposition well enough to say, okay, if we win our first phase ball, on our terms, then these are the areas we need to attack, because this is the way this team defends, and this is the space we can find. But that takes time, and it does take time. And as you say, we are taking a bit of time. It's not in our DNA, quite frankly. For quite a long time, we've been playing direct rugby. Right from when Rassie first took the team, it was route one and box kicks and great defense and massive effort at scrum time and first phase. And teams weren't used to this and our defensive system with Jacques and Nina, but they hadn't seen it before. Now teams are evolving and they're getting better, and you just have to evolve with it. We've got to get better ourselves.
The one thing we mustn't forget as well is that we sort of look back and we say, well, last year New Zealand came to South Africa and we won twice. We were unlucky maybe not to beat Ireland, but if you look back and even we go back to the World Cup, it's not like we've been running over everybody. And that New Zealand series last year, we were very concerned for most. We sat next to each other in that Ellis Park game last year, Brennan, and there was a time you thought the game was gone. I didn't think so, because I believed in that mental strength that I mentioned earlier on. And maybe that's the sort of quantum difference between now and then. Because I remember sitting there and thinking the Boks will come back, even though they were 10 points behind with 12 minutes to go. It was just something about that Boks team, because they were the masters not this weekend.
No, this weekend, Gavin and I were talking on WhatsApp during the game, and at some point, when we before we got that last try, I said we're going to get a late try against us. We're going to probably lose 27-10 or something like that, because that's normally, I've seen this movie before. That's happened in the past in all Black games, and it wouldn't be a fair reflection of the rest of the game. But and Gav said no, it's going to be a draw. So we tend to be very different.
I had a funny thing. I wasn't brave enough to predict that in my supersport.com preview, but for some reason I always just had a feeling it was going to be a draw. I was at a draw in that stadium in 1994, maybe it was, and I remember the other All Black result that wasn't perfect there was against the Lions in 2017 when they drew.
Yeah.
I just always had a feeling that it was going to be one of those games where it was just like so near yet and yet so far, because the All Blacks would have then defended their fortress, but it was a draw. But it would have been like one of those sort of like weird, like anticlimactic things. And I just had that feeling, and I still had that feeling until quite late in the game. In fact, until Ardie Savea basically sort of ended it for us. But just saying, like, we're talking about evolution now, and Brendan, you and I chatted after the Cape Town test against them last year. I remember I think the headline of our podcast thing was growing pains or something like that. I just feel that we will continue to go through sort of those growing pains. And it wasn't, I mean, one of the big sources for hope I think for South Africans in this last game is that, you know, we keep saying that they came back well and everything, and we sort of like going back into the old era in a way of like sort of celebrating a close defeat. But, you know, the reality is that we probably couldn't have got more wrong than we got at in a sense against us. We went there, we played Santa Claus to the All Blacks. Like, we were sort of like, you guys must need some self-respect back. Yeah, you can. We'll give you a chance. I can't see them doing that again. I can't see them doing that again in Wellington, and that's why I'm so confident about Wellington. Is just because, in some ways, like the last 3 quarters of that game in Eden Park was more, and this is going to sound bizarre, is more encouraging to me than a lot of the game in Cape Town possibly last year, where I still thought the All Blacks the Boks weren't quite as good as they could have been. It sort of went back to my sort of conviction before last year's series that the Boks might win by a big score. So and Saturday I sort of started thinking, well, maybe that could happen again in the future. I mean, we were well beaten. I mean, we were beaten fairly fair and square. I mean, I agree with the misgivings about the referee and that, but we couldn't have played worse than we did in the sense of conspiring against ourselves. And yet we still were in it at the end. Yeah.
It'd be nice to see what team he picks. I think that's going to be it's going to be pretty critical. And there's no question we're coming to that time where we need a win now. We need a win because 3 losses out of 4. Then question marks about players, about age, about experience or youth over experience are all going to come through. So if we get a decent, well, not even a decent, just a 1-point win, if we get a win on Saturday at Wellington, it'll put us back on the road again. And I think that's, I did hope that Argentina would beat Australia once, and I'm hoping that we're going to beat New Zealand once. And I think this competition's still got a long way to go. I hope so, because I think there are 4 very good teams and 4 teams developing differently at different stages in their careers. And ours is trying to hang on to greatness. All Blacks are getting back to greatness, and the Australians from nowhere, getting respect, and Argentina just making sure that everyone understands that they're one of the top 4 teams in the world. They're a really good side. So there's so much still to come in this competition, and this next Saturday is wide open.
Nick, don't you think that there's a time that we might be heading towards? Sorry, we might be heading towards like a wider sort of decision that might be made at some stage. And this is going to sound very left field, but you can probably relate to this after you took your team to win a Grand Slam before a World Cup year in 1998, and in the end, you probably sort of look back with regret that you didn't do what the All Blacks did several years later by almost like sending a second string team for some games and a first string team, resting some of the players. And I just sort of felt like, I think a lot of us we're critical of the French when they sent an understrength team to New Zealand. But like when you look at it, maybe it's sort of unavoidable if you're going to be, and there is some merit. I mean, Jake did it. Jake White did it in 2006. He sent a second string. I know he got into trouble when he was brought home, but I mean, South African rugby was, let's not go into how South African rugby was right in those days. But, Jake did it in 2006. He hardly had any of his World Cup winners play against England at the end of 2006 that were there in 2006 in the World Cup. And I just sort of feel that maybe we are getting to a point now where our top players aren't getting an off season. As I say, I've just been in Durban last week. I mean, John Plumtree never sees the Sears and those guys for a proper off season. So when do they ever get an off season? Exactly. At some stage, wouldn't it be an idea to offer them a window and say, listen, you guys are having a couple of months off now. You actually are having an off season or pre-season. You can come back to the Sharks in January or whatever. I know it's difficult because the Sharks own them a lot,
Yeah.
Do you think we might be heading towards that point?
We have to. No, we absolutely have to. South Africa is probably in the one country in the position where we play all year round, because we got the Northern Hemisphere, we're now franchise rugby, and we're still in the Southern Hemisphere in a national with the rugby championship. Top players are playing. If they had to play every game that they've signed up for, they would play every single month. And I know that South African rugby's got a 6-week window they have to take, but I'm much more in favour of what you've just said, which is 2 months. Take 2 months off, finish the rugby championship. And when will that be? In September, so October, November. But then you've got to go on the Northern Hemisphere tour, and then you've got to say to yourself, what sort of team would you take then if you're giving everyone, resting everyone? So is it then that you rest them, or do you rest them when they come back after that until mid-February maybe? But they have to have our players. Our top players have to have a 2-month window to rest, and that's what John Dobson's done with the Stormers URC players. He said it's just not possible to compete in the Currie Cup and in URC and in the European Cup with the same group of players. Even if you've got 25 and you rotate them, you get an injury every game. Now it's such is the toughness of the sport that you need a big squad and you need to rest players. So you're 100% right. We're gonna have to move out of this all year round. The season that is trying to cope with the Southern Hemisphere season and the Northern Hemisphere season.
Yeah, no, the realignment of the seasons and whatever happens going forward with the rugby championships is up to the administrators, and Rassie and the Springbok management have no sort of say over that, and the rugby department at SA Rugby doesn't have too much say over that. But what they do have say over is when they select their players and for a BOK tour. So it might be if Rassie wants to be proactive, he might be able to say, well, at the end of the year, listen, we might take a hit, but I'm sending a young team. I'm leaving these experienced players at home. They're not going on tour because they're going to go and have. Because I do feel I do have a bit of a sympathy with the franchises in this country as well. I mean, they pay 65% of the BOK salary, and already they don't see that much of them, or not as much as they should. I mean, Regulation 9 goes out of the window in this country. We organise an extra test against Japan. So so I think it's very much up to Rassie and the Springboks to find that resting period, and maybe that would also serve the purpose of bringing in new players that they can have a look at. I mean, obviously some experienced players there. I mean, I mentioned Jake earlier taking that young team in 2006 to England, and I think it was Ireland. It was Ireland and England. That tour, but they did have, if I remember correctly, they had John Smith there still as the captain, and Johan Ackerman, who played for the while, but experienced guys were there. I think they have. I'm not talking about sending it completely out the window and us send us France and Ireland. Obviously, I'm a big believer that every test is important. But just if we are sort of looking ahead and we want to preserve the older players, something has to give at some stage. And I don't know if it can give at franchise level, because those guys are already paying too much for players they don't see enough of.
Guys, I think we're going to leave it there. We're going to go straight into a Springbok press conference soon to the team announcement. Nick, thank you for giving us your time again, and enjoy your travels. We're enjoying the tour of the different hotel and guest rooms that you're staying in. So we'll chat again hopefully after this week.
Lovely chatting to you guys.
Thanks, Gav. We'll chat to you guys later.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay. Cheers.
Hey guys, just the Springbok team's been announced. What a team! Certainly not something we'd expected, not something we would have predicted, or I would have predicted at all for the second test. I know Rassie said on Saturday he was probably going to make some changes, but I think most of us are a bit stunned by that. What a bold team! What a really, really bold team that he selected, and Well, Project 2027 is alive and well. This is definitely going to be a backline that probably, in a couple of people's minds, could be the team for 2027. Obviously, some of the double World Cup winners are still going to be around, but this is certainly a team for the future, a backline. And when last did you see a Springbok team without Eben Etzebeth for a test? Without Andre Pollard, without Jesse Creel, without Damien Delendo, without all of them at once? Usually there's been a couple of them, and I think that's one of the concerns, is maybe there is a lack of leadership in this team, but it's extremely exciting. A lot of talent in this team, and a lot of, one of those teams that can go very well and hit their straps, but it can be also one of those teams that things can go horribly wrong as well. So, it's interesting. We've got to think that there must be method in the madness. I'm sure Rassie would do that. His view said in the press conference straight afterward his team announcement that he was looking to a team to put some of these players under pressure in New Zealand, because they'd only played the All Blacks in New Zealand again in 2 years' time in the World Cup year. So you can understand this is a pressure test. It's a pressure cooker for the guys, and they want to see how they're going to do. So certainly one that stunned us. I've got to give him that. And the Rassie keeps on surprising us, I suppose. I think the first thing to say, though, is that there's obviously was a disappointment on Saturday. The way the Boks let the All Blacks get a 14-point start, and that through mistakes by some of your most experienced players. And Nick Miller talks a lot about this in his chat with us on Talking Boks, which should be up pretty shortly as well. Just thought it's easy to get this video up first because the team's just been named to try and get it out as quickly as possible. But Nick does talk about that quite a bit in that. So have a watch that if you haven't already. Just looking at that, I think that disappointment over there, because the Boks did come back well. They did show the fortitude, and those guys on the bench really did exceptionally well on Saturday. So to fight back, it wasn't enough. The All Blacks still were deserved winners, and I thought it was pretty decent second half performance by the Springboks there. But they'd lost it in the first half. So, and again, I'm not going to entertain any conspiracies, but referees and stuff, decisions go for you and decisions go against you in the game. You got to deal with what you can deal. What the Boks can deal with is their own mistakes, which they can sort out as well over the next week as well. The amount of obstructions, the amount of missed lineouts, the amount of missed opportunities, handling errors has been a problem for a while now for the Springboks. So this is certainly a very bold team that they've selected. Siya Kolisi returns as captain. That's the first thing to note. And then the rest of the team, let's go through it, because it's quite a bold one going into this test. And I think there's a lot of excitement, but a little bit of concern that can also be there. Yeah, so here's the team, and what better than to see a smiling Oxen Chair there. Now, I think let's start right in the front row. Oxen Chair, Malcolm Marx, Thomas du Toit kept the same front row. Very interesting to me. I would have thought Wilco Louw should have been on there. Nick also mentioned it in his chat with us. Wilco Louw certainly made a huge difference when he came on in the second half, but maybe that's the thought, is maybe they want the scrum to finish strong. It must be a mobility thing. That's the only thing I think that Thomas du Toit could probably trump Wilco Louw. Maybe it's also just a experience thing, because Thomas du Toit's been around the team a lot longer than Wilco Louw, so maybe that's what it is. But when last did you see a team that doesn't have an Eben Etzebeth in number 4? Lood de Jager coming in at 4. Ron Nokia keeps his spot. Quite interesting, that one. That just the sheer thing of not having Eben Etzebeth in the starting lineup. There could be several reasons for this. It could be that Eben's just getting a rest, or they want to see how the team does without Eben. But for such a big game, and especially after the loss, one of the things that if they lose this one, then they've lost 3 of their 4 games in the Rugby Championship. So this is a huge game, and you'd want your big name players to be there. And the fact that Eben's not there is quite an interesting one as well. We didn't really get a chance to ask it. Unfortunately, these press conferences are quite fast, and you don't get a chance to answer a question. I certainly didn't. I had my hand up and I didn't get an opportunity. And hopefully the guys in New Zealand did ask the question. We'll see a bit later. But certainly Eben's absence is something that's really seismic in this team. Now, Lood de Jager did bring a lot of energy onto the field when he got onto the field and did very well. And Ron Nokia certainly did very well as well. So maybe there's a message there. I don't know. I'm speculating here now. We may be able to see that, and maybe there wasn't. But that's certainly something that we didn't expect. In the loose trio, Jasper Visser comes back. That was expected. I think Jasper's going to be raring to go. I hope he can keep his head, obviously, because his temper has been something that's sort of cost him in the past. But he's certainly been waiting around for 6 weeks to train and to get back involved as well. So Sia's back there as well. Sia's back as captain. I think that'll leave him with a bit of sort of good older heads there. Jasper is a guy that you need for that go forward ball. But yeah, just the loss of Eben and not seeing Eben in the Springbok team is something very interesting for most of us. Good that Peter Steph du Toit is there, and that grounds up. That loose trio looks a lot more balanced on the face of it than previously. It's going to be interesting to see how that affects the scrum as well without Eben there as well. But certainly that's the one name that's really missing there. And I think I'm not sure if we have to read into that, but certainly Eben had a quieter test in Auckland. And maybe there's nothing to it. Maybe that's just it. But that's very interesting forwards. Of course, Grant Williams struggled a bit as well. Didn't probably have his best test. And interesting that he's been dropped to the bench. I think that's probably just because Kobus Reinach one did very well coming on the second half, and also is the guy who brings a lot of experience. So maybe that's what that is more than anything. And Rossi wanted to put an older head next to Sasha, and I think the fact that Sasha is starting is very bold, because if you're going to go and play Tony ball rugby, he's the guy. He's probably the one guy who can do it in the long term as well. So he provided a lot of energy in the second half. Andre Pollard is the banker, and it's certainly interesting not seeing Andre Pollard in a match day 23, especially against the All Blacks. You would have thought that, but I suppose the Boks have to see what they've got going ahead. It's just very high risk, high reward, or high risk game to do it in, and I think a lot of South African fans will be quite surprised at that. Another one that we haven't seen for a long time is no Jesse Kriel and no Damien de Lende in a backline. Now Damien Willems is there and Ethan Hooker. That's extremely young. I say Damien Willems and Kane Moody. Now they've both played 12 for the Boks, 12 and 13 for the Boks. Kane Moody played at 13 when the Boks had that huge win at Twickenham, scored a lovely try there as well. So they certainly can play it, but it's an interesting one because you almost feel that Damien de Lende and Jesse Kriel are the rock in the BOK team. Jesse's was captain last week. He's also the defensive captain, and he's the guy who's probably the most important to the Springboks in terms of defence. Whether that's now part of the factor, maybe the Boks just want to see where they're going with this, but it's certainly seeing him, that change in the team is very interesting as well. There's we're not used to not seeing those names in there, and it feels, while it's very exciting, Damien Willems is a guy who can win a game on his own quite easily. And Kane Moody the same. It does feel like, I don't know. It's just, I think it's exciting, but there's a bit of trepidation there as well, because on defence, how good are they as a combination? I think that's the bit of the worry as well. Looking at the back three, I mean, Cheslin Colby keeps his place there. Apelele Fassi as well. I think after Villiers' mistake there on that first try, you've got to back Fassi as much as possible, and I think the one interesting thing here is that we've got now three playmakers. Fassi's seen, anybody who watched the Tony Brown video last week that I put up, he spoke about Fassi being the second playmaker and how they want to bring him more into this. Well, now they've got three. They've got Damien Willems, who can also act as a third playmaker for them, and that's quite interesting as well. Ethan Hooker certainly has taken his chances as a guy who they believe is going to play a lot of rugby for the Springboks in future, and certainly gets a chance to impress. And he's a physical player. He'll do very well on the wing. Don't have any qualms there at all. Let's look at the bench. Marnus van der Merwe as the replacement hooker. Jan-Hendrik Wessels, of course, did very well when he came on as replacement hooker, but he's obviously replacement Lucid. Wilco Low, obviously there as well. That's an interesting front row, very young front row, or a youngish front row, an inexperienced front row coming on the second half, but certainly one that can have power and can make an impact on the field. Erge Snyman, the super sub. Kwagga Smith, 5-3 bench as well. No surprises there. Grant Williams, Mani Lebok gets another chance. And I suppose this is very much an indication that they're going to play Tony ball as well. And Andre Esthuizen, of course, Andre Esthuizen gives you the option of being a hybrid 6-2 bench as well. And he could go to the forwards as well. But certainly he's a big ball carrier and he'll make an impact as well. So interesting team all round. What are we to make of this team overall? Well, Rassie did say that he wanted to give a lot of these guys a chance to play under pressure in New Zealand, and they said they're going to find the pressure on Saturday as well. There's a lot of pressure on the Boks to return to winning ways, and Wellington has been a ground that's really been good for them in the past as well. They've drawn there and won there under Rassie as well before, and the Boks probably feel quite confident. They probably feel the energy from last week, even though they lost the game. They probably feel quite confident with the way they played the last 60 minutes. It's a tough place to play. The All Blacks will be up for it. If they can get 2 over the Boks at home, they'll be quite happy. And then but also if this team fires, what does that say about the older guys? I think it will probably give Rassie a lot more license to move on from some of the older guys if that happens. And maybe that's part of the gamble of playing them. But sometimes you've got to roll the dice. Sometimes you've got to give the younger guys a chance. And as they say, you've got to fire some shots. So this team will definitely fire some shots. On defence, that's the concern. But always happy to be wrong, so it's going to be interesting to see. But I can't wait to see what happens with this test match, because this certainly was something we didn't expect from the Springboks, and it's going to be interesting to watch. So let me know your thoughts as well. If you haven't already, please smash that subscribe button. Also, if you can, give the thumbs up. It always helps grow the channel and gets into more of the algorithm and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, thanks for watching, and yeah, just tell me what your thoughts of this, because I must admit this morning I predicted probably Jasper coming back. I predicted probably a change at Flav. I thought Sasha might come in. I thought they might even play Faf at scrum off just to be a bit more tactical. But I didn't expect that backline to come in. Didn't expect no Eben Etzebeth, no Damon DeLenda, no Jesse Creel, no Andre Pollard. It's not something you see often from a Rassie Erasmus team. So let me know your thoughts in the comments, and thanks for watching. There'll be more videos as we go along in the week. Please keep an eye on the channel. But cheers. Thanks for watching.
And this is on.
There's no red light. Wait. It's trying.
There's a red light. Cool. Awesome. Francois.
Yes, thank you, Z. Hi, Dwayne. Hi, Ethan. Just a question for Ethan. Ethan, what this means for you to be playing in your first test, starting in the Springbok team, and just your experience from last week in that test at Eden Park as well.
Yeah, no, it's huge for me. It's a surreal experience that I've been experiencing during the week, in the build up to it. And just from last week, just feeling the intensity of the game, it really does show a huge difference between URC level and international level. And very keen for this weekend.
Angus?
Thanks, Z. Dwayne, you've played a lot against New Zealand. What knowledge have you shared with the younger guys in the group, especially like Ethan, ahead of such a big test this weekend?
Well, I can maybe just talk about the environment. Obviously, it maybe a couple of guys are still playing when I played, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, we all the coaches have their input and guys, and I think Tony Brown shared quite a lot with the backs. I don't work a lot with the backs. I just maybe a couple of high balls with Ethan, but yeah, apart from that is the guys who played last weekend obviously shared their bit, and yeah, well, that's about it. I don't really do a lot of that.
And just one for Ethan. Ethan, how's it been synergy-wise in training with a new look sort of backline, especially combination-wise with guys who haven't played together yet?
Yeah, I think everyone's a bit edgy. Everyone's really keen to get onto the pitch and just express themselves. But I think combinations working very well in training. Guys are linking up, and guys are just feeling that we're not really feeling any pressure. We're feeling like we can express ourselves, and I think that's a very good positive taking into this weekend.
Thank you, gents.
I don't see any hands raised.
Ross.
Ross?
Thanks, Z. How's it, guys?
Dwayne, obviously the breakdown has been a bit of a talking point for you guys. You know, I know the Italians early in the season at Loftus, you know, they flooded the breakdown and you guys struggled a bit there. And again, this past weekend, that seemed to be something they targeted. Is that something you guys are trying to work on hard and try and defend a bit better this coming weekend?
Ross, do you know the amount of breakdown turnovers they got?
No, not too sure.
Yeah, so it's two poachers and maybe just one counter-ruck. So I think if you look at a test match rugby which goes 80 minutes, I don't really think it's a massive talking point. Obviously, we try to put pressure on our position as well. So yes, they've done a couple of things, but it's not exposing us in a way. The focus will always be there when you play a game, but our overall game is probably the biggest talking point. We can't go specifics.
Brendan?
Morning, guys. Dwayne, maybe good to see you again, first of all. Also, just on this weekend's game, Jasper's back, and as a player pretty much in the same mold as you, very abrasive, big ball carrier. What are you guys expecting from Jasper? And then Ethan, just there's obviously a lot of expectation on the young guys, and part of the good thing is that normally younger players have no fear, and I'm sure Dwayne will probably laugh at that one. But just maybe talk about just what you guys as a backline are looking to do this weekend as well.
Yeah, Brendan, I think it's great to have Jasper back in the mix. Obviously, he's the one of the guys that really gives us go forward ball. So yeah, we're looking forward to see what he brings to the game. Obviously, we still play with a good pack, but you know, to be the link with between the pack and the backline. And the backline we picked or selected is an exciting backline. So I'm looking forward to see what he brings to the party, and it'll be great to have him back.
And just on the young guys, I think we're very privileged to have people like JC and Damien in the team. They've calmed us down quite a lot, and they've shown a lot of experience throughout the weeks. We've been training with them for a couple of months now, and sort of learning from them. So they do give us a lot of confidence going onto the pitch, and I think, like you said, we do try to play with not as much fear as some guys would think, but I mean, I think we just go onto that pitch and try to express ourselves just like anyone else. And having people like Jesse and Damien, they really do help us narrow that and channel that into just performing on the weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Please raise your hands for questions. I don't see any questions.
Ross.
I'll come in again. Thanks, Z. Ethan, as you were mentioning there about the sort of inexperience in the back line, when you guys play on the weekend, there'll only be a few really oldish heads, if you could say that, to call upon, you know, when you got like Corbus, Cheslin and Damien. And the rest of you are sort of a bit inexperienced. So is that a little bit nervy, not having so many guys to call upon the experience in the game? Or does that also add a little bit of excitement to you guys?
I wouldn't say it puts any pressure on us. I mean, the game of rugby is just a game of rugby, and I think at the end of the day, we've been playing it since I was 10 years old. I know how to play the game of rugby. And once you get onto that pitch, I mean, caps become irrelevant, and you just focus on your job, you do your job, and you do it to the best of your ability, and you express what you have. Obviously, in times of pressure, those guys will come out with a bit more experience, but I mean, on that pitch, it's really quite irrelevant to you at the time.
Percy?
Baie dankie, Zina. Good day, gentlemen. My question is for Dwayne Vermeulen. Dwayne, kan ek jou vra, gereeld praat ons as joernaliste of as aanhangers praat ons gewoonlik van wat ervaring bring na enige sportspan, byvoorbeeld veral in 'n nasionale span. Ek wil vir 'n tweeledige vraag. As 'n afrigter deesdae, wat was jou observasie gewees die afgelope naweek daar in Auckland gewees net? En hoe belangrik is dit dat As nou heelwat jeug gebring in die groep, veral in die agterlyn. Hoe belangrik is die voorspelers om 'n goeie fondasie te lê en wat gaan die jeug dan, die sogenaamde jeug nou bring vir hierdie span in die aanloop tot hierdie wedstryd in Wellington?
Dis ja, interessante vraag. Ek dink ons het 'n lekker pak wat vir ons hopelik goeie frontvoetbal kan gee en ek dink as jy daai het dan gee dit hierdie jong manne 'n geleentheid om lekker te kan rugby jol. So ek dink meeste van alle games wat ou nou al gekyk het in rugby as jy goeie go forward ball het dan sit nogals redelik lekker vir die manne om te speel. So ek dink dis 'n goeie kombinasie en ek dink kyk jy sê jy kort ervaring daarvoor. Ek dink ons het laas naweek het ons ervaring probeer en dit is nie te sê dat ons die ouens weggooi nie, maar hulle het gekom tot op 'n punt en ons het nog steeds 'n paar foute begaan. So en dit is ook van ouens met ervaring. So die ding is mens moet ook kyk na die toekoms en hier is 'n klomp jong manne wat hulle hande opgesteek het en mens moet vir hulle die geleentheid gee want wanneer gaan jy hulle ooit die geleentheid gee om in moeilike situasies bietjie hulle hand op te steek. So ek dink dit is 'n great geleentheid vir hulle om saam te werk en ook vir die coaches om te kan sien wat binne 'n ou steek en is dit die regte ouens om die pad mee saam te stap.
Brendan?
Dwayne, just it's not often we see a Springbok side without Eben. It's almost become a fixture with those 130 odd tests that he's had. But with Luet there and Ruan is a very different type of combination. Just what you're expecting of there and just the senior guys in that pack there, because Eben obviously brings a lot of fire and physicality to the game as well. And Luet's a bit of a different player when it comes to that, and Ruan.
Yeah, I think, Brendan, the thing is you can't play even every single game. I think the guy is going to burn out and you still want him to play for a couple of years. So we need that little bit of rotation. And I think obviously we've got Ardie on the bench and those guys have played really important games. They played big matches. I think when we were a couple of locks down last year, Ruan got the opportunity and he really did well. So obviously it looks pretty weird if you have 2-5 locks in your pack, but they play their part and they know exactly what they want to do and where they want to go about their game. So I think it'll be a good challenge also to see if the guys can make a step up and also work without Eben.
Percy, you can go again.
Thank you so much, Zina. Ethan, I want to apologize. I joined a bit later. Can I ask you though, and I apologize if this question has been asked already. Is there, from your side as a so-called younger, less experienced player though, is there a sense of excitement or is it nervousness heading into the second test? Because while listening to Rassie Erasmus yesterday, he made it very clear is that he's kind of like throwing some of you younger players in a pressure cooker now to see how you guys can deal with the pressure era of a test match against New Zealand. And this especially after losing a first match in New Zealand though, sir. What are your thoughts?
I think it's definitely a bit of both, excitement and nerves. As many of you guys know, the championship's on the line. It's a must-win game, and I think the excitement comes from just being on the pitch and being able to represent your country, and then obviously the nerves come from the whole stage, the whole fact that you're playing New Zealand. But I mean, I think you just got to get a good mixture of both and use that to advantage. Don't get too nervous and don't get too excited. Just keep a calm head and going into the game.
Brendan?
Sorry, guys, it doesn't seem many other hands there. Ethan, maybe just for you, you came into obviously professional rugby at the era after Super Rugby. Dwayne's played the Super Rugby that side as well. But just for you, as maybe a guy who missed out on Super Rugby, went straight into the URC, just talk a bit about playing in New Zealand. And I mean, a lot of players grow up wanting to play the All Blacks in New Zealand. So maybe chat a bit about that and your dream of that.
Yeah, obviously I've never been this side, so jet lag was a new thing for me. But I remember waking up early to watch the Eden Park games with my dad, and yeah, actually driving to that stadium on Friday last week was actually quite a big deal. Sent some photos and stuff, but it was very cool experience. Obviously I missed that whole Super Rugby thing, so coming to New Zealand now is almost like a dream come true, and I just want to try and make the most of it.
Godly? Godly?
Yes, hi Dwayne, gaan dit gaan goed daar by
Okay.
julle. Dwayne, ek weet hier is nou 'n ander vraag. Mense bestempel nou die Karibeker as 'n Mickey Mouse kompetisie en julle werk nou vir 2027 en jy praat van die jong spelers. Dink jy oor 2 jaar gaan julle steeds 'n lekker groep spelers hê om wêreldbeker toe te stuur?
Al Carly, ek dink dit is die rede hoekom ons ook maar die ouetjies die kans gee om nou te kan jol, maar hulle hande op te sit en so aan. En ek dink daar is nog steeds baie talente in Suid-Afrika, ewen deur die Karibeker en dan so ook die JRC vir die ouetjies wat nog binne die volgende 2 jaar regtig hulle hande opsteek en dalk 'n geleentheid gaan kry binne in hierdie groep om dan op die einde van die dag miskien 'n wêreldbeker spat te haal.
Thank you very much, guys. That concludes the online section. I'll send the recording shortly. Thank you.
Springboks lost at Eden Park, a massive disappointment and a missed opportunity from Springbok point of view. But obviously, Scott Robertson will be pretty pleased with the outcome on his side. And with me now at the moment is Jamie Wall, who's back. A lot of you commented in the comments. You quite enjoyed Jamie. So got him back and he's got better lighting. He's in a much more posh place than me in the hotel room. His company's obviously fronted up. Jamie, welcome.
Yes, kia ora, Brendan. Good evening from New Zealand. Good morning back in South Africa. And I just want to say thanks very much for all the love that people showed on the YouTube feed. I don't usually read comments because I've said and written a few things that have meant that a lot of those comments aren't very nice. But actually, my partner jumped on because my mother-in-law had sent the recording to her. And both of them were really impressed with all the comments. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. But let me say the feeling's very mutual, very mutual.
Yeah, no, listen, and obviously it's great. There's obviously a lot of respect between the two countries, and Jamie, you and I work very well. It's nice to see Springbok fans be like that because, I mean, especially online, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can take a very horrible turn, and yeah, obviously this channel wants to have positive discourse, and we do the good parts of rugby, not just the bad parts. Yeah, it's always good to see that. So thanks everyone. Let's get back into the game though. I mean, you at Eden Park on Saturday, you in Wellington this week. The Boks had a horrible opening 30. Probably everything that could go wrong went wrong for them. And we sort of feel a sense of disappointment, a great fight back, but it almost felt like, yeah, that was South Africa 10 years ago where they fight back in the latter stages against the All Blacks but lose badly. And you always think what could have been. Just what is the view there from yourself and from your Kiwi colleagues and the public around there?
Yeah, it was. It's definitely a very satisfying. Being treated as a very satisfying one here in New Zealand, specifically because of the hype that was built up around it. Obviously, something that you guys know full well about over there in South Africa, because this game has been getting talked about for like a year now. Also because of what was riding on it, and it was kind of seen as the biggest point in not just Scott Robertson, but the entire coaching group, All Black coaching group's journey so far. And the prevailing feeling was, well, you've got this streak for what it's worth at Eden Park. You've got the world champions coming to town. You know, it's a battle between the two top ranked teams. I think if the Springboks had won, they would have gone number 1 in the world, I think. And then after all of that, the most emotional part of it, which was Ardie Savea's 100th test, And of course, you always want to win those ones for a player that can make it that far, because obviously only the best players get to play 100 tests. So you have all of these things, these narratives, threads leading into this game, and it's like, well, if they can't do it now, when are they going to be able to do it? When are they going to be able to perform under pressure? Because if you can't do it, especially considering you have this advantage of playing at a place where they never lose, in front of their own home crowd. Everything was kind of like that was all hyped up and the tension was there, but the odds were still kind of stacked in their favor. So it's being treated as a little bit of a turning point. This is, of course, by All Black fans who, if the All Blacks go and lose this weekend, it'll be a big complete calamity and will wipe out anything good that happened the week before. But yeah, especially also considering that the All Blacks were a bit shorthanded in this game. There were a few key injuries that had happened, and they were coming off that loss against Argentina as well. So all in all, I would say satisfying would be probably the best way to describe it. You mentioned what happened to the Springboks in that first 20 minutes. That has very much been recognised by the New Zealand public, that Springboks and wins World Cups. However, it's also been tempered by the fact that the All Blacks did score those first two tries on a couple that must have been worked out like months ago. Look at it, the more you can see that they were specifically targeting areas of weakness in the Springbok defensive patterns, especially that try by Will Jordan, where they essentially created a mismatch between him, Malcolm Marx, and Thomas du Toit at the back of that lineout and gave him enough room to get through that gap. And he's always going to win that race. So I think that there's a bit of a feeling that the All Blacks actually outcoached the Springboks, and that the whole thing about Rassie coming in as this genius coach, which is fair, like he is, is that kind of got flipped on, and Scott Robertson and his staff, and by extension Sir Wayne Smith, who came in to help out, they're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I can imagine they are, because I mean, I think you're right in that there is, I'd agree with that, being that they outcoached the Boks this past weekend. I think another thing that sort of impressed me and maybe was a bit worrying from a Springbok point of view is that the way that they flooded the breakdown, and they saw that as an opportunity to disrupt, and Grant Williams not getting clean ball at the back there disrupted the Boks, and the way they disrupted their lineouts as well. Now, I know Dwayne Vermeulen yesterday said there wasn't many ruck turnovers and there wasn't many lineouts lost, and the Boks won a few themselves. But it was just the sense that you got that they came with a plan to disrupt the Boks, and they did it pretty well. And I think from a Springbok point of view, the part of the problem is the Boks didn't react that well. And they had a great fight back. The bomb squad came on. Those players, especially the backline players for once in the bomb squad, Sasha, Kobus Reinach, those guys really put in a good shift for the Boks. But the way they reacted to the All Blacks' plans is a concern for me. And I suppose it goes about a general thing this season, and it's be interesting to get your point of view, because there's obviously a bit of doubt in Scott Robertson and that before this game, and we spoke about it last time we spoke. But Rassie's coaching, I suppose, overall, at his own high standards, with winning 2 World Cups, this season probably hasn't been as good in that, and you took the whole management team, because I mean the Italians disrupted us. Georgia, I'm not really, that was pretty always going to be a test like it was. The Wallabies caught the Boks cold in they sucker punched them in Ellis Park, and now this game as well, it looked like they were almost outthought in terms of just the tactics and stuff like that. So I suppose there are some question marks about Rassie in that, although I do get the sense that the Boks don't mind too much, I say up to a point, because it's more about 2027, this whole thing. And we'll get into the team selections now. But it's just interesting to hear your take on that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think that by naming early in the was of kind of just cutting off the conversation about the last game and getting everyone talking about the next one, which I think is pretty clever on his part, because of course he's made all those changes here too. But it's meant that all of the conversation has been around, oh my goodness, he's really swung the axe here. And so, the result and the way that the Springboks played is already yesterday's news. If I were a Springbok fan, I mean, looking at it with my New Zealand lens on, this is one where the coach really kind of has to answer some questions about coming in, because you're right, they got worked out. All it really took was Wallace Satiti coming through the lineout and just creating that doubt in Grant Williams' mind, enough that by the time he was getting an attacking lineout and he was getting off the top ball, he was so shit scared of Satiti coming through, he just dropped it cold and he wasn't even getting pressured. Same with that midfield lineout move that we've seen a bit.
Yeah.
What it took was Tupou Vai having to think about it and just come through, get around the other side and either hold that guy up or force a knock on. And that's exactly what happened. And then it just felt like there was kind of no plan B from the Springboks. Yes, there were a lot of mistakes. It's really, really hard to enact. And when the ball keeps getting turned over, you talked about the breakdown. That is a very good All Black loose forward trio that was doing all the work in there. I think we talked about Simon Parker the last time. I think you guys probably found out why he's been picked. He's here to make those big hits and have the rest of them, and Tupou Vai, who was essentially playing as a loose forward anyway, get in there and do the work. And they were so effective straight away that I think it gave the referee the picture of, well, this is the way it's going to be. This is how fast these guys are going to get over the ball. So I'm going to play it accordingly. Otherwise, I'm going to be blowing my whistle all night. And I think he was pretty consistent. I don't think he got everything right, but really, in that that first half an hour, a very performance, which is, we're going to take the game away from you before you even know what's happened and force you to climb uphill to come get us. And it's something we haven't really seen from the All Blacks consistently over the last 5 years or so. It's something that we grew up watching the All Blacks. Is this is kind of what we expect out of you every single time, and it's really reassuring to see them actually be able to do it. Now we just need to see them do it week in, week out. So then it puts the fear of God into teams when they face the All Blacks. This is what's going to happen to us in the first half an hour. And if we miss one tackle, we're done.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, let's just address the ref. You mentioned them there. I know there's been a lot of discourse online and things like that, but Twitter is a terrible thing. And I think as well as I do, I hate these rate the refs and player ratings things. I know they're immensely popular with fans, but I think they sometimes, it's so clouded by emotion that you don't, and I've been just as guilty, I suppose, as well at times. But to me, the whole thing, I thought he was okay. I didn't think he did anything horribly wrong. He wasn't Bryce Lawrence 2011 or who was it, Wayne Barnes 2007. It wasn't that sort of performance. But it was in there. I think the Springboks can feel a bit aggrieved to some of the decisions late in the game when they were chasing the game, where the All Blacks slowed down their rucks pretty quickly and there was players lying over and they got away with it, and you get away with what you get away with. But I think this whole thing about blaming the ref, South Africans need to move on from that, because there's going to be times it's going to go for you and times it's going to go against you. And I mean, Jamie, you've written books about All Black clashes. I mean, you talk to some of the old timers, they'll start bringing up referee stories from the 76 tour and things like that. And that's not what you want to remember after a game. You want to remember an epic battle. Now, to me, the All Blacks outthought the Springboks, especially in that first 30. Everything that went wrong. Springboks had a great fight back, but you don't give All Blacks 14 points, especially at Eden Park, and then expect to win a game. So there's very few, even the worst All Black teams over the years probably still would have eked out a victory. And then you're chasing a game, and then most teams will employ a trick or two, that's maybe a bit on the border or illegal, and they'll get away with it because the other team's chasing the game. So this ref stuff to me is a bit overboard at times, and we spoke before the time. I don't think it should be an issue in these type of games anyway.
If I can just add one more thing about the officiating, though, we can talk about the ref, and we can debate some of his calls, but it was very refreshing to see a game with, firstly, no cards at all. And I think, we were a little bit aggrieved to that. It
was Quagga, but that was.
Sorry, Quagga Smith did get, but there was a game. It was a game with
no foul play stuff. Yeah,
no foul play, and an incident that could have been a card with Ebenezer on Damien McKenzie. That the referee made a call in real time that no, there was nothing. Actually, it kind of looked bad because his feet went up in the air, but he let him down safely and it was resolved sort of straight away, which was nice. And there was really I don't think there was any interjection at all from the TMO, which was, something we do want to see.
Well, there's games where we see way too much of a TMO, and it sort of frustrates people. But this was one. I think, look, at the end of the day, if you just look at the rugby part of it, I mean, we can complain about a decision here and there, and that's always going to happen. But I think it's one of those where at least there's nothing too controversial. So, and Cole Dixon is over the years has been one of the better referees on the circuit, and we got to remember that as well. So, Jamie, but let's turn to this week's game, because I mean, as you say, Rassie changed the conversation. He brought in this very young, exciting backline. I don't think, we had a chat with Nick Mallet the other day and before it, and we sort of tried to predict what the team was going to be. It was about half an hour before the team was named. And none of us could predict that he was going to do this. He certainly surprised all of us. And I'm sure he surprised you guys as well. And I mean, when last did you see a team without Evan Etzebeth? When last without Jesse Creel, Damon Delenda? There's Andre Pollard's been in and out with the other Flavs, but I mean, it's just, I think we're all a bit stunned.
It's interesting because, I mean, if an All Black team did this, it's unprecedented. Like there hasn't this wouldn't have ever happened before, especially replacing the guy who captained the team the week before and dropping him completely out of the squad. That's a new one. I think though that the changes that have been made, from my knowledge at least, and talking to some of the other South African pundits about this, is that the backline makes sense. Especially, Williams had a very good game. Lineout did, so that makes sense. You mentioned Pollard and Sasha and Mane Libbok have kind of been used as horses for courses, if I'm getting that right. So again, that makes sense. And there's your most important part of the backline. And Sasha played really well when he on as well. So that chose logical. Didn't really get to see much of Ethan Hooker. I got to interview him after the game, and he was extremely pissed off because he hadn't touched the ball and had made a tackle. And you've got Kanan Moody moving in, who I thought was probably one of the better ones. The bar was pretty low. And Fussy at fullback, who is a proven performer at test level. So I think, while the changes have been made, this is more of a test of Rassie's depth that he's accumulated, and whether you can just actually do this and switch out a whole bunch of guys because it feels like the like-for-like replacements. There's no really outstanding player in the guys that have been replaced. All of the ones that have could make a pretty good selection case against the guys that have come in, if you know what I mean. So had this been the first test and this was the one he rolled out, I mean, we all would have been like, okay, that's an exciting backline. That's interesting. He's picked a few sort of younger players, but this all makes sense. It's just because it's come after a loss, it feels like a massive reaction and potential overcorrection that he's done there. But the pack, which was probably the best part of that comeback, especially at set piece, that's remained mostly the same. And I think that that's probably what the All Blacks are as concerned about as being able to defend against a line that they don't know an awful lot about. They've played against them before. Nations.
Yeah, I think from this side, I mean, the surprise, I mean, other than obviously Etzebeth, because you just think he'd play all the big games. So, and I know they're trying to manage him through to 2027, and that's understandable. But the same with Peter Stephen Seal, although they've already missed tests in this season already. So, the loose trio looks a lot more with Jasper back. It looks a lot more balanced in terms of their strengths. Locks a bit light because it's 2-5 locks that are there, so that's maybe missing a bit of grunt there. But I mean, yeah, I'm sure both of them put in a big workload. The thing that surprised me was when Wilco Low came on. I mean, Tamati, he had him for breakfast in the first scrum, and then it stabilized a bit in the second scrum. But certainly that psychological advantage of that big scrum that he came on the first time, I would have thought he might have started. So I'm not quite sure of that. The backline to me, it is the most exciting attacking backline, and probably very much a Tony Ball backline, to simplify it like that. But I think we got so used to Jesse Creel being such a big factor in the defense and defensive captain that defensively this could be a team that could either score 50 points or concede 50 points. And I think if we had done it any other game, I think there wouldn't be so many eyebrows raised, because Rassie has changed the team around a lot in the other tests. But for the second one in New Zealand, but it's after the loss. It feels a bit weird doing that. But then again, if you've got these players in the squad, they've got to be able to play anyway. It was just quite a radical shift straight after the loss, and I sort of wonder. I wouldn't ever say there's a Springbok thing of saying maybe sacrificing a test, but sometimes we know coaches do things that pay off later on. Bloemfontein, when they played a totally second-string team against Wales and lost their game by 1 point 3 years ago, that sort of thing, that paid off in 2023. So maybe this is that sort of thinking behind it. But certainly Wellington's a place that the Boks will do a lot better at anyway. They like Wellington, even though a lot of this backline has never probably played there.
Well, a lot of the backline doesn't even been week. I know Ethan, that was his first time here. We did ask Rassie about that. Dwayne Vermeulen as well, who in both of those, the win and the draw in 2018 and 2019, like, is this a place you'd like coming back to? But their response was like, it was a while ago now. We can't get caught up in the kind of like the venue thing because we didn't do it with Eden Park, or we tried not to with Eden Park, so why would we do it the other way around? I think that's fair. I mean, you've got to remember that like the time they played here was 6 years ago. There's not much left of that team, especially now that Eben Etzebeth's been dropped as well. So the kind of core of that, I think like what Khaleesi would be, and Peter Steff would, and Malcolm Marx maybe. So I mean, there's a few, but I don't think their team talk's going to revolve around like this us and we need to go out and like we feel comfortable here. Because I mean, the other thing is there's going to be a lot less Springbok supporters at this game. Last for a while there at kickoff, it felt like the All Black fans were going to be outnumbered by the amount of South Africans who were based in Auckland who showed up in real numbers, and it was great, by the way. But there's certainly at this one. There's also the conditions to factor in as well. Wellington's obviously famously windy. It's been blowing. It's been blowing pretty hard since we've got here, and I don't think that's going to change for the weekend. So if teams are going to be box kicking again, which I feel like they will be, then that's going to be a factor in the whole game as well. So it might just come down to, who can make better use of the wind, because it's going to be one of those nights, I think.
Yeah, and that's a key thing for the Springboks, because Sasha for all his talent and for everything, probably the one criticism you can probably level at him as a youngster is that he probably hasn't got the Handré Pollard level of controlling a game and kicking to the corners and things like that. So that'll be a test for him as well. JB, I'm not gonna take much more of your time up. I'm not going to ask you for a prediction because I think you'll obviously want the All Blacks to win, and we'll obviously want the Boks to win, and those things normally don't turn out the way we think it's going to turn out anyway. So, what I'm going to last question I'll ask you rather is what would a 2-0 mean for the All Blacks management if they get the 2-0 over the Boks?
Well, I will say predictions usually turn out well for me when the All Blacks are playing at Eden Park, because we've been doing that since 1994. But no, that's a really good question because I really feel like the All Black coaching staff were definitely out of their honeymoon period coming into the season, where it was like, okay, we need you to be an All Black team now. Like the bedding in process is done. You've got all the players that you wanted. You're coming off a really successful season that brought up a whole bunch of a lot of talent for you to choose from, which he has. I think he could be doing a little bit more. Hopefully we're going to see a bit of that in the All election tomorrow, because there are going to be a couple of injury-enforced changes there, which is not near as exciting as Boks that much, but they need a new winger. Interesting to see where they go with Caleb or Leroy Carter or Lester Whanganuku, who's been back on system. So that's quite interesting. And if they do, whoever they go with on that, and then they do win, it's going to prove what they're doing is right and that they know best. Because there's one thing that an All Black coach needs to be able to do is prove that he knows better than all of the people out there who are trying to give him advice. And if he can, and he can turn around and go, well, I was right, wasn't I? Then that's how this coaching regime needs to be seen going forward. It's still a very big year, don't get me wrong. Like these two tests have been really underlined ever since. Is like this is why they call them tests, because we're going to know something about this All Black team and this All Black staff when they're done, whatever the results are. I feel like they're going to win. And now we can probably move back to a more traditional style of critiquing the All Blacks, where it's about how they're winning, and it's a prize. Are you getting the selections right? So you should be scoring more tries, that sort of thing. So that's what New Zealanders want to be at. That's the level we want to be at in terms of criticism. I know it sounds a little bit kind of egotistic and everything, but this is the All Blacks we talk about. We feel as though we're entitled to.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, South Africans are very much the same. I mean, we one loss, and we also feel like the world is ending because everything else that's bad in the country suddenly pops up and makes itself known. When the Springboks are winning, you don't see that at all. The one bad thing for Rassie and them, though, is if they do lose this one, it's 3 losses out of 4 in the Rugby Championship, and it's going to be interesting to see what the public reaction is if that happens. I don't think Rassie will care too much. I think he's probably got too much credit with the Springbok supporters. But it will certainly put a bit of pressure ahead of those 2 Argentinian games, which can be tricky as well. You guys know just as well as we do. They can be quite tricky. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. But, Jamie, thanks, man, for your time and everything. And I don't know how far you are from Courtney Place, but try stay away from that place. It's got a rather bad vibe.
Thank you, Brendan. It's always awesome to talk to you. And once again, thanks to all the people out there. I just want to end on one thing. Discourse online and everything, and sometimes it gets a bit nasty. But one really, really cool thing that did come out of Saturday night, the Auckland Schools Combined Pacifica Choir, who sung the anthems. it seems to be really popular over in South Africa, and I'm really proud of those guys. I was lucky enough to hear them perform before a Black Ferns game earlier this year, where they're playing the USA and they sang the Star Spangled Banner. And I remember talking to the New Zealand rugby people afterwards. You got to get these kids back to do an All Black test, and they did. I'm not saying it was entirely my idea. I'm pretty sure everyone else had the same idea as well. So really, that moment that kind of brought everyone together on TV, and it's gone. And just show the relationship that exists between the All Blacks, the Springboks, New Zealand, South Africa, and our rugby communities.
Yeah, and just on that, the only thing I can really add is that it's just so refreshing not to see some wannabe pop star. And I don't mean any respect to those people who have sung the anthem, but it's become a trend in rugby across the world that you have some wannabe pop stars singing at it there. And it was nice to see that again, because it brought back some of the traditions as well, which is great. Jamie, thanks for everything. We're gonna sign off. We'll chat to you after this. Maybe talk to you if you guys are a bit after this game, a bit worried about that Bledisloe record next. But let's leave that for the next chat.
All right, Brendan. Thanks very much, mate.
Cheers.
Bit of wet weather around. Do you expect the same come Saturday night, and how important to train in these kind of conditions?
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment. It's Wellington, so expect a wee bit of wind as well. It's probably decent prep for us to have a wee bit of grease on the ground this morning.
What's been the focus in the last couple of days of training as you build into this test match?
Black standards, our reviews, making sure we're thorough in our review process and we can get the best out of the growth opportunities.
The Springboks named their team last night. Have you had a chance to look at it, and were there any surprises for you?
In some ways, yes, with some of the experience that they have at 10, 12 and 13. In other ways, those guys have been playing well this year, and so we have to prepare for everything really, and we also really concentrate on ourselves.
Does it change what you look at in preparation for this week?
Yeah, it does. You have to make sure you're clear on specifics and left footers and right footers and general tendencies, so we'll make those adjustments.
Tell me, a different goal kicker used on the weekend. Can you just explain the process of how the All Blacks usually decide who's going to kick in a test match?
Yeah, I think Baz just had a wee bit of a niggle in the knee, and then so Geordie stepped up, but you see there 4 or 5 of them all getting their reps, and a pretty consistent process during the week. But that's what that was.
Do you usually leave it up to the players to decide, or what do the coaches say? Look,
no, more often, yeah. More often that's the case, but it's pretty consistent around who's starting the game, and then especially at 10, and then who'll be kicking to start the game, and the adjustments as HIAs and other bits come into it.
And Lester Whanganuku's second week in camp. How has he changed as a rugby player since his time in France? And do the All Blacks see him as a centre or a wing, or someone who could cover both?
He's goal kicking as well.
Well, he used to goal kick for Nelson College actually back in the day.
That's good to have Lester back. Yeah, we've watched him closely. Obviously, he's still got the ability to break tackles and get his arms through. So he's been in here 2 weeks now. So yeah, it's good to have him back in the environment.
Has he been is he up to speed now with the game plan enough that he could be available for selection, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, that's why he's here, and then that's why it's our job to make sure he's up to the game plan. Everyone that's here with us is across their detail.
Has he returned a different player, do you think?
I think time will tell. He's still got the same confidence and the same swagger that he left with. So that's great to see. It's still Lester. He's great to have in the environment.
You mentioned the black standard and getting to that this week. Have you noticed the response from the players in the first couple of days of this week?
Yeah, I think each week there's a response. We're well led in the strength and conditioning department around how much load's appropriate and make sure we're right on the right days, and it's Tuesday at the moment, so the players have been really owning the areas where we feel like we can grow, and it's been that's been consistent.
Touched on Rassie before. He said he could see the DNA Wayne Smith was giving this team, and also he thought Richie McCaw was in camp last week, the way the breakdown was happening. Was he in camp, and how impressed were you with the team at the breakdown?
Yeah, I think we got the height right and the intent for sure. I don't think Rico is in camp, but he's an All Black legend, so he's always in camp, if you know what I mean.
So he was in touch with the players and up and out?
I think you'd have to ask the players. No, he wasn't at training specifically, but as I said, his legacy lives on, and real intent around that breakdown, shows that boys care about that legacy.
Just on him, Razor mentioned yesterday, still awaiting some results. Is there any further or clarity around his injury?
Not at the moment. He's not with us currently. He's taken a decent knock, so it's a real shame for him. He started the test with a hiss and a roar, but not as yet.
Just on South Africa, how do you? I know you guys don't prepare differently to the opposition, but how do you prepare to a team that's quite a lot of unknowns in terms of their backline in particular?
We do our due diligence around who's playing and making sure the tendencies and what's actual different. We're across that. At the same time, it's important that in a 3-day training week you focus on yourselves and what you're going to do and where your growth is.
Do you believe they'll stay the same lineup?
I'm not sure. Confirm it once the boys run out, but we'll have to be prepared for anything.
And twice now Damien's been called in quite early in tests, and I know against France he wasn't then backing up in 15 for the following test, but the way he performed, is there a temptation there to start him at full-back against South Africa and have those dual playmakers?
I think there always is. It's Damien McKenzie. If coached against him in the past, you know how lethal he can be. So it's great to see him step up early and come on and play the way he did.
Just on the halfbacks, Noah and Cortez, back training, but where are they at in terms of the week and possibility of being available?
Yeah, the halfbacks, they're super energetic. They're trying to get into everything, so it's a matter of controlling their load and making sure they're right at the right time of the week. But it's great to see them both back up on their feet.
All right, we can pull in Quinn if that's all right, team.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you.
Terms.
Thanks, guys. We can go. Please raise your hands for questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Zina. Thanks, Damien. Damien, if we can start with you. Obviously, starting, I know you've played inside centre before quite a bit. Starting at inside centre in against the All Blacks, talk to us about your expectations.
Yeah, we expect obviously a very physical rugby game. That's always been what you can expect from the All Blacks. And then obviously I think it's going to be a test match of close and small margins. Again, I think last week we had an opportunity to draw that game, and it was a small margin there for us at the end of the game to nail down and hopefully get a draw, which we didn't manage to capitalize. But yeah, it's going to be another big and epic test match, South Africa versus the All Blacks, number 1 versus number 2 in the world. So yeah, it's going to be epic, and yeah, we can expect everything.
Yeah, sorry, I was asking. Sorry, I was actually asking about Damien and playing about inside centre. Sorry, apologies, Damien.
Yeah, and then about inside centre, as I said earlier on, it's a new position for me. I haven't started there yet, but I have played a couple of test matches at the inside centre later in the game. But yeah, it's going to be a new role for me, having to step up into Dukes' responsibility is something that he's been doing for us many times in the number 12 jersey, but something that I'm really excited about, especially linking with Sasha and with Moody and the back three outside me. So yeah, it's an opportunity for all of us to go out and play our game, and yeah, as I said, hopefully get a victory.
Guys, if you're not raising your hands for questions, we'll take more from the floor on this side until there are questions. So, Kobus, Kaniso, enigiemand, questions?
Damien, you mentioned Sasha now on your inside and Kaden on the outside. All very talented players. You must be very excited to combine with those two guys.
Yeah, I'm very excited to play with Sasha. I think this is probably our first, I'm not sure, I think it's our first test match
playing together. So yeah, I think as I said earlier on, we've done a lot of work during the week and making sure we are aligned going into this test, and what we can expect from each other, what we want from each other, how we want to play the game, how we see this game developing. And then obviously getting Moody on the outside, just getting that defensive pairing straight, our communication, and making sure we can put the team on the front foot, especially with the way New Zealand's gonna try and attack us and what they showed in the first 20 minutes last week. So yeah, just small micro communications and plans that we needed to try and get ready for this weekend. And as I said, obviously it's going to be a big test match, so we're making sure that we have everything covered.
Damien, all test matches, including the New Zealand tests, come with a bit of pressure, not a bit of pressure, but significant pressure, right?
Yeah.
With last week's results done and dusted and all the tags attached to it, is there less of a burden with this test, even though it still remains a must win test?
Yeah, obviously, for us at the Springboks, we want to try and win every test match. And yeah, obviously last week is still there, but we've put that behind us now after reviewing it and knowing where we went wrong. So yeah, for us, it's directly looking forward to Saturday and making sure, as I said, we can go out and play positively and get the victory. So that's what we focused on.
Peter?
Dankie Z. Hi Damien, hi Marnus. Damien, just for you, Rassie spoke earlier in the week of he wants you guys to express yourselves. But would you say expressing yourself, does that come with plenty of responsibility as well, and not just to blindly go chuck a ball around?
Yeah, definitely. As I said earlier on, we've got a test match that we want to win. And expressing yourself is not always playing flashy rugby. As I said this earlier, we can expect obviously a very physical and hard test match, and everything it always gives us, South Africa versus New Zealand kind of test match. So yeah, for us it's about nailing our roles. If there's opportunity and it presents itself and we take it, that is expressing yourself. So yeah, for us, as I said, we're really focused on just those small moments and making sure that we really dialed in for when opportunity presents itself.
Jacques?
Hello, Damien. Hello, Marnus. I've got a question for Marnus just regarding the planning for the lineout. In that first test in Auckland, we saw the All Blacks get away with quite a lot. I mean, at one stage, Wallace Atiti was standing at receiver on our side, receiving a ball off the top from Peter Steff. And when we tried to break through their lineout to go defend, they were sort of blocking us. And have you guys had a good planning session this week just to counteract some of those illegal tactics from the All Blacks at lineout time? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we looked at the video and see where we went wrong. Good stuff for them. They played the tricks very well, what they did. So yeah, we looked at a video. We planned how we're going to stop it. We planned how we're going to make them do more errors. So yeah, I think it's just going back to the old tactics and see where we can stop them. So yeah, we will just go and play the game.
Guys, unfortunately, we can only take one more question from back home. So Percy?
Thank you so much. Goeiedag meneer. Net 'n tweeredige vragie. Damien, kan ek jou vinnig vra gou vinnig 'n soortgelyke vraag soos Lieten vir jou gevra het? Sê gou vinnig vir my, jy's die mees ervare speler, ek dink die mees ervare speler in die agterin op die oomblik nou in hierdie toets meneer. Wie is in beheer van verdediging hierdie week? En kan ek jou dan vra, gaan julle konservatief wees of kry julle nog steeds die lisensie om met vryheid te speel ondanks 'n nederlaag in die eerste toets en nou wat julle desperaat is om te wen? Marnus het kortliks, korrigeer my as ek verkeerd is dit jou eerste toets in die All Blacks en hoe sien jy uit na hierdie wedstryd meneer? Okay. Percy, ek dink ek is die mees ervare en ek dink Kobus is. Kobus is dan Cheslin en dan seker ek myself. Maar ja, daar is baie ervaring in die agterlyn. Ek dink ons is te onervare nie. En dan ja, ek dink obviously kyk na die game. Ons obviously sien uit na
goeie game. Ons gaan uit om onsself te express, maar soos ek sê in die moed van ons moet gaan en ons opportunities nail. Seker maak ons is klinies, nie soos laasweek nie. Ons het 10 entries gekry laasweek en nie baie van dit gecapitalize. So ja, ons fokus obviously daarop en seker te maak ons gaan uit en speel positief. En obviously die belangrikste om die game te wen. So ja, ons sien uit na dit.
Ja, dit is my eerste toets teen die All Blacks. So ja, dit gaan lekker wees. Is bietjie excited, bietjie nervous, maar jy wil jouself teen die beste doen en hulle is op die oomblik nommer 1. So dit gaan lekker wees en 'n mens moet die beste speel om beter te raak. So dit gaan lekker wees en ek sien regtig uit daarna.
Thank you guys. We're going to switch players now. Thank you very much, Gaza and Magnus. Koos en Jassie, julle kan sommer daarmee respond.
Make sure you just stay nice and close together. That's the one. Give me the thumbs up if you're ready. Cool. Who would like to kick? Do you want to kick off the flick?
I guess first of all, Leroy, congrats on the being named. What were the first emotions and thoughts when you were told you were starting?
Yeah, the heart definitely started going, and then I just want to tell my parents and partner. Pretty special moment for not only me but them too. So yeah, it was just excitement.
Can you just talk about, I guess, a little bit about your rise? You've come through the sevens program into NPC and Super Rugby, but did you ever expect you'd get to this point?
It was always a dream, like every Kiwi kid. It took a route that some people in this team have as well, going through the sevens program, and that definitely helped me a lot. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that program. So yeah, grateful for that, and yeah, I guess it's just get to live out my dream on Saturday night. So yeah, exciting.
Sam, for you see what he's done, I guess, behind the scenes at Super. What's he like, and how happy are you guys for him?
Yeah, obviously I'm really stoked for him. Like you touched on, it's a dream come true for every Kiwi kid playing rugby growing up, and seeing him throughout the Super season at Chiefs working really hard in his craft, and he's given an opportunity, so really excited to see him go.
Leroy, I think Razor tagged you as the fastest man in New Zealand rugby.
Woo!
Can you give us any insight around your 40-metre times or anything like that?
I think that was just picked up on the old GPS. I haven't run a 40-metre with time for a while, but it's just all on the GPS bibs that we got on the back of our jerseys. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised when he said I was the fastest in NZ. We got a lot of speedsters around there, so yeah.
That's obviously a big weapon to your game, using that pace on the outside.
Yeah, try to be, yeah. You got to be pretty quick, I guess, if you want to be a winger. Otherwise, you're probably going to get skinned a couple of times. So yeah, try to use it to my advantage.
And yeah, the Book nickname, what's the yarn behind that?
There's a couple of stories that go around, but Justin Marshall's commentary, Boomfa, and then yeah, just thought it was crack up, and then yeah, sort of just grew, yeah.
Leroy, how's sevens in your time in that program? How do you think that's made you a better 15s player?
Yeah, it just made me a professional, I guess. I was playing NPC and then going back to work, so I was playing for the Steamers for 3 months of the year, then going back and being a Sparky, and yeah, the sevens environment just gave me a professional contract where I could just focus on rugby. So all the little things, nutrition, planning, all that little stuff, yeah, that's helped me a lot.
And does it feel like, I guess, your experience and playing in some big moments and big arenas and so forth kind of has you kind of a bit more ready for what will be a big moment for you on Saturday night?
Yeah, I'd hope so. You know, I played in some pretty big matches. Paris Olympics was a pretty big occasion, so hopefully that'll help you out. But you know, it's playing for the All Blacks. You know, nations on your shoulders, so it's going to be a new experience altogether. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it though.
Test debut against the Boks, it probably doesn't get any better. What
Yeah.
are you expecting from them?
Physicality, big boys. Yeah, unpredictable. The lot, but you know, that's what we play rugby for. You know, those big moments, and yeah, I'm just really excited for it. Can't wait.
Sonny was back here in Wellington. You had that Achilles injury. Can you just sort of reflect on the journey to get back into the All Blacks after that, and what it was like having so long now?
Yeah, obviously injury is part of rugby, and it was unfortunate that for me that happened here in Wellington, and but we touched on it with Chase as well. It's helped me a lot for the last year coming back, but we addressed it as coming forward and being a better version before I got injured. So yeah, it's really exciting. Obviously played here before against the French, and to be back here is a good place to be, and I think we're really excited to be out there and play footy. So
yeah. Do you feel like you're back to your best now, and obviously ready for this start?
Yeah, I feel like my body's in good spot. I'm confident in my Achilles, and I'm really just raring to go, and yeah, can't wait to be out there and yeah, play footy.
Sonny, just last week in Auckland, big contest at Lineout time on both sides. Is there a plan to keep things a little bit more simple? The set piece became a real contest area last week.
Yeah, obviously playing the Springboks is one of their massive strength, set piece, scrum and line-up. More so, we've done our homework, we've done our review, we'll be better. It's going to be a big challenge for us, as it always is with any test match, so we'll come ready. We've done our homework, we're ready to go out there and put pressure on them and use it to our advantage, so yeah, exciting.
You're wearing number 11, Cheslin Colby wearing 14. Is quite a bit of similarity in your paths to test rugby. What similarities do you see between yourselves as players?
Yeah, obviously came through the sevens as well, which is cool, and he's a great player. He's one of the great wingers at the moment. So I guess for me that's just another challenge that I'm really excited for, and yeah, just like really can't wait to just compete and compete against them. Yeah.
Leroy, how much work have you had to put into the high ball, given the way the Boks particularly played last week, I guess?
Yeah, there's a lot of work. We do it. We know what they're going to bring, Springboks. Lots of high balls and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we make sure we get through it in trainings, and yeah, come Saturday we'll be ready for that.
The number 11 jersey, the number 11 black jersey has been obviously worn by so many massive players and personalities in this team. Is that anything that you think about when you said to put that on Saturday night?
Yeah, 100%. There's been so many legends wear that jersey. John Alomu, Joe Rokothoko, just Reeks. So yeah, I guess it's just another proud moment to be able to wear that 11 with a silver fern on the front. It's pretty special.
Many family members coming down to Wellington?
It's a good crew coming down. I think there's about 18 of them. Mum, dad and partners coming down tomorrow. So
asking for tickets?
Yeah. A lot of I've been hustling the boys to get some of their free tickets because it's burning a bit of a hole in the old pocket. So.
Sonny, what happened with that scrum when they got you for the tight head, and how much work's gone on this week to kind of being ready for those type of moments?
Yeah, obviously it was it's never going to happen again. Being in the all forward, all black, that's just not our standard, and obviously work on it this whole week. We'll be ready for it, and if the moment arises again, we'll be taking it with both hands, because like I think Chase touched on at the start of the week, it's never going to happen again. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Is the scrum battle against the Boks, is that one of the great contests in rugby?
Yeah, obviously they rely on that to get momentum in the game, and but I back our boys. Our forward back is going to be up for the challenge, and we're working really hard, and we can't wait for the challenge.
Leroy, you're renowned for winning turnovers. You're not the biggest bloke, but you're willing to put your head in some pretty dark places. Where does that mindset come from?
Yeah, I guess that's a bit of the sevens again, You've got to be gets an all-rounder on the circuit. So yeah, got to learn that, craft that skill a lot through my 3 years with the sevens, and yeah, it's helped me out a bit in this Super Series. So yeah.
Right, that's it, team. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
You can, media, just push back a wee bit your circle so that we're not looking too sideways.
No.
Thank you, team. Way back. So that side of the microphones, that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you've all seen the team, which has the embargo lifting as we speak, so we'll fire away. Do you want to kick us off, mate?
Scott,
Yeah.
was it a tough team to pick? What what did you wrestle with as you settled on your group this week? And obviously injuries, the reaction to the injuries were paramount.
Yeah, you'll see there's a balance of combinations. Guys that played well last week and a little bit of continuity, but also some skill sets for this weekend. Obviously, Roy Carter gets a go on the wing, and we keep D-Mac at fullback, so Will can play on the other wing, which gives us really good backfield coverage. And we know that it's going to come again, the aerial battle, and it's a great balance. And the other tough one's probably the loose forwards. There's some really good performances there, but we've got a couple of guys that we could have easily picked for this test match. For a double header. So
Tell us about Leroy. What sort of compelled you to look at him this week when I guess you did have some other options?
He's trained incredibly well. He complements that back three. He's great at the kick chase, extremely quick, and his work rate is good as they come. So we're excited by it. Yeah, he'll give us a really good balance.
Does he bring anything different to the wingers that we have around him?
Look, he's about that big, and he's fast, and he's got some great hops. And he competes. We just think it's a great opportunity for him this weekend. He's been superb for us at training and had a great year, and now's his time.
And he's obviously come through the 7 system. How good is it to see that pathway, shifting over to 15s as well?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. You look at the French with Villiers and Cheslin, Arendez, and a lot of the 7s players are coming through even for Australia, so it's definitely an avenue. They come back, and as you know, there's not a massive amount of kicking in 7s. There's a lot of passing and running and great defence. So look, he's filled that skill set that's required over this super season.
Scott, there was so much talk of records and history
in
Auckland.
Yeah.
Having won that game, does it feel like there's a little bit of a cloak that's been lifted and that you can play with a little bit more freedom with that one out of the way?
They've been, South Africans beaten us twice. The last time, 2 times we've played here, so that's another record you've got to be mindful of. In our preparation, and our focus has been on getting back to the capital and keeping our form. We've got to improve. We know that with these double heavers, you've got to improve week to week. We've learnt that just recently. So our focus has been on a performance that we're proud of here.
I know you focusing on yourselves. Were you surprised at the number of changes that the Springboks have made in their back division?
Surprised by Russie. I think that's the first thing. You don't get surprised by him yet. You wait what comes out, and you know he's picked that team to win it. They've picked those teams for those players for their strengths. So we're aware of their strengths. And then you go back to your own, and what's going to be required for us to win this test match. But there's a little bit of method behind it all.
What pleased you most technically about your performance last weekend?
Technically, probably the physicality, after the mindset that we had. Both teams went toe-to-toe, didn't they? There was the physicality side of it, but just to execute the opportunities that we did have and be disciplined enough at the end of the game to create opportunities to close it out.
Can you explain the decision to drop Rico from
we've given another player an opportunity. My job's to build depth in the team, and it's Leroy's chance.
And with Noah fit, what was the reason for him coming in? Because Finley had a good game last weekend.
Yeah, Noah's a great athlete, and he's come back in good condition. Would be the best thing for him just to start this test and with Finn to finish.
Was Leroy on the radar at all 12 months ago?
12 months?
Yeah, or just like last year before he decided to commit to Super Rugby, was he a player that the All Blacks at all were considering?
We knew he was there. We knew from his NBC form, and he could play a few positions, and because he could, he can cover midfield and wing and halfback. And we thought as soon as he committed to, he signed for Super, and he wanted to get through the World Cup, the Olympics, and make that decision, we thought, here we go, we're going to have a look. He's got a point of difference.
And given his experience on those big events, does he provide a point of difference to some of the other newcomers? Does he feel like someone who is further ahead than them, just in terms of dealing with the pressure of playing on the world stage in any way?
Can you answer that question again? Sorry, that was it. Yeah.
He's a newcomer, maybe his test debut, but does he bring a point of difference to other newcomers because he's got that experience of playing on the world stage?
Oh yeah, look, he's been around. He's mature. He's 26, 27. So he's had some hard knocks. He's, like I said, he's played some big games, some big events with the Sevens, and then he comes into this with, you'll get to have a chat to him and ask him himself, but he goes by his work, and training well is part of our selection policy, and he's done that. So, like all the players that we've picked, we believe he'll step up.
Have there been any lessons this week between how you approached the second test, given what happened between Cordoba and Buenos Aires, just how you approached that game? Have you taken any lessons out of that two-match swing?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty unique, playing teams two back to back. It doesn't really happen that often, especially at Test rugby, And yeah, look, we're pretty clear on remembering what we learnt and the conversations between coaches, leaders, and all management. What's required to not just back performance up, but to be actually better.
On Saturday night, you said Jason Ryle have some drills for the scrums.
Yeah.
How have the few days of training transpired around the scrum area?
Oh, there's a technical element, and there's also a little bit of a mindset element that we've looked into. And then obviously you look at to the ref as well, the interpretation of it. So we've done our homework on it and had a good week pushing.
So you've talked a wee bit about the inevitability of South Africa peppering you with high balls.
Yeah.
Changes they've made, though, you'd have to be thinking that they've got a lot more variety potential if they want to use that.
Yeah, the skill set's changed. Obviously, Kelly going probably a bit more balanced to the game, which they can keep the ball in hand and trust the speed and their athletes that they've picked. So, you prepare for both. And look, forecast looks pretty good, but we'll just check it day to day here in Wellington.
How close did you consider Caleb and Lester around? I guess two guys that haven't played a lot of football recently. How close are they to being on the cusp of selection?
Caleb's just come back into the environment for a long time out. Look, he's had a couple of great games and did everything he needs to. Turned up on late on Monday, and we just felt the best thing for him is just get his feet underneath him and have a good training week. And obviously Leicester's played a lot of midfield over in Toulon, and we just felt the balance for this week as someone that's been in with the group for a long period of time. And they're close calls, those.
What do you want to see from Rico? I mean, obviously he's a guy that's been a regular starter for the All Blacks for a while. He's now missed out on the 23. What's his, from a coach's point of view, what's his next move that you want to see?
Yeah, look, Rico, there'll be a lot of one-on-one technical stuff that every player has to grow in their game. And we've obviously given him a crack at wing. His work ethic, his work off the ball has been incredible, and there'll be a few touches that we need to improve, which he's well aware of.
Scott, you touched on Leroy and obviously how quick and explosive he is. We know what Will Jordan and Dean can offer. Can you just talk about, I guess, the excitement and the dynamic of the back three this week?
Yeah, it was, with DMAC coming on early on into the test match, it gave us a really good balance, gave us ability to have 2 or 3 pivots on the pitch, and it also allowed us, Will Jordan to play a little bit differently. So, and obviously with Ruben coming off the bench, gives us a really good balance. We still think it'll be an aerial game, but we've still got a lot of speed and finishes, which South Africa have as well. So it's a good balance for us. Okay, thank you everyone. Cheers.
Boks are playing the All Blacks at Wellington. We spoke earlier in the week just before a very, very different Springbok team than we expected was named. And so we're doing something a bit different here. We thought we'd do a preview. And so with me again is Nick Mallett and Gavin, Gavin Rich, and we're going to do it a bit differently this time. I'm going to start off with you, Nick, maybe. And I let you know before. You've seen the team now. You've seen what they're going to do. They're obviously facing down two defeats out of 3 in the Rugby Championship. What team talk would you give this team as they go into this test?
Yeah, listen, I mean, they're going to be certainly up for this game, so you don't have to do too much motivational talking, I don't think. But I think you've got to emphasize what an opportunity it is for us. It's an opportunity for this team in so many ways. First of all, it's an opportunity to right the ship, to get us back and in with a chance to defend our Rugby Championship title. If we win this weekend and we beat our perhaps with a bonus point each, we're in the mix. It's a massive opportunity for a lot of youngsters who've been given a chance to prove that they can perform, and in a cauldron, in a very, very tense, difficult situation. But don't look at it as something that's fearful. It's an opportunity to show your talents and to get it right, And I think it's an opportunity because everyone talks about the attacking side, nature of our backline, but it's a big opportunity for them also to prove that they can defend well. That it's not just a Dalen, a Creel, organised Pollard a defensive lineup that can stop the All Blacks. They should be able to prove that they can as well. And then almost the most important thing, if we want to win this game, it's an opportunity for our 9 and 10 to prove that they can read a game and take the right decisions at the right time. So that's Reinach, who's got lots of experience, and Sasha, who hasn't, but he's got a lot of talent. So it's a question of how are they going to pick at the right time, pass at the right time, hold on to the ball and take it into the tackle, play the forwards up, play behind the back, little cross kick, little trip. All those decisions are 9 and 10. They've got to make those decisions at the right time. So lots of opportunity, and get out there and enjoy yourselves.
Jeff?
Yeah, well, Brennan, it's interesting to me. We've basically got 3 Stormers players at half, fly half, and at inside centre, like the key positions in the backline. And in a couple of months' time, those guys would have all played together quite a lot. And then I might have different misgivings to the ones I do have. But those guys, me earlier today that Sasha and Damien Delende, Damien Willemse, let's call him Gaza. Those 2 guys played together for the Stormers against Connacht earlier in this year, and I think that was the game where Sasha scored 3 tries. The defense wasn't very good, and that's what Nick's saying is that I'm a bit concerned about the defense as well. The Stormers actually, I think it was one of those games where the Stormers scored 5 tries, and I think the opposition scored 4 tries, and if I remember correctly, the Stormers were actually a bit lucky in the end to win that game because they kept allowing Connacht back into it. So those two were at fly half and at inside centre in that game, and that to me was an indication of how brilliant those 2 can be. So I'm very excited about us from an attacking point of view. But I'm talking about one game that those guys played together. Shasha's had played a lot of his games before that elsewhere in the back line, and Damien, of course, has played fullback and fly half. They didn't play together that many times, so I'm just a bit worried. I'm a Liverpool supporter. And Liverpool have just bought a whole lot of new players. And although they're topping the league, and I think they'll stay top of the league till the end of the league, although they're topping the league, it's clear to me that they're requiring a bit of a bedding in period. And I just think that this team that Rassie has selected might need a bedding in period as well. If this was I'm thinking of a nation that doesn't have that much depth. If it was Scotland and this team was selected, I would say this is great. They're going to go on and win the World Cup, because I know that they would play together for the next couple of years. But with Rassie, you never know. I mean, these guys will play together now. And regardless of how the game turns out, we might not see them play together again as a combination for another couple of matches. So it's almost, for me, is like that's the thing that concerns me is we're not really betting in our combinations. If Rassie told me now that he was going to choose this team for the next 5 tests, then I'd be excited and say, well, by the time we get to whatever game is in 5 test time, it might be Ireland or something, then I would be really confident that this team is going to grow. But I sort of see there's so much chopping and changing. That's what concerns me. And whilst I'm quite confident about Saturday, I'm also a little bit worried about that lack of bedding in. We haven't this combination hasn't played before. And where are they playing? They're playing in New Zealand against the All Blacks. That's a tough ask.
Yeah, I was going to say, you for me as well, I saw a stat today that Rassie's used 60 players already, or 60 odd players since the beginning of the year, and it's a bizarre stat, and we still we're not playing our best team technically in New Zealand. Now, I agree with you, Gav. If we're playing this team against anybody else, probably even Australia, even England, I would be a lot less concerned on the defense. And that brings us, I suppose, to the next topic is the threats, because New Zealand have a lot of threats, and the Boks are under. Well, I know there might be a sense that the Boks might won't be or okay, or Rassie might be okay with sacrificing a test. But I think you've been there before. Sacrificing a test against the All Blacks is never really going to be accepted in South African rugby. And if they lose, it's 3 out of 4 that they've lost in the Rugby Championship.
Yeah, quite right. Quite right. I think, when you talk about dangers, the dangers here are, it feels to me like a bit of a watershed moment in this team's development. It is for the coaches. They've been trying to push a more expensive game, and then they went back to a conservative game against Australia. Then we had a conservative game plan against New Zealand, which was right. It was in the rain. Both of them were in difficult, tricky circumstances. We haven't played well for 3 games. We probably lost the game ourselves with mistakes we made this last weekend. So the watershed moment is it time now for those old players to move on and the younger players to step up? That is one big issue. And if they really perform well today on Saturday, and you suddenly find that there's a smoothness to our attack and there's a danger and a risk for the opposition whenever we have the ball in hand, then things will move on very rapidly, I think. And the second one, the one which I'm more worried about, is that in the enthusiasm to do well, we're going to overplay. And if you overplay like we did against Australia, and both Sasha and Marnie can do that, they can just feel, hang on, there is a bit of space. Let's have a crack. Let's have a go. And you just have to be temperamentally so sound at taking the right opportunities and not trying to score a try with every single time you touch the ball. So those 2 things, I think the pressure is there now. 2 losses out of 3, you get 3 out of 4. That's not good in South African terms. And then also, are we going to overplay? Will we go from overplaying in the Australian game with Marnie to very conservative with Pollard to overplaying again? I hope not, but there is a risk. That is a danger.
Yeah. Brendan, what I don't understand. What I don't understand, and maybe I'll ask Nick a question here in making a statement, is that, and we mentioned to you guys on WhatsApp last night, because I feel it is something that it confuses me. I'll be honest, it really does confuse me. If I was choosing a team that had such a point of difference from the previous team, where you're choosing a Sasha Feinberg Ngomazulu who plays really close to the gain line and he's really good at that, and you've got Damian Willemse who to me is like a big point of difference in the BOK backline, in the sense that now we spoke about this a few weeks ago, we do have those three first receivers, in the sense that we've now got a fly half, the fullback does it, of course, and Fussy, and now we've also got Dwayne Vermeulen, who brings a huge sort of like difference in terms of like the variation that we can have on attack, the opportunities we can have, like from that point of view. So we could have had the All Blacks guessing this whole week and not knowing whether they were going to play against Pollard and Delendi, or whether they were playing against these two guys, and to Damien's selection in particular, although I actually do see him as a number 12, I love him as a number 12. It's not one that was telegraphed. We at the start of this little segment, we were talking about like this isn't a team we would have predicted, but I think when we spoke on Monday, we did say it was possible that Rassie would go with Sasha at fly half, because he did go with him in Joburg last year against the All Blacks, and that was a huge test last year too. But I think we'd all probably agree that the Damien selection is a left field selection, although to me it's not really, because I think it's the way they should possibly go going forward. It's almost like that second 5'8" that New Zealand where they call their fly half the first 5'8" and then the second, having that sort of combination, two guys who can sort of read the game together. I think that's great. But why did Rassie choose his team to announce his team on Monday, when he could have still had the All Blacks guessing until today, and then possibly preparing in a completely different way for this test than they now would have been since Monday? Nick, I mean, can you sort of see the sense in that?
I can only see it from one point of view, that he wanted to just get it out of the way as quickly as possible. He didn't want on the Thursday people saying, what the hell's going on? Why are we playing this team against the All Blacks? Everyone's settled down and they're looking forward to watching this team now, because there's been a logic to it, if you like. I think he did. If you go back with Rassie, he said he wants to give these young players experience in really tough situations. You can't go into a World Cup in 2027 not having had any caps you can't, those caps, or if you have caps, it can't just be against Georgia and against Italy and the softer games. You need to do it against the tough teams. So I think he's used 30 players on this tour, and he took 36 across. He would have used Jean-Luc Duplessis as well. So he's following on from what he said right from the beginning. He wants to give the youngsters experience, and he wants to rest the old guys so that they can prolong their careers. So in a funny way, we all sort of, we jump around when we see the team and we can't believe it. And why is he chopping it? But in fact, if you go back to what Rassie said right at the beginning, it's exactly what he's doing. He's actually he's not sacrificing a game in that sense, because I know what he thinks. He says no one owns any jersey. No one owns the 10 jersey. No one owns the 12 jersey or the number 8 jersey. You three guys are playing in that jersey, and you've got to, do your best to make the country proud. So that's what he wants. 3 players capable of playing in a World Cup final and not letting that jersey down.
I don't disagree with you at all, and I agree completely that I like the selection. I do. I'm excited by the selection. It's just that I feel that if I was Scott Robertson, I would want to send Rassie a note and say to him, "Thanks very much for letting me know, because now I've had a week to prepare."
What if Sasha and Reiner kick the ball up in the air all afternoon? That'll confuse them a bit.
Well, that is possible too. You're right about that. Yeah.
They haven't got bad kicking games. Both of them kick the ball really well. And teams that kick more than other teams generally win. So the side that kicks the most generally wins the game. And you have to transfer pressure. So I don't think I'm just really looking forward to it. It's a New Zealand team that's gained in confidence after that win, but they didn't do anything that blew us out of the water. I mean, that second try was a really well worked one. The first one was far more Billy's fault than it was brilliant play by the All Blacks. I mean, he should have covered that guy, stayed on his feet, and stopped the threat. But as everyone said, 14-0 down is hard to claw your way back. I don't think that's going to happen again.
I was going to say, Nick, we're going to talk. You spoke a lot about the backline, and you as well, Gav. The one thing we haven't spoken about is the forwards. So I'm going to ask you, in terms of key players in this game, there's no Eben Etzebeth. Peter Steff and Sia, their roles obviously become huge. So does, I suppose, every member of that pack anyway. We've spoken about the backline now. So them, and then the other thing is Wellington's known for being you talked about the kicking. The wind blows there in Wellington, and it sounds like it's been a very. I spoke to Jamie Wall yesterday, and he was saying the wind's been howling the whole week there. So if it's like that, it's going to make it very interesting.
Yeah, it will. I think, listen, backline, you can talk as much as you want about a backline. If they don't get ball on the front foot, they're toast. You unfortunately, backs depend on forwards, giving them good quality. Right, it all's going to depend on the performance of the pack. I think Visa owes the team a superb game. He's got to get us across the advantage line through his power, through his through his ability, and his performance against the TT or against the All Black pack and defenders like Savea is going to be really an exciting prospect in this game, because if he does get us momentum, our backline can play. We've got 2 number 5 blocks, so it's quite interesting to see what role Loert de Jager is going to play. Is he going to be? I think Rassie mentioned that Ruan would still be making the calls, but with a bit of advice from Loert, and I wonder who's going to jump at the front and who's going to jump in the middle. Probably and come in form. I don't has done all this season. I don't think he's made an impact. And then finally, the front row. I prefer to see Wilco Low starting and Thomas du Toit coming off the bench. I think Wilco Low needs to destroy Wilco Low and Ox need to scrum together early on to get a mental dominance over that All Black pack. And come and do 60th minute when you're chasing the game is all well and good, but you want to be in the lead, and I think that ability. So I hope we see him for at least in this game.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, Nick, about that 2 number 5 locks, because it's interesting. I remember once, like, my colleagues used to always mock me because when Rassie first arrived at the Stormers, I think it was Adrian Fonza. You might remember Adrian Fonza. He brought him down from Pretoria, and Rassie kept on saying that we brought in a good front block. And so then I kept on talking about front locks after that because I thought it was just a funny expression. But, if I go back in South African rugby history, I sort of think of some of those guys. There were guys who were clearly a number 5, which is obviously Victor and those guys. I mean, I could think of further ones. Whereas Loert, and I might be wrong about this, I've got a feeling that when he first started playing for the Cheetahs, and the first time I remember he was directly against Eben in a game in Cape Town. I mean, like, how much does that make? I mean, because there's the other guys that Adrian Fonza I mentioned was clearly a front block. Like he's Burton. Like Mark Andrews to me. Somebody like Mark Andrews to me played often at number 5, but he could have been actually the enforcer at 4 as well. Yeah. So how much of a difference does that make?
I think Loert is made for that front of the line out job. He's also made to hit. He likes hitting rucks, and he likes cleaning, and he likes carrying. So he's going to be the physical guy. I think the energy will come from Ruan, around the park and athleticism. And not that Loert isn't, but I think he's got more weight, more physicality, and can hit harder. So I think he's going to be fine jumping at the front. And you're right. Normally, Kobus Visa, for example, very difficult to lift that guy. So, but he was only a front of the line-out guy. Yeah. And you had to have someone like Stradham, I think, in the World Cup final, jumped with Mark Andrews at the back. So you have your athletic guy in the middle of the line-out, and your bigger, physical, heavier bloke at the front. And I think that's how they're going to work this weekend. And then when Ergia comes on, it'll be quite interesting. Will he come on for Loert or will he come on for Nokia? Because then again, he's also, he can jump at 4 or 5, in the line, the front or in the middle.
Because you do get those players. I mean, I'm thinking of the Stormers now again. Schikkeling. To me, Schikkeling is equally at home at both. So you do get those guys, and I do think of Loert as a little bit like that. I mean, if I was coach, if he was in my team and I had a sort of clear out and out number 5, like for instance Victor, I would go for that. But anyway, Brent.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say we're going to try and keep it concise here. We could probably talk the whole day about this, but let's go for straight. Just Nick, your prediction, then Gav to you prediction, then we'll close off.
Listen, I think it's impossible. This is an impossible game to predict. I went to box 7 points last weekend. it could be that again. It could quite easily be that again. But I think our forwards are going to produce the same sort of ball that we got. Hopefully a little bit cleaner, a little bit better in scrum and line-out. Hopefully they don't mess our breakdown quite as badly as they did last weekend. Hopefully the referee is a little stricter on the lineouts and gives us credit for our dominant scrum. And then it's all about our backline. Now the problem with the backline, if they play really well, we'll win by 7 points, I think, because I don't think it's a great New Zealand team. But if they defensively get it wrong, we could be chasing shadows, and it could be a 20-pointer. We suddenly lose at 40-22 or something like that. And so I find it a very difficult game to call this one because you just don't know how this backline is going to gel.
Yeah, what I don't want to see is like the old days when the Stormers would play the Crusaders, and it would be a game where you say, geez, the Stormers really attacked well, but the opposition scored 6 tries, we scored 4, and the Stormers lost. I don't know why I'm using Stormers as an example. It could be any South African team, but maybe I'm using the Stormers as an example because historically they have played the kind of sort of DNA that we're talking about here. So I have a concern that we could end up like that. We slip tackles or something, and we end up like losing, but there's encouragement because the Tony ball's starting to come through. But the one thing about this game is that I sort of feel it's I completely agree with Nick. It's almost impossible to predict because I sort of feel like there's a massive gamble, but a gamble that can, and the reason I say it's a gamble is because of what I said earlier about betting in the players. They haven't played together before or whatever. But it's, we haven't even mentioned Kane and Moody, who can be brilliant and who was like almost like one of the men, might have been the man of the match in that 35-7 win at Twickenham before the World Cup in 2023. This is a game where if we were waking up on Sunday morning and the Boks had won by more than 10 points, it wouldn't completely surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me because I would think that we can really ask questions with that back line. And as I said, the 3 receivers and all that, Tony Brown would love working with this back line, I'm sure. But at the same time, if I woke up on Sunday morning and it was we were looking back at a game where we'd done well and everybody was encouraged by our attacking play, and yet we'd lost the game, I also wouldn't be concerned either. So I'm sorry, I'm sitting on the fence. Like Nick, I also went with 7 points last week, although I always had a funny feeling it was going to be a draw and didn't have the guts to say that publicly. I have a feeling and I think also like Nick, I always felt that the Boks would win one game on this trip. And after last week, I was convinced they would win this game. But then I thought that there would be more continuity from last week's selection. I think we'd be more sure about it if there was a little bit more continuity to this team. But there isn't enough continuity for me to say with any sort of certainty that I think the Boks are going to win. I am very encouraged, though. I'm excited about this team. This team excites me. And if I could go back to what I said earlier, if we were Scotland and we didn't have the depth that we have and we could select a whole lot of other players and other options, I would say this team in 8 games' time is going to be brilliant. But unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunate. It's just that we do have a lot of players in this country that, we might try lots of other things between now and 8 games.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gab, I was going to just mention when you mentioned your Stormers thing and them scoring 4 tries, Crusaders 6, the first thing that popped into my mind was somebody you mentioned last night in the WhatsApp chat, which is Dick Muir. Because I remember being at Ellis Park when he was the Lions coach and they lost that game 72-65 to the Chiefs. And he was just going on afterwards like, geez, what a wonderful game. We were going so well. And we were like, Dick, you lost. Yeah, but we scored so many tries, and we don't want that, obviously. So, yeah, I agree with you guys both. There is a watershed moment. I'm positive. I think we're going to probably see something that we don't expect to see. Whether it's good enough to win this game in New Zealand, I don't know. I think I'm going to go for a BOK victory, and I think probably Kane and Moody to score the winning try. I'm going to be bold there. Maybe be positive.
Good stuff.
Thanks, guys. We'll chat after the game. We're sure we'll have a lot to talk about. But enjoy the game. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Enjoy the rugby.
Thanks, Gina. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Sia. My question is for Sia. Sia, I understand after last week there's probably a bit of extra intensity and tension in the camp. If you can compare this, say, to a World Cup final, where would you rate this? How intense and how much pressure is in the camp this week?
Well, we like it. It's obviously it's intense. We all know that, but I mean we have to also keep our heads. It's the same as you play in a World Cup final. You don't do preparations different to any game. You prepare exactly the same. I mean, so nothing has changed our way. We know how much pressure there is in the game already, so we don't need to add any more. So we've prepared properly, having Sasha take charge of the team, and obviously Rowan and Lord taking care of the line out. But nothing has been done that's special or out of the norm that we've done, because we've never done anything different to any game that we've won before or any big game that we've played in.
Francois?
Thank you, Zee. Morning, Steve. Morning, Sia. Steve, just a question for you about just the unfortunate news of former Springbok Bevan Fortuyn's passing yesterday. I remember back when you were Eastern Province captain, I think Bevan was assistant coach or still player coach at SVD the year that Eastern Province beat him in that final in George. Just a word on him. You're playing against him, and also of the player that he was.
Yeah, Francois, when I heard the news yesterday, it was very, very sad, and once again, the first thing that I thought about after I heard the news was to think about his boy. I know how close he is with his boy. I know how supportive he was with his boy, for his boy, and his wife, so at that age, they still had some great years ahead between them as a family. And now to lose a father, at the age of 46, it's very, very sad, and it's really, really heartbreaking to lose a father at a young age. And I feel for his family, and I'm broken, and condolences to him and his family. And yeah, the only thing I can say for now is to God to protect the family, to protect the wife, to protect the son. I know it's going to be tough times for the family. But yeah, once again, condolences to their family.
Great.
Thank you, Coach Dick.
Thanks, Ina. Morning or evening, gentlemen. Either one of you, but maybe Sia, I feel there's certain comparisons in this match to Wellington 2018. I know it was early in the Rassie era, but I mean, just in terms of how important it is to lay down a marker, to give the players who, are looking ahead to 2027 that kind of confidence and a line in the sand moment. Do you think there are certain comparisons to Wellington 2018 in this game, and even Wellington 2019 for that matter?
Well, I think this game is big by itself for the fact that when we want to win and stay in the rugby championship, also there's the Freedom Cup in there. But I think also for these guys that are getting the opportunity for the first time here in New Zealand to also be able to get an opportunity like this, and also to feel what it feels like to win on tour. And I think that will give the guys a lot of confidence, and I think a lot of group had done it before. So yeah, it's a different game, but it's important as well in many different ways.
Thanks.
Ken?
Thanks, Ina. Morning. Good day, guys.
How's it going?
Sia, for you, it's obviously an all-new, very exciting backline. But if the All Blacks counter-ruck and dominate the breakdown like they did last weekend, they're not going to be able to show their magic at all. Obviously, Jasper Wiese's return helps, but how are you guys going to beef up your presence at the breakdowns and stop those counter-rucks?
We definitely learned from the previous game. We saw the strategy they have, and we made plans for that. And yeah, we will be ready for it this weekend. And I don't think they will change the way they played last week. But yeah, it's good to have Yassi back. But they also have backs who do counter the breakdown. Leroy, who came from the sevens, we saw clips of him. He also gets in the breakdown too, coming from the sevens thing. So it's not just the forwards; it's also the backline players. So we are well prepped for it. We know we went good enough. Most of the breakdowns in the game, especially the exit ones as well, they came in pretty hard for our breakdown last week. So we did work on it, and we obviously learned from it last week.
Mike?
How's it, Stocker? How's it, Sia?
Sia, just what was the feeling amongst the group after that match? Was it one of frustration that it was a missed opportunity, a game that you could have won? And then did the review provide sort of obvious things that are fixable, and have you been able to sort of fix them in training?
Yeah, it was tough to see. I mean, to create 13 opportunities in the 22s and not take, we only took 2 of them. An opportunity, we only took 2 opportunities. You don't get that. Some teams get that maybe in a year, and you really get that against the All Blacks. And we just saw how we stuffed it up, and a lot of it was by our own doing, and that was a difficult part, in that game. So it was frustrating watching it after, and sometimes with an individual error or this one, it was one after the other. So that was tough to watch, but yeah, hopefully we learn from it and we can fix it this weekend when we get opportunities and take them. They didn't get a lot, but the ones that they had, they took them.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Carl, is that you enough? Great.
No, it needs to move.
Yes, there's lot. There's lot. Come, fix your thing.
Wat gaan dan niet? Is it not touchscreen?
It's good.
Zicom? Oh yeah.
I think Grant wanted to go next.
Say, let's go, Grant. Let's go. I think I'm gonna take over from Z. I'll take over from Z. Let's go, Grant.
Molweni, guys.
Short, my boss.
Simatanda, how's it? I just wanted to ask you in terms of the development of the side, how would you assess the blend between youth and experience and Tears out from the World Cup? Do you think there's some learnings?
Yeah, it's good. I think the mixture of the team is really good. I think a lot of the guys that everybody's looking at our backline saying this is youngsters, a lot of the guys have played here before, and some of them have won 2 World Cups. A guy like Gaza, Sasha has played a couple of games. I think they also have guys who haven't had any games, who have less than double-digit games. So people are looking at it as if there's these youngsters who've just been thrown in. They've experienced this kind of level. If you look at the test caps and how many guys we have, it's not like a new team, but it's just that it's new when you don't see the regular names that you see each and every single time. It's been a thing for the team where every single person is getting an opportunity. And yes, this game is important. They're not just been thrown in there to learn. We're going to this game to win. They're coming in because they've got a different skill set that the coach wants to see for this specific weekend. And for the forwards, it's a strong pack who's played before to get a lot of experience in there. And the guys in the backline, they got to do their thing, but they can only do what they can do if we get our stuff right at the forwards, if we get them a front forward ball and get them good line of ball. So it's a great mixture, and I'm looking forward to what the guys can do this weekend.
Any other questions? Craig, was that you? Craig?
Jacques van Jaarden.
Hello, Coach Dick. Hello, Sia. My question is for Sia. Sia, we've heard about these legendary scrum sessions midweek, and you guys try and make it even tougher than the match with Coach Don. So my question is, how did that young front row go this week of Jan Hendrik, Marnus, and Wilco? Were they looking good and ready to come on and make a bit of an impact in that second half?
Oh, it was tough. Thank you. It was tough. The scrum sessions this week, it was, both packs put in the hard work, and I think we got what we needed to get out of it. It's never about who's going to dominate the other. We want to give our best to make sure that we both covered and ready for the game, and whoever plays at the time is ready for the game. So it was a good scrum session. It was very competitive, which was good, and I think the guys are ready for the game this weekend.
Ken?
Thanks, Ida. For Zondile, taking into account what Sia said about the back line, there is a bit of experience there. There are caps there, but just in terms of combinations and playing together, how happy are you that a week has been enough for them to gel, or have you guys actually been running together for a while now with that backline.
Yeah, Ken, I think if you look at the players in that backline, like Sia touched on it again, a lot of people don't realize these guys have been with us in our system for the past couple of years. You know, if you talk about Gaza is probably 27, he's already won 2 World Cups. You know, Sasha has been with us for the past 2 to 3 seasons. You know, I think the guy that I can say probably is slightly new in our system will probably be Ethan Hooker at wing, you know, but once again, also he deserves this opportunity. You know, we've tracked him, we've seen how he was performing for the Sharks, and one thing that I enjoy about him, besides his speed and physique, is his physical presence in the wider channels. You know, I think that's something that we're going to also need in the wider channels. You know, the All Blacks, they can be tough sometimes in the wider channels where they apply. You guys touch on the breakdown earlier on, you know. So I think Ethan will be able to handle some of those challenges in the wider channels. But once again, if I look at our backline, a lot of those players, they've been with us. They understand how we want to play the game. And once again, we keep on saying that it's a young backline. Probably what Sia mentioned, it's actually spot on, the fact that we're just so used to see certain names in our backline. But once again, we can't be, as a coaching staff, be too comfortable to always rely on same individuals, you know. So for me, I'm excited to see these guys getting an opportunity. And I like the balance of seeing guys like Cheslin Colby, you know, with Farsi at the back and Ethan Hooker, you know, which is those 2 guys, bit experience, you know, if I talk about Farsi and Cheslin, and then also having Cobus partnering with Sasha, you know, and Gaza has been one of our key players for the past couple of years. So I'm excited to see those guys, what they're going to do this coming weekend. But yeah, once again, we know it's not going to be easy playing the All Blacks away from home. And and once again, to be honest, I think it was clear what happened last week is that we gave them a lot of soft moments, you know, especially in that first 20 minutes, you know, where we gave them 2 soft tries. You know, I think for us to be able to win against them in New Zealand, I think we'll have to be at our best for 80 minutes. You know, you're talking about world-class players. If you give them an opportunity, they will punish you, you know. So that's the difference between a team like when we played against probably Georgia and Italy, you know, where we were not at our best, but we could still get away with certain things where we could win the game. But I think New Zealand, you have to make sure that you're clinical, and also the opportunities that you get, you have to convert them into points. So it's going to be vital for us tomorrow to make sure that we perform for full 80 minutes.
Robert, Duke?
Sia, I wanted to find out here, there were some questionable calls that were made by Carl Dixon last week. Have you had a meeting with the refereeing that will be in charge of the game tomorrow, that you were unhappy of certain moment that you felt that should have gone your way?
No, we had a meeting about the calls that we didn't make right in the game and the opportunity that we lost, because we can't control what happens in the game. I mean, there was some stuff that we planned to do in the game that we didn't get right. So to focus on the ref, it's not the right thing to do, because there are so many things that we could have done so that we could win the game. So I haven't had a meeting with Carl, and yeah, that's not my place. My place is to make sure the team is ready to go.
Just to help on that question also, we've got someone who's an expert in our coaching staff, in our management, in the presence of Jaco Paper, and that is normally when you talk about match officials, Papes deals with all the match official meetings and all that stuff. We don't want to overload the players with a lot of stuff. You know, their job is to make sure that they focus on playing well on the weekend. Sia just said now, there were a couple of things I'm talking about now, players, they didn't do well on the day, and things that we made sure that we're going to try and fix this weekend. But when it comes to match officials, you know, we always try to build a strong relationship with them. And so far it's been good, you know, so we trust Papes to handle that side. And yeah, hopefully we can also fix the things that we needed to fix when it comes tomorrow, and then hopefully things will go according to our plan also.
Thank you, guys. That concludes the online.
Scott, what's been the focus this week as you try to get the Freedom Cup back?
The focus for us this week is about getting better. We know that the
the Boks are certainly going to be better. So if we don't move, then we certainly won't have the Freedom Cup.
There's a bit of an edge to last week's test with everything going on. How have you recreated that this week?
Yeah, sure. I think certainly this playing group, if anything, feels more on edge knowing that the Boks are going to respond, to the Eden Park test last week. It's going to be a great occasion again tomorrow night, and we're certainly looking forward to a full crowd at home, and we'd love to get 2 hands on that Freedom Cup.
What are the fundamentals as a team you need to get right tomorrow night?
Set piece is a big one. The scrum and breakdown are going to be 2 critical areas that we've sort of highlighted, and obviously the physicality every time you play the Springboks. So those are probably the 3 areas I think will certainly determine the result of the game.
Scott, how much more work's been gone into the scrum this week?
Yeah, I think there's a few scars. A tight head against an All Black pack, that one hurts. I think scars, probably putting it too bluntly, it's a scab actually. It's it's right in the forefront of this pack's mind of getting that right this week, and we certainly don't want that to happen again, and we want to be giving our backs the ball that they need, and certainly not giving the Springboks penalties and entries into our half.
So how do you rip that scab off? Is it going to be all on the first scrum?
We want to turn up with every scrum with the right mindset to scrum. If you're not quite there, then you'll certainly get spat out by a strong Springboks pack, as they always do.
You touched on physicality before. The Springboks said midweek they've got another gear to go up in terms of physicality. Do you expect that, and you guys have another gear as well?
Yeah, sure. I think it's only natural for the Springboks to respond, and I think that's certainly one area that they're going to come, that they pride themselves on, their physicality. That's part of their DNA. So, one thing's for sure, they'll double down on that tomorrow night.
And I guess a new look back line for them in terms of what we're used to seeing. Are you confident you guys have done the due diligence in terms of what they're going to bring?
Yeah, sure. We think they're going to offer probably a little bit more. I think they've selected guys who have great feet, great kicking skills, and I guess pace right across the board there. So defensively, we have to be on either side of those, either side of the ball carrier in the back line for sure.
Scott, it's the 300th test match you and your brothers have played combined tomorrow night. Do the stats sort of mean as much, or is it something you look back at the end of your career as a family?
Yeah, I think that's pretty amazing. Like combined, I think the parents will be pretty proud, and we'll look back on that as a huge achievement for our family, and we'd certainly want to make it a memorable one.
Well done. Brilliant.
Sweet, thanks.
Thanks.
One of the positives will be that you guys will be a bit of an unknown factor to the All Blacks this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for a lot of those All Black guys, it's the first time playing us, especially in 80 minutes, and there's a bit of uncertainty in their approach towards the game. It'll be interesting. It's first for us as well. It'll be a very good experience and great opportunity for all of us.
Stephen, you never touched the ball, no made a hit, no got hit on Saturday. What will be different about starting, just getting into the action this time round?
Yeah, I think the difference is that I get a full 80 minutes, hopefully, touch wood, to express myself. But I mean, really, it's not about how many times I can touch the ball, make hits, whatever. It's rather just doing my job in the system. And I think if I can do that to the best of my ability, I'll be happy with my game.
Ethan, welcome to Wellington. We talked after the game on Saturday night. I'll be blunt, you were pissed off. How much is that going to motivate you for this Saturday?
Yeah, it's a huge, obviously that was the game we targeted. It was very unfortunate that we lost that game, and I think also just builds a bit of hunger coming into this next game. Just got to keep a calm head, don't use that, don't let it cloud your vision, and yeah, just get onto that pitch and do your thing.
Ethan, you touched on the fact you've been playing rugby since you were 10, but to be here this side of the world for the first time, playing against the All Blacks in their backyard for your start, how does that? What are the emotions going to be like, do you think, for the next 48 hours for you?
Yeah, I think I'll be quite a bit emotional. Since I can remember, it's all I've ever wanted was to be a Springbok, and a lot of sacrifices went into creating that dream for myself. And yeah, just being here, just trying to absorb all those emotions and just obviously make the most of my opportunity.
Dwayne, what did Saturday's test tell you about the longevity of Springboks loose forwards and whether they'll be able to push through till the next World Cup? Yes, they played well, but did it give any signs of how rocky the road could be for the future?
You're just talking about the loose forwards?
Just the loose forwards, yes.
Yeah. It's interesting if you look at it. Marco van Staden hasn't really played a lot of tests for the Springboks, and it was actually nice to see him getting a couple of good games behind his back. So he's doing really well. Obviously, Pieter Stephan Sia is obviously a little bit older than Marco. Played a lot of tests, but yeah, it's the thing is we need to give the younger guys opportunity, and while you do that, you give the older guys or more experienced guys a little bit of rest. But I still think there's still enough in those legs and in that group that can still push till 2027. But yeah, it's nice to see, and we also identified a couple of youngsters that are coming through, and some of them had a test or two, and some of them were still on the radar. So yeah, there's a lot of things still to be done, but I think for now we're still okay. Obviously we also got one or two injuries. Ardie Savea, Cameron Hanekom is also injured, so those guys still need to get back into the mix, and hopefully we can get them here.
How's Jasper feeling about this game?
Dwayne, when you you hear the hunger and the desire of people like Ethan, and I'm sure plenty of other players down the hall who perhaps haven't played the amount of tests as other players, how much confidence and how much I guess joy does that fill you guys as coaches with?
Man, it's nice. The way they're walking around in the hallways makes me want to play. So it kind of feels like you hung up your boots a little bit too early. The occasion over here, everything is just, it's bloody special to play here. And so I think there'll obviously be a lot of hunger from the younger guys, but it's also nice. It's a good mix from young and a little bit more experienced guys. So I think training in the past 2 days has gone well. I think the guys are comfortable within the system, and there's a lot of chat and a lot of energy in the group. So I'm really looking forward to see how the guys mix it up.
Well, if you want to run the NPC or one of the Heartland Championship games, I'm sure they'll be happy to have you.
Would love to.
If I can ask about the scrum, obviously while the backline's been changed, the forward pack stayed the same. How much did the performance of the scrum, especially in the second half, influence the decisions around keeping that same group of guys?
Well, we don't have a lot of other guys. I think it's just, we're also giving the guys continuity also to just to stay in the system, to get used to the system. Thomas Atoy was he played loosehead in a couple of earlier tests, and obviously we gave him the opportunity to play tight head, and he actually did really well. So now it's just having Don Iman making getting the right guys to start and getting the right guys to play off the bench. So I think it kind of went well last week. Obviously, one or two penalties that we still could have gotten if you look back at it. But overall pretty happy. But still we can still do better, and there's still some work to be done. And it's nice to one or two other guys getting an opportunity to get into the mix.
Dwayne, I just wanted to get your thoughts on Wallace Satisi, who's obviously played a lot of number 8 yourself. What have you seen from him? He was Breakthrough Player of the Year last year worldwide. Now coaching and trying to figure out ways to stop him. What do you see in him?
It's interesting because the previous number 8s were, there was a different game plan to how the guys are playing now. So I always knew, some of the other boys ran off the backs. Wallace is he's a great athlete, bloody explosive and quick. But I haven't seen as much as him as I would have liked to. Obviously, you look at, I don't look at all the forwards play. I look at breakdowns, so I don't see where he goes on the field. But it's also the same thing. It's younger guys getting an opportunity and they play, and if they play well, they stay in the system. So it's nice, and obviously they get a good lot of confidence from Ardie, who's obviously their talisman, and he'll definitely be chatting to them and getting them up for the game. So I think it's probably a good prospect for the future.
Dwayne, just talk us through how Jasper's champing at the bit for this particular game. His red card against Italy was unfortunate, but he's also been quite a significant factor for the Boks number 8.
Yeah, I think he had a good rest, so it's time for him to get onto that pitch. I think he's relishing the opportunity to play. Hopefully, it will be nice to see him go the full 80. I don't know if that'll be possible. Obviously, if you haven't played a game for quite a long time, it's difficult to get straight back into it, and especially at this level and against New Zealand. So I think for him just to come back in and give us that front foot ball, that is probably what we really need from him, and hopefully we can get that.
Dwayne, Rassie said on Saturday that Boks didn't get enough go forward with the line-out mauls. Is that one of the focus points to reignite that weapon again?
Yeah, it's interesting. We didn't really want a maul. So there was a couple that came out there but didn't get any go forward. So it was really interesting to see the guys going for those decisions. So obviously it's a little bit of planning, a little bit of getting the guys on the same page, and but it might be a different picture this weekend. But we were put under pressure by the All Blacks, and Vai really jumped. Well, he jumped really high in front of us and stole a couple of balls. So we've made plans, and hopefully we can just execute it.
Ethan, that backline obviously relatively inexperienced in terms of the world stage. Can you just talk about like yourself and how it's been working with someone like Tony Brown, and I guess what you guys have worked together on, and maybe how you found working with him?
Tony for me is a coach like I've never had before. He's quite amazing. He's got some crazy plans up his sleeve, and just being with him and experiencing his plans and how he feels the game should be run and how he comes up with these moves and stuff like that is really an eye-opener for me. And also working with people like Sasha, who obviously thrive in his kind of game, also helps a lot in building my game and expanding my game.
Either just talk us through the importance of the high ball contest. It's something that you thrive significantly in, even though you play the bulk of your junior provincial rugby at centre, but you moved to the wing at Sharks and thrived in the high ball. I mean, the Bulls game at Loftus was an example. Just talk us through how critical that particular facet be on Saturday.
Yeah, for us, the contestable kicking game is a huge area in our game. And it's all about just getting us the ball in the right areas of the field. And I mean, to be able to get the ball in their half, and then for us to counter-attack on that is everything that our team needs to be able to go and score. So I think it's important for everyone to build their game. I was put in the position of wing, and I was forced to build that area of my game, and luckily it's paid off.
I also think just to latch on that, as obviously we've received quite a number of box kicks onto us as well. So to have a nice young tall guy being able to go up for that is probably also a good thing. So All Blacks also worked on their kicking game and those short little kicks. So yeah, it'll be a good contest.
Dwayne, you've had relative success. Obviously, you haven't been here for a while, but in Wellington with 2018 and 19, you were captain in 19. Do you tap into that much when you talk to the players about those experiences and how perhaps you guys did well in those couple of years?
No, not really. It's an interesting thing. It's in the past. You can't really do anything about it. Yes, you can maybe talk a little bit about the mentality and how we went into the game, but there's different teams, there's different coaches, there's different styles of play. So the boys just got to go out there and play the game, and hopefully, like Ethan said earlier, if the boys can execute our game plan and the way to the way we want to play, I think that's probably the number one thing that we'd love to do. So yeah, not really.
Dwayne, seriously, do you want to go on Thursday night? Wellington are playing North.
I've been training the whole week, so
do you want to win the Ranfurly Shield?
How much time do I have to be on the pitch?
5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gina. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Sia. My question is for Sia. Sia, I understand after last week there's probably a bit of extra intensity and tension in the camp. If you can compare this, say, to a World Cup final, where would you rate this? How intense and how much pressure is in the camp this week?
Man, we like it's obviously it's intense. We all know that, but I mean we have to also keep our heads. It's the same as you play in a World Cup final. You don't do preparations different to any game. You prepare exactly the same. I mean, so nothing has changed our way. We know how much pressure there is in the game already, so we don't need to add any more. So we've prepared properly, having Sasha take charge of the team, and obviously Rowan and Lord taking care of the line out, but nothing has been done that's special or out of the norm that we've done, because we've never done anything different to any game that we've won before or any big game that we've played in.
Francois?
Thank you, Zee. Morning, Steve. Morning, Sia. Steve, just a question for you about just the unfortunate news of former Springbok Bevan Fortuyn's passing yesterday. I remember back when you were Eastern Province captain, I think Bevan was assistant coach or still player coach at SVD the year that Eastern Province beat him in that final in George. Just a word on him. You're playing against him, and also of the player that he was.
Yeah, Francois. When I had the news yesterday, it was very, very sad. And once again, the first thing that I thought about after I had the news was to think about his boy. I know how close he is with his boy. I know how supportive he was with his boy, for his boy, and his wife. So at that age, they still had some great years ahead between them as a family. And now to lose a father, at the age of 46, it's very, very sad, and it's really, really heartbreaking to lose a father at a young age, and I feel for his family, and I'm broken, you know, and condolences to him and his family, and yeah, the only thing I can say for now is to God to protect the family, to protect the wife, to protect the son. You know, I know it's going to be tough times for the family, but yeah, once again, condolences to their family.
Great.
Thank you, Coach Dick.
Thanks, Ina. Morning or evening, gentlemen. Either one of you, but maybe Sia, I feel there's certain comparisons in this match to Wellington 2018. I know it was early in the Rassie era, but I mean, just in terms of how important it is to lay down a marker, to give the players who, you know, are looking ahead to 2027 that kind of confidence and a line in the sand moment. Do you think there are certain comparisons to Wellington 2018 in this game, and even Wellington 2019 for that matter?
Well, I think this game is big by itself for the fact that when we want to win and stay in the rugby championship, also there's the Freedom Cup in there. But I think also for these guys that are getting the opportunity for the first time here in New Zealand to also be able to get an opportunity like this, and also to feel what it feels like to win on tour. And I think that will give the guys a lot of confidence, and I think a lot of group had done it before. So yeah, it's a different game, but it's important as well in many different ways.
Thanks.
Ken?
Thanks, Ina. Morning. Good day, guys.
How's it going?
Sia, for you, it's obviously an all-new, very exciting backline. But if the All Blacks counter-ruck and dominate the breakdown like they did last weekend, they're not going to be able to show their magic at all. Obviously, Jasper Wiese's return helps, but how are you guys going to beef up your presence at the breakdowns and stop those counter-rucks?
We definitely learned from the previous game. We saw the strategy they have, and we made plans for that. And yeah, we will be ready for it this weekend. And I don't think they will change the way they played last week. But yeah, it's good to have Yassi back. But they also have backs who do counter the breakdown. Leroy, who came from the sevens, we saw clips of him. He also gets in the breakdown too, coming from the sevens thing. So it's not just the forwards; it's also the backline players. So we are well prepped for it. We know we weren't good enough. Most of the breakdowns in the game, especially the exit ones as well, they came in pretty hard for our breakdown last week. So we did work on it, and we obviously learned from it last week.
Mike?
How's it, Stocker? How's it, Sia? Sia, just what was the feeling amongst the group after that match? Was it one of frustration that it was a missed opportunity, a game that you could have won? And then did the review provide sort of obvious things that are fixable, and have you been able to sort of fix them in training?
Yeah, it was tough to see. I mean, to create 13 opportunities in the 22s and not take, we only took 2 of them. The opportunity, we only took 2 opportunities. You don't get that. Some teams get that maybe in a year, and you really get that against All Blacks. And we just saw how we stuffed it up, and a lot of it was by our own doing, and that was a difficult part, in that game. So it was frustrating watching it after, and sometimes with an individual error or this one, it was one after the other. So that was tough to watch, but yeah, hopefully we learn from it, and we can fix it this weekend when we get opportunities and take them. They didn't get a lot, but the ones that they had, they took them.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Carl, is that you enough? Great.
No, it needs to move.
Yes, it's laat. It's laat. Kom, fix your thing.
Wat gaan dan niet? Is it not touch screen? Ziekom? Oh yeah.
I think Grant wanted to go next.
Say, let's go, Grant. Let's go. I think I'm gonna take over from Z. I'll take over from Z. Let's go, Grant.
Molweni, guys.
Short, my boy.
Simatanda, how's it? I just wanted to ask you in terms of the development of the side, how would you assess the blend between youth and experience and Tears out from the World Cup? Do you think there's some learnings?
Yeah, it's good. I think the mixture of the team is really good. I think a lot of the guys that everybody's looking at our backline saying this is youngsters, a lot of the guys have played here before, and some of them have won 2 World Cups. A guy like Gaza, Sasha has played a couple of games. I think they also have guys who haven't had any games, who have less than double-digit games. So people are looking at it as if there's these youngsters who just been thrown in. They've experienced this kind of level. If you look at the test caps and how many guys we have, it's not like a new team, but it's just that it's new when you don't see the regular names that you see each and every single time. It's been a thing for the team where every single person is getting an opportunity. And yes, this game is important. They're not just been thrown in there to learn. We're going to this game to win. They're coming in because they've got a different skill set that the coach wants to see for this specific weekend. And for the forwards, it's a strong pack who's played before together, a lot of experience in there. And the guys in the backline, they got to do their thing, but they can only do what they can do if we get our stuff right at the forwards, if we get them a front forward ball and get them good line-up balls. So it's a great mixture, and I'm looking forward to what the guys can do this weekend.
Any other questions? Frank, was that you? Frank?
Jacques van Jaarden.
Hello, Coach Dick. Hello, Sia. My question is for Sia. Sia, we've heard about these legendary scrum sessions midweek, and you guys try and make it even tougher than the match with Coach Don. So my question is, how did that young front row go this week of Jan Hendrik, Marnus, and Wilco? Were they looking good and ready to come on and make a bit of an impact in that second half?
Oh, it was tough. Thank you. It was tough. The scrum sessions this week, it was, both packs put in the hard work, and I think we got what we needed to get out of it. It's never about who's going to dominate the other. We want to give our best to make sure that we're both covered and ready for the game, and whoever plays at the time is ready for the game. So it was a good scrum session. It was very competitive, which was good, and I think the guys are ready for the game this weekend.
Ken?
Thanks, Ida. For Zondile, taking into account what Sia said about the back line, there is a bit of experience there. There are caps there, but just in terms of combinations and playing together, how happy are you that a week has been enough for them to gel, or have you guys actually been running together for a while now with that backline?
Yeah, Ken, I think if you look at the players in that backline, like Sia touched on it again, a lot of people don't realize these guys have been with us in our system for the past couple of years. If you talk about Gaza, is probably 27, he's already won 2 World Cups. Sasha has been with us for the past 2 to 3 seasons. I think the guy that I can say probably is slightly new in our system will probably be Ethan Hooker at wing, but once again, also he deserves this opportunity. We've tracked him, we've seen how he was performing for the Sharks, and one thing that I enjoy about him, besides his speed and physique, is his physical presence in the wider channels. I think that's something that we're going to also need in the wider channels. The All Blacks, they can be tough sometimes in the wider channels where they apply. You guys touch on the breakdown earlier on, so I think Ethan will be able to handle some of those challenges in the wider channels. But once again, if I look at our backline, a lot of those players, they've been with us. They understand how we want to play the game. And once again, we keep on saying that it's a young backline. Probably what Sia mentioned, it's actually spot on, the fact that we're just so used to see certain names in our backline. But once again, we can't be, as a coaching staff, be too comfortable to always rely on same individuals, So for me, I'm excited to see these guys getting an opportunity. And I like the balance of seeing guys like Cheslin Colby, with Farsi at the back and Ethan Hooker, which is those 2 guys, bit experience, if I talk about Farsi and Cheslin, and then also having Cobus partnering with Sasha, and Gaza has been one of our key players for the past couple of years. So I'm excited to see those guys, what they're going to do this coming weekend. But yeah, once again, we know it's not going to be easy playing the All Blacks away from home. And and once again, to be honest, I think it was clear what happened last week is that we gave them a lot of soft moments, you know, especially in that first 20 minutes, you know, where we gave them 2 soft tries. You know, I think for us to be able to win against them in New Zealand, I think we'll have to be at our best for 80 minutes. You know, you're talking about world-class players. If you give them an opportunity, they will punish you. You know, so that's a difference between a team like when we played against probably Georgia and Italy. You know, where we were not at our best, but we could still get away with certain things where we could win the game. But I think New Zealand, you have to make sure that you're clinical, and also the opportunities that you get, you have to convert them into points. So it's going to be vital for us tomorrow to make sure that we perform for full 80 minutes.
Robert, Duke?
I wanted to find out here, there were some questionable calls that were made by Carl Dixon last week. We had a meeting with the refereeing that will be in charge of the game tomorrow, that you were unhappy of certain moment that you felt that should have gone your way?
No, we had a meeting about the calls that we didn't make right in the game and the opportunity that we lost, because we can't control what happens in the game. I mean, there was some stuff that we planned to do in the game that we didn't get right. So to focus on the ref, it's not the right thing to do, because there are so many things that we could have done so that we could win the game. So I haven't had a meeting with Carl, and yeah, that's not my place. My place is to make sure the team is ready to go.
Just to help on that question also, we've got someone who's an expert in our coaching staff, in our management, in the presence of Jaco Paper, and that is normally when you talk about match officials, Papes deals with all the match official meetings and all that stuff. We don't want to overload the players with a lot of stuff. You know, their job is to make sure that they focus on playing well. On the weekend, Sia just said now, there were a couple of things I'm talking about now players, they didn't do well on the day, and things that we made sure that we're going to try and fix this weekend. But when it comes to match officials, you know, we always try to build a strong relationship with them. And so far it's been good, you know, so we trust Papes to handle that side. And yeah, hopefully we can also fix the things that we needed to fix when it comes tomorrow, and then hopefully things will go according to our plan also.
Thank you, guys. That concludes the online